Call to order the December 2019 State Board meeting. If you will, please stand and we'll say the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have some very special guests that every year at the December meeting that we get to have, and they're the Singing Fingers from the Arkansas School for the Deaf. And here they come.
Larry Newsom.
Joyce Sullivan.
Fitz Hill.
And before you get away, we'll want to do a picture with you as well.
Joe Kell, Nashville School District.
Joyce Sullivan, Mount Vernon Enola School District.
Alfred Hogan, Superintendent of Schools at Osceola School District.
Brayden. Ananda. Callie. And Kinley.
Cold gray day in the Ozarks, fireworks burning, sending out sparks, racing across a wetter sky. I always get this feeling, comes around this special season, Arkansas at Christmas time. Soon the family will gather. It's great to be together. Oh, how I miss my mother father. The smell of country cooking. Don't go too far looking, 'cause the best is Christmas time in Arkansas. The snow is dancing off the pine. It's a natural state of mind. It's family, it's sharing without friends. You need only follow your heart, right back to the start. To Christmas time in Arkansas again. There's no place to be like this old house on Christmas Eve. As sunlight dims across the Ozark sky. A cold north winds are blowing with Within these walls, our family showing its love for Arkansas and Christmas time. The snow is dancing off the pines. It's a natural state of mind. It's family, it's sharing with our friends. You need only follow your heart, right back to the start, to Christmas time in Arkansas again. No matter how far you roam, your heart will lead you home, to Christmas time in Arkansas again.
And that's why we all get up every day, right? Okay, before we start on the consent agenda, we have a change on number 5 on the consent agenda has been pulled. Are there any other changes?
Not changes, but I have some things in the
Yes,
consent.
right,
Okay.
okay. No other changes, let's see what we have as far as things you want to speak about or ask questions or pull. I'll start with you, Mr. Peckron, do you have anything this time?
No.
Okay, Ms. Newton?
Number 6 on the consent, and then under item 13 on the consent, number 20 and 56.
Okay. Ms. Chambers? Ms. Dean? Is Mr. or Dr. Hill on the phone yet? I know he was
Yes, I
going to.
am.
Okay, do you
Yes,
have
I
anything
am.
on the agenda you need to pull?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. McFettridge? Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore?
14 and 18, if those districts are on the line.
Okay, we will, and I have some questions on the 1240s as well. We'll start with you, Ms. Newton.
I would like number 6 pulled off the consent and put on the action agenda next month.
Mr. James, are you making note of that? We got that. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
And then under number 13,
Yes.
item number 20 and 56, I just need a little bit more information. On number 20, I didn't know if students would be going into homes alone because it did not specify whether it was going to be in a facility or if it was going to be in homes. And then on number 56, I was a little concerned because the people that would be dealing with students had not undergone background checks.
Okay, I think what we will do with those is, you've stated your questions, and Mr. Coy, and they will get with you and see if they can clarify that stuff for you, and then that's what we'll, it seemed to work out well the last time we did that.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I don't have
So-
any problems with that.
Okay. And number 13, is that correct? Was that you?
That was me, yeah.
Okay. All right, and that's the only one there, and those were all of yours?
Yes.
Okay, and then Dr. Moore?
Yes. Is Monticello School District on the line?
Monticello, are you on the line? Are you on the line and on mute? Ms. McLaughlin, do you know? Okay. Tiffany, when they were checking in a while ago, do you remember Monticello? Okay.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and say, but if they come on, or Monticello and Osceola, if Osceola is on the line.
Osceola, are you on
Yes.
the line?
Oathfield is on the line.
All right, thanks.
Okay, my questions are the same for both of you, in which, using Act 1240 waivers, you have hired teachers within your district, and it looks like some of those teachers are not yet on a pathway for licensure, and that might not be correct, but based on the information we have. Are your teachers on that pathway for licensure, and are they receiving the necessary support and training as they're teaching in your classrooms?
Yes, all teachers are on the line to receive full certification. They're with various colleges and the Arkansas Teacher Corps, MAT, and then the ALPS program, and then they also do the co-op at Crowlers Ridge College. And we have a meeting every 9 weeks to update and work with each person individually in our group meeting to see where they are, and they respond in writing and to let us know where they are, and we try to keep on track as far as honoring this waiver and to show the State Department that it is a value asset to those fellow school districts that's been the heart of the Delta and hard to recruit and find teachers.
That's great to hear that you all are meeting with them and working with them. What is that? Is that support from the co-op? What does that look like?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's through the co-op, and then each person is lined up with an individual program that they're trying to get certified by taking the test, and they're working on practice tests, and they're buying materials and working with materials to take the practice test to proceed.
That's great. Thank you. Those are all my questions for them.
Okay,
All right,
and,
thank you.
okay, I know Monticello's not on the line. Is Nashville on the line?
Yes, Nashville's here.
Okay, Nashville and Osceola, I have similar questions for the two of you. I don't know if your website for your identification and service of students with dyslexia has been updated, but both of you have a very small percentage relative to what you would expect for service. So are those up to date, and can you help me understand what screener you used or what the low percentage is?
Yes, Osceola, we're online, we are up to date, and we should have everybody identified from kindergarten up to high school, but we concentrated mostly on the early grades when the dyslexia program first started. Chairman, Rector, Ms. Chantel Raper, and Special Ed Supervisor, along with the principals, worked diligently with the teachers to try to identify in an early stage to serve the needs of the kids, even when they transfer in or, move into the district.
Okay. Just the low percentage, so that percentage you're saying probably just reflects the K1 and 2 screeners?
Yes, on the early stages, because of the emphasis that we put out several years ago on the beginning of it, we're trying to do things in preschool and kindergarten to identify them early and to help to help work with them and eliminate some of the deficiencies that they have as barriers when they get in the first, second, third, fourth grade.
Okay, thank you. And Nashville, what say you?
All right, yes, we are up to date. Your question about the number?
It shows that you're serving 5% of your 1,921 students. That typically is, the percentage would probably be more between 10 and plus percent, 12, maybe up to 20%, depending on the individual school. But 5% does in fact seem very low.
Yes, ma'am. We're in the process this year of screening more of our kids, those new kids that come in.
Okay.
But that is correct with what we have on our record.
Okay, all right. So I know it's, the people have been slow getting started on screening the 3rd through 12th graders, so I encourage you to work with the department. They've got some great people to give you some good info. Okay, and then
Yes,
back
ma'am.
on number 4, Ms. Jacks, I wonder, is there any way the information you put into the computer for us to look at could be turned, because it comes across like this, and do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, so I think it's the feed, because whenever I turn my computer to get it to be the right way, it just keeps flipping, so. Okay, thank you, a housekeeping kind of matter. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Ms. McFetrich,
With the
second.
exception of number 6.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, I skipped that one, my bad. With the exception of number 6, yes. Okay, sorry. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and I have a statement that I need to read. Okay. As we start the action agenda, we'll read this morning, and then we will read it again this afternoon. The Arkansas State Board of Education welcomes public comment. Public comment enables the state board to learn the thoughts of the public and other education stakeholders. However, the public comment period is not a time to ask questions to the state board, to single out a particular member or members for ridicule or harassment, or to disrupt the state board's proceedings. Members of the public may not speak unless they are recognized by the chair. If it becomes necessary to maintain order, individuals may be removed from the auditorium. In the event that the state board is unable to conduct business due to disruption by the public, the auditorium will be cleared of all persons except ADE, Division of Secondary and Elementary Education staff, and members of the media. In the unlikely event that this becomes necessary, the public may view the meeting via live stream from the lobby of the Archford Education Building or in the overflow room down the hallway from the lobby. Concerning agenda item Roman numeral 7B9, Little Rock School District reconstitution, the following procedure will be followed. The state board will discuss matters related to this item, which may include but are not limited to the discussion points listed on the state board agenda. Following this discussion, public comment will be accepted. Individuals making public comment may do so upon being recognized by the chair. Each commenter will be limited to 3 minutes unless the chair allows otherwise. Repetitive presentations may be restricted by the chair. Following this opportunity for public comment, the state board may take action concerning any of these matters discussed. Okay, first item on the agenda, of the action agenda, is a resolution by the Arkansas School Boards Association. That's you, Dan. We did get to you before you had to leave. They've got their state school boards association meeting going on yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. Am I to read it, or?
I'll read it. Thank you. If you want to preface it any, Mr. Jordan?
Well, I would say that, again, I'm here because our executive director is at a family funeral, and we are very pleased that the state board recognizes the school board members, the elected officials that aren't compensated to come and actually be basically provide the service because they care about schools and public schools and charter schools in our state. And we're very pleased that you've chosen to recognize them. And I'm pleased to represent ASBA to be here to accept whatever you're about to share.
And we are pleased to have Ms. McFetridge, who was a local school board member for 27 years in the Springdale School District, and I understand she was recognized maybe a couple of times by your organization as an outstanding member.
Yes, ma'am, she was.
So just before I read the resolution, I would like to express appreciation of the division for the strengthened partnership that we've had over the last several years with ASBA. This is the second year that we at the division have been invited to participate in the regional board member meetings, and we have been able to communicate a lot of information about the Every Student Succeeds Act, the tools, data tools that we have, and really appreciate the invitation and the willingness by the ASBA to let us participate in those sessions. Arkansas State Board of Education resolution, whereas more than 478,000 students attend public and charter schools in Arkansas, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education acknowledges the importance of public education and its impact on our communities today and in the future, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes the vital role of more than 1,500 elected local school board members who establish the mission and direction for their local school districts and approve policies to guide their school systems, and whereas school board members must make key decisions regarding the curriculum, instruction, finance, and facilities of our public schools, and whereas school board members employ and evaluate the superintendent who has the daily responsibility for the operation of the school district, and whereas school board members must participate in professional development every year in order to enhance their knowledge and skills related to their responsibilities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes and salutes the members of local boards of education by proclaiming the month of January 2020 as Arkansas School Board Member Recognition Month. Motion to adopt.
Do you have a motion to adopt this resolution? Okay. Moved by Mr. Williamson, second by Mr. Peckron. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. If you'll wait just a second, we'd like to get a picture.
Thank you.
Okay. 12.
Hello.
We deliberately changed so y'all didn't have to always move. You anticipated, that's all right. We didn't tell you, that's all right. Okay, next we have the recognitions of the History Teacher of the Year and Jessica Brown.
Hi, I'm Melissa Starkey with Learning Services, and I'm excited to be able to present this award today. A little bit about it. The Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History is a nonprofit organization whose primary goal is to improve history education. Started in 2004, the History Teacher of the Year Award highlights the crucial importance of history education by honoring exceptional American history teachers from elementary school through high school. The award honors one K-12 teacher from each state, the District of Columbia, Department of Defense schools, and U.S. territories. This year's winner for Arkansas is Ms. Jessica Brown. Jessica Brown has been a teacher at Parker's Chapel High School for the past 13 years. She currently teaches psychology, AP U.S. History, and AP Psychology. She recently participated in the Arkansas Declaration of Learning program through the U.S. Department of State. The program places primary source documents in the hands of teachers so that they can create source-based lessons tied to a civic engagement project. And as her student civic engagement project, they produced a documentary on the Japanese internment camps in Arkansas entitled Forgetting Ourselves, which if you would like to see, I can send you a link to it. It's amazing. You would love it. You should pass it on. It's great. They've also taken on many civic engagement projects around the school, such as the creation of a future community garden and outdoor classroom for their campus. In addition, she's also the director of her high school's Makerspace, a lab where students go to create projects for their classes using a variety of techniques, such as 3D modeling and printing, textile manufacture, graphic design, sewing and embroidery, robotics, videography, and drone piloting. As an Arkansas Gilder Lehrman History Teacher of the Year, Ms. Brown will receive a $1,000 honorarium, and her school library will receive a core archive of history books and educational materials from the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. Ms. Brown will also be invited to a 2020 Gilder Lehrman Teacher Seminar, a week-long program which offers teachers daily discussions with eminent historians, visits to historic sites, and hands-on work with primary sources in different locations across the United States. So I'd like to congratulate Ms. Brown and thank her for her hard work and dedication to her students.
I just want to say thank you for the support that this body has showed me, and that Ms. Starkey and her department and Cassandra Barnett have shown me. And I love my students, so thank you for this honor.
If you'll wait right there. Next, we have a recognition of the Superintendent of the Year. Oh, there's Dr. Abernathy. I knew I saw him earlier. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. Thank you for letting us present this honor to one of our superintendents, and it is certainly an honor to be selected among his peers as the Superintendent of the Year. So Benny Weston, who's superintendent of Meehan, actually he's been superintendent for over 20 years. So I'm not going to say he's old. I'm just going to say he's a veteran superintendent in the state of Arkansas. But this award is actually a national award that is operated by the National AASA, which recognizes superintendents across the nation. And it's selected on leadership, communication, community service, and then his affiliation with his school leadership at the local level. So Mr. Weston serves on several of our committees. He actually serves on the Commissioner's Advisory Committee as well, serves on the AAA Committee, serves as president of Rural Ed, so you can obviously see he's very much involved and engaged, which is what we need. Because as you mentioned earlier, what it's about was what we saw first of this meeting, it's about the kids. Right. And when I think of Superintendent of the Year, I want those that put kids first, and Benny Weston does. So I would like to introduce to you the 2020 Arkansas Superintendent Benny Weston, who will be representing the state in the National Conference in San Diego in February. So please welcome Mr. Weston.
Thank you very much. It was quite a surprise when it was announced, and had the opportunity to have my family come and be present, and Richard and then several other former superintendents of the year. It was just quite an honor, and I appreciate you for recognizing that today. Thank you.
I think, and I want to thank you personally for, I know how your district and your board worked with the homeschool people in MENA and to work all of that, and I think that's what it's all about for kids collaboration. So thank you for that. If you'll wait just a minute, we'll make our way down.
And just to say, Mr. Weston Benny is just one of the steadiest hands at the helm of a district that I've seen, and been just a great resource for me and for my team just to call on when issues come up. So couldn't think of a better choice, Dr. Abernathy, for the organization to choose this year, and best wishes for you as you go on to the national. Maybe this will be the year that Arkansas gets one again. So,
thank you. You're awful kind.
We have our, these don't require votes, right? These that we're doing right now?
recognition.
Okay, they're just recognitions, okay. The presidential awards, and, okay, there you are. I lost you for a minute.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Michelle Snyder. I am the Science Program Coordinator in the STEM Curriculum Support Division. This is very exciting. This is actually becoming an annual event for us to celebrate the excellent STEM teachers in the state of Arkansas. This award is the highest that we award to STEM teachers here in Arkansas. That is a selection committee of Arkansas educators. And then these finalists go on to a separate national selection committee coordinated by the National Science Foundation, and then our awardees are selected. So I'd first like to acknowledge the 4 2019 state finalists. Carrie Beach is the science state finalist, and she represents Bentonville School District. So come on down. Next, Mary Hatch is the other Science State finalist from Harrison School District. Next are the two math finalists. Kara Lefinski is the Mathematics State finalist from Episcopal Collegiate. And Melody Murray is the other Mathematics State finalist from Pocahontas School District. Great, thank you. Thank you so much.
If any of you would like to say something, that would be great. If not, we would like to get a picture with you, if that's okay.
Okay. Sure. All right.
We're gonna do 2 more.
So we'll come back for pictures at the end. How about that? Okay. Our next two Arkansas teachers were selected by the White House and honored in October for the 2017 national awardees. Corey Bobby was the Mathematics National Awardee, and he represented Benton School District at the time of his award. The Science National Awardee for 2017 is Tiffany Taylor. She represents Rogers School District. Thank you.
We'll bring you back up in just a minute. All right.
We'll bring you back up in a minute.
We would not
Okay.
want to take a chance on not taking the picture of you.
Thank you. The two 2018 national awardees, Anna Shaw was the Mathematics National Awardees representing Springdale School District. And Sherry DeSoto is the Science National Awardee representing Fayetteville School District. All right, thank you.
Test Kevin's skills and how many people he can get in a picture. Come on down. Who knew that being board chair would be an aerobic exercise?
I also want to thank you again, and if you know a excellent STEM teacher, this is a current K-6 cycle, nominate that teacher for the Presidential Award. Thank you.
All right, great. Now, next is the Taylor Dugan Show. Ms. Freno?
Thank you, Ms. Lori Freno, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. This is an appeal of an ethics hearing subcommittee's recommendation that Sonny Miller's educator's license be suspended for 2 years. Ms. Miller is here, sitting in the front row, as well as her attorney, Jeff Rosenzweig. And Taylor Dugan will be representing the Professional Licensure Standards Board. And if I may, I'll go over the procedures at this time.
Please.
First, Ms.
Ms.
Miller.
Freno, pull
Yes.
that microphone up just a little
I'm
bit,
sorry.
it's tilted in a little bit too much.
I'm usually pretty good at that. I'm kind of a showboat.
That's okay.
First, Ms. Miller will take will have an opportunity to make a statement of up to 10 minutes. And then Mr. Dugan will likewise have 10 minutes. The chair at her discretion can give more time if she deems appropriate. The board may ask questions at any time during the proceedings to the educator, the attorneys, or to the PLSB investigators. Testimony of non-lawyers must be under oath. Following the hearing, the State Board will have to make 3 decisions. And the first will be making findings of fact. And what that means is that you will need to determine whether you agree with the Ethics Subcommittee's decision concerning the facts of this case. Second, if you agree with the underlying facts, you'll next need to determine whether, based upon those facts, Ms. Miller violated standards 1, 2, or 4, or any combination thereof of the Code of Ethics for Arkansas educators. And third, if you find that there was a violation, then you will decide whether you agree with the sanction that was imposed by the Professional Licensure Standards Board, which again was a 2-year suspension of her teaching license. If you do not agree with the decision, you may modify it. And as you're going through these questions, it's best if you do this in 3 separate motions, 1 for findings of fact, 1 for conclusion of law, and 1 for sanctions. And unless you have any questions, I'll turn the floor over at this point to Mr. Rosenzweig, who is Ms. Miller's attorney.
Okay. Will your client be testifying? Yes, sir. Okay, would you please stand? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may proceed.
Members of the board, I'm Jeff Rosenzweig. I'm a lawyer here in Little Rock, and I represent Sonny Miller, who is going to testify in a minute. In summary, we're going to ask the board to significantly modify or dismiss the proposed sanction, or it would be also proper for the board to remand it back to the committee for another hearing with proper definitions. If you have had a chance to read the materials, you will find that the allegations are of inappropriate music, inappropriate this, inappropriate that, and we repeatedly asked the department, asked the board to define what they meant by inappropriate, which can run the gamut of anything from bad table manners to a crime. And they explicitly refused to identify, to assign any sort of definition to it. We don't know what they thought inappropriate was. We don't know if they all assigned individual definitions to it. My friend, Mr. Dugan, and he is a friend, came up with a definition which is, if I can use the term inappropriate, which is, I know it when I see it, which is a term from a concurring opinion of Justice Stewart with regard to pornography a number of years ago, and it is simply not an adequate definition, so we would be fine with the board remanding it back for a hearing with a definition, or instructing them to come up with a definition so that we could we could know exactly what it is that she is accused of. In the hearing, they adopted, appeared to adopt, we said they adopted certain quote, findings from the, that had been just previously in writing. And I point out in my brief that with regard to those findings, they were merely a recitation that someone said this, someone said that, not necessarily a finding that it was true. But if we're going to deal with the merits of this thing, and Ms. Miller will deal extensively in her testimony here, what she had, what she was faced with was a very difficult, hard-to-reach population. She was a teacher at the alternative school in Hot Springs with a population full of professed gang members, full of people who were on release from DYS, all of whom had had serious disciplinary problems. She was trying to reach them. She was trying to be more than a babysitter, be more than a security guard. And consequently, because of those things, she thought at all times that she was doing the right thing in attempting to reach this particular population. And for instance, she thought that maybe they would listen to music that was more of their the genre that they liked, but she wanted to avoid inappropriate words or curse words, that type of thing. And so if something, she looked for the clean version, but if something sounded bad, she moved on to the next thing and shut it off. This actually was established in the hearing that there were 8 songs played in a 2-minute period. Some of the allegations were simply false, and she disputes them entirely of anything involving touching. They had to wand the students with metal detectors to get into the school. That's obviously a situation different from a lot of other schools. She explicitly denies doing anything wrong in that regard. With the use of the word chocolate, she did not use that term. The term was used in her presence, and at that time she just sort of nodded along. I believe you have received a number of character letters, and I have copies here if the board would like to see them. I understand Mr. Dugan did forward them to you. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Miller, and she'll will explain herself and answer any questions that you have.
Good morning.
You may want to pull it closer and say your name.
Good morning, I'm Sunny Miller. I'm a nervous wreck. I've been a teacher for over 10 years, and I've always worked with a difficult population. I've never been accused of anything like this before, and this happened 2 years ago. I have since been teaching. Some of the accusations are completely false. Some of them are have some truth but snowballed into something else when the kids heard it or thought that it was going to placate them not getting into trouble. The situation arose when 3 kids were about to get suspended for some behavior that week, and they got together and kind of came up with a list of things they thought would get them out of trouble and get me into trouble. Those kids have then been interviewed, and the one that said that I touched him inappropriately when I was wanting him in, when he was interviewed, said, no, that didn't happen. I've never been touched by her. She's never inappropriately touched me. We have cameras all in the school, and my principal at the time went back and reviewed the cameras and then stated later that he'd never found anything on the camera that indicated that I touched any of these kids or did anything wrong. The reference to me talking about my dating life and using the word chocolate, referring to African American males, was brought up by another student. It was right at the end of the bell, and they were discussing their preferences in dating, and they were talking about a particular young man that was African American, and said, "Miss Miller, do you think he's cute?" And I said, "Yeah, I guess he's a good-looking guy, I guess." I'm like, "Oh, Miss, have you ever dated a black guy before?" I said, "I've dated several different types of people, sure." And they just took that on and said, "Oh, Miss Miller, you like you some chocolate," and then just snowballed from there. And the class was dismissed right at that moment, and they went out into the common area, and I was out there, and they were talking to the other group of kids, talking about that. And I'm like, that's not what I said, but you know, I do date other people. I did at the time. I was married then. The part about playing the music, these kids came from a background that most of us, I don't know your backgrounds, so I'm not going to assume, but these kids came from various different backgrounds, and we were a computer-based school, and they were not allowed to get on their computers and listen to music, and so they would request that I would play it. They would request these songs. I don't know who half these people were that they would request, and so I would type it into YouTube. They couldn't see the videos. I had no idea what I was fixing to listen to. I type in the song, type in the clean version, and you know, if a song came on and I'm like, okay, that's too much, I would click on to another one. Oh, well, will you play this? So it was kind of like taking song requests to get them going so they could study. And like he said, you can see within the thing, within like just a couple of minutes, I played like 8 songs because I was like, that's not okay, that's not okay, that's not okay. I have never even had a write-up before this incident, and I haven't had one since. I'm a good teacher. I love my students. I'm a mother of 4, and I've never done anything in the classroom that I wouldn't want my own children's teachers not to do. I think that me losing my license would be a disservice to me and to my students now. I teach at Dunbar, and I'm the ESL coordinator there, and I teach special populations in math and science. And I love my kids, and each one of the kids that have said something against me in this case, I have seen just out and about. They've all hugged my neck. They have no idea what they had said or done has come to this. They've all asked me how I'm doing. We've talked about their future, and I've never said anything about, you know, what's going on now. I think they were just some kids that were confused and wanted to get out of trouble. And then here I am today.
Are you currently teaching?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a teacher at Dunbar.
At Dunbar still,
yes,
right.
ma'am, and I'm the ESL coordinator there.
Right.
I'm the math and science teacher there also. And last year I taught at Joe T. Robinson. I was a 7th grade pre-AP math teacher there.
Ms. Miller, have you learned anything from this and changed how you've dealt with your students?
Yeah, I have. You know, it's sad.
We have Kleenex.
I've definitely, thank you. I play no classroom music at all, not even holiday music. But I will tell you that it's sad because as a teacher and as a mother, when you see a child suffering or you see a child having a hard time, or you want to encourage them, the first thing you want to do is go and like pat them on the back, give them a hug, reassure them it's going to be okay, high five them. In the past year and a half, I have had to really like stand off and almost be like aloof when it comes to showing any kind of physical emotion towards my, physical touch towards my students, because I don't ever want anybody to think anything wrong. you know, and, you know, the connections that I've made, I have corrected, I don't work at the ALE population anymore, I work in the general population, I guess is what you could call it.
Does anyone else have a question? Mr. Dugan? We may call you back up.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, Mr. Rosenzweig is my friend too. And he did provide some letters of recommendation that I had provided to the board. I provided 4 letters, but I know Mr. Rosenzweig had more than 4. So I know he brought copies of them today. I was out of town the past 2 days, and so was not able to have access to the secure server to send those to y'all. But I did send those 4, but there are more for the board if Mr. Rosenzweig wouldn't mind passing those out. And Taylor Dugan, attorney for the Professional Licensure Standards Board, probably for about another month. So in this case, I am asking the board not to dismiss it, not to remain it back to the PLSB. I think some finality would be good for everyone involved, the PLSB and the educator. I know some of the reasons that Mr. Rosenzweig cited in the brief was that there was no ALJ, administrative law judge, over the hearing, but our rules do not require that to be something that has to be done in order to have the hearing. So Mr. Rosenzweig did ask the evidentiary hearing panel to define the term inappropriate, and I did say it is what it is. You know, it's hard to define, but what we had here in this case was we had 5 educators that were serving on the panel that heard the case. And so I would say that 5 educators hearing the case are in a better place to determine what is inappropriate. And so just to go through, since the board today, if they do determine that there was an ethics violation from reading the record, what are those findings of fact going to be? And so as I pointed out in the PLSB's brief, I tied some facts from the transcript that were actual witness testimony, direct evidence, that there was what could be argued as inappropriate music, inappropriate photos, and also inappropriate comments. I will concede the fact that there was not any direct evidence as far as inappropriate touching of students. It was all hearsay evidence. Even though hearsay evidence is admissible in an administrative proceeding, I did not have an actual witness that testified that they saw it themselves or were subject to it. However, so going through the first, because one of the allegations, the findings of fact from the lower panel is that Ms. Miller here made inappropriate comments. And so if you look on page, what would be 21 of the board's review packet, like I said, this is just some things that I put in here. Mr. Warden, who was her supervisor at the time, met with her to discuss these things, and his actual notes and the little signature page from Ms. Miller is on page 416 and page 417. So I would ask the board to look at that, because you could look at that as an admission by a party opponent. Mr. Warden was at the hearing, he testified, stated that he went through some of these allegations with her and ones that she stated yes or no to certain things. So educator made inappropriate comments. Testimony of Mr. Warden. On the second note, I remember this one because it was, I didn't understand it at first, but the accusation was that she had told the students that she had liked dark chocolate. She denied this, and she said that she had talked about dating black guys, was the exact quote, and that she did like black men, and that she never used those words that she liked dark chocolate. And I asked, so did he, after you talked with her about these things, did you show her the document of your notes? Yes, sir, I read the document back to her and asked her if it was accurate. She said it was accurate. I wanted to double check it because I had not dealt with a situation like this before, so I asked her to please read over it, and if it were accurate words, to please sign it. And so then I later asked, so she admitted to profaning the music? Yes, sir. She admitted to her preferences as far as men go, correct. So yes, there was no evidence from the hearing that she used the term dark chocolate, but there was evidence of the hearing of her talking about her dating preferences with the students. Going to the allegation of educator played inappropriate music. Just even the testimony today from Ms. Miller that she would play these songs for the students and that was blocked on the computer. I would argue that right there, you're playing music on your computer, school computer there, that is blocked for students. So I think that would fall into the allegation that she played inappropriate music. Testimony of Ms. Stratton at the hearing was, and from the cuss words, so I asked, and from the cuss words that you heard, because there's been a lot of discussion of what exactly is a cuss word, because also in this hearing, from reading the transcript, you saw we had to argue what exactly is a cuss word. Did you ever hear the F word? Yes. In the songs. And I know this is a tough thing to say, and especially in a setting like this, could you tell the panel in your own words what you would consider that you heard those words to be that were cuss words? For example, the A word. Yeah, there was the F word, D word, A word, and B word, I think, was one of them too. And so I would argue that those were some of the musics that were played, so that would fall under played inappropriate music. Again, a lot of this hearing went back on the definition of inappropriate. I think 5 educators can look at that and say, hey, this is inappropriate music to play in an educational setting. And I recognize Ms. Miller taught an ALE environment, and I never was a full-time ALE teacher, but did go into those classrooms in the 6 years that I taught, and always took a different approach of trying to build those relationships instead of, playing those music. Like I said, educator inappropriately touched student, there was no evidence at the hearing or direct evidence at the hearing that Ms. Miller engaged in any of that conduct. It was 100% hearsay evidence. Ms. Stratton testified that students had talked to her about it, but like I said, we did not have any students there to testify to that. And then finally, educators showed inappropriate photos to the students. I don't believe I heard Ms. Miller or Ms. Rosenzweig address that, but I'll just read through the testimony of Mr. Jeff Warden. The fourth one, going again off the list that he had when he met with Ms. Miller, talk about the allegations. The fourth one of the accusations that she was showing the students pictures on Facebook of a friend in a bikini that had some breast augmentation. And she said that the students asked if the boobs were real, and she said she didn't think so and redirected them. I believe the accusation, she also told me, and I remember, that it was not a bikini, it was in workout clothes. And I think it says she said that she had showed them the picture and was talking about how that was the reason she was working out, was because they were going to the beach, and that she had to keep up with her. She said that she did not initiate the conversation about being fake or not. And I asked, and so did she, after you talked to her about these things, did you show her the document of your notes? Yes, sir. I read the document back to her and asked her if it was accurate. She said it was accurate. I wanted to double check because I had not dealt with a situation like this before. So again, right there, that's direct evidence and admission by a party opponent. And then also the testimony of the educator. I pulled it up on my phone, and it was just this little thumbnail picture on Facebook on her page. And it's my friend doing this court reporter's note. The witness is flexing her right arm. She has a sports bra on. Wait, for the record, you're like flexing, okay, my guns. And she has a sports bra on, and she got high-waisted exercise shorts on. It's a side profile, and they're like, oh, wow, she looks really good. Well, by then, the boys had gotten interested, what we were talking about, and they're like, do you have any more pictures? I said, I don't know, so I swiped, and as soon as I swiped, there was a picture of her in a bikini. I'm like, okay, I turned the phone real quick because I had no idea what it was, So going off of this, again, educator inappropriate comments, that goes to what her talking about dating preferences in men. So if y'all looked at the transcript and determined that that was inappropriate, this board thinks it's inappropriate, I would say that violates standards 1 and 2. If this board looks at, was that sound, am I low on time? That shaking? Okay, 2 minutes, thank you, Secretary. And then secondly, the comment where educator played inappropriate music, I think that it was very well established at the hearing that there was cuss words in these music and what I think most reasonable people would determine to be cuss words. So I would think that would fall under standards 1 and 2 of the Code of Ethics. And then finally, showed inappropriate photos of students, just like I read to the board here. That was testimony from the actual hearing, from the educator herself, and from her supervisor who discussed these allegations with her. So I would argue that that, as an admission by a party opponent, being direct evidence of inappropriate comments, inappropriate pictures, and finally, inappropriate pictures, photos, comments, and music. And then finally, educator misused school computer. We just even heard today that when it was blocked on the student's computer, she would pull these up on her own computer. So I would argue that in best judgment is, if it's blocked on the student's computer, she probably not be looking it up on your computer. So I would ask that this board not dismiss the allegations, not remand it back to the PLSB for another hearing. If the board is leaning towards dismissing it, I would say that instead of remanding it back down for another hearing. And then third, I think that these 5 educators were able to determine what the word inappropriate is, and that this board itself does not have to define something that's not in rule or law, and that the evidentiary hearing panel didn't have to either. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start down here. Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore?
Yes, so The recommended training that was, has that been undergone yet, or that would be after this point?
Not to my understanding, because there has not been a final order on this action, but there are sometimes educators that kind of get a run on it, but to my understanding, no. Has Ms. Miller started the training? No, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore, excuse me.
Mr. Williamson?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McFettridge? Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers? Ms. Newton? Mr. Packron?
Mr. Dugan, I think I read somewhere in here that, you know, despite all the stuff that you've read from Mr. Warden, that overall he complimented the educator and said that she does a very good job. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Packron. Both Ms. Stratton, who was our other witness for the PLSB, and Mr. Warden said yes, they thought that she was a good educator. They even said it was difficult coming and having to testify.
Dr. Hill?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have any questions further for the teacher, her attorney, or Mr. Dugan?
Yes.
Mr. Packron?
Mr. Dugan's correct that it's for them. I think Mr. Dugan's correct that we didn't hear anything from your side about the photographs. Could you just address that briefly?
Ms. Miller is the appropriate person to address.
Sure.
The whole situation started with, once again, we have kind of lax time in between the class periods because I was the only teacher and they would rotate to their counselors and group sessions and counseling and stuff like that. So we were kind of having about a 5-minute downtime. I had 2 students that were mothers in my classroom, and they were talking about getting their physique back after having children. And being a mother of 4, we discussed, you know, going out and working out, and they were just like, I'm not motivated. And I said, well, this year I'm being motivated because I'm going on an all-girls trip to the beach with one of my girlfriends, and she works out a lot, and I'm going to be with her. And they were like, oh, okay. And I was like, well, and I showed them a picture. I was like, isn't she in great shape? She's, you know, in her 40s like I am. And they're like, yeah, she's in great shape. And she had on workout attire on her little Facebook picture. I was showing them on my phone. Well, of course, there's 15-year-old boys sitting right behind me when I'm talking to these girls about this. And one of the boys says, is there any more pictures? I had no idea because you couldn't really see my friend's face. So I just kind of swiped like we do when we show pictures. And her next picture was her in a bathing suit. And of course the boys, 15-year-old boys, all they see is boobs. And so they're starting, and okay, I'm sorry, whoops. And I, put the phone down, redirected them, let's get back on task, I'm sorry. And of course the next 3 questions out of their mouth were, those boobs, those real boobs, or those fake boobs? Let's move on. I don't, and just kind of stumbled around like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to show a picture of that. I wasn't trying to get that onto topic. I was talking about working out. And of course, once again, then they called for us to move and change classes. And, those boys went and talked, how they just saw a picture of boobs in the next class. And that's where that whole situation came up.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Someone ready for a motion? Ms. Newt?
Under findings of fact, I would like to make a motion that there were inappropriate comments made, inappropriate music played, inappropriate photos shown, and misuse of school computers.
Okay, we have a motion that there were findings of fact. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? Motion passes. Do we need to do that? Take a roll call? No, okay.
Make sure I had the right paper in front of me in case you did.
Okay, the second was based on the fact that she in fact violate 1, 2, was it, or 4?
1, 2, and 4.
Or 4, or 3?
That's correct, Madam Chair. It's 1, 2, and 4, and I probably should have said this in my presentation with the board. Like, usually I read those. Would it be helpful for the board, me reading?
Ms. Freno did.
She did,
so,
okay.
Yeah, based on the fact of the violation 1, 2, or 4, do you have a motion regard to conclusion?
I would move that the educator violated standards 1, 2, and 4.
Okay, so do I have a second? Second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor? Aye. And number 3, if you find that there was a violation and findings of fact, do you want to accept what the PLSB recommended, which is 2-year suspension, and I'm assuming there's a fine and
That's correct, complete sanction. Let me get back to my notes on that. It was a 2-year suspension with a fine of $400, and that she take recommended training coursework, and that's that recommended training coursework is on page 31 of 569 of the packet that I provided the board, because it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 trainings, excuse me.
Okay.
And I
thank
can
you.
read those out individually, or if you guys want the list.
I think I'll make a comment here. There are oftentimes teachers who are really good teachers who do a really good job, but perhaps they don't do it in every single classroom with every kind of situation. It is possible that a person could be a good teacher, but not good for this type of class. So that's the only comment I have to make before I hear a motion.
Yeah.
You had a comment. Go ahead.
I would just like for us to have a little bit of discussion. Just that based on the educators' recommendations from principals, and then where she's teaching now, and seemingly having good success where she's teaching now, I am leaning more toward a probation period rather than a suspension. But, I'm just kind of thinking what the rest of the board might be thinking about.
Yeah, I share all of those. I thought, especially given some of the things that we've given probation for in the past, to suspend this educator's license, in my opinion, would just be way over the top. I was thinking either a reprimand or a very 1-year probation at the most.
Okay, Ms. Chambers?
I agree. The sanction didn't seem to align with the circumstance, but needed counsel then on what our options were in terms of a lesser sanction.
Correct. So a probation, the board has the authority to, usually what we do is about a high-term probation is 3 years, low-term probation 1 year. The maximum fine with the probation under our rules is $250. And then any coursework or training that the board would see fit. Written reprimand, it's, they're not on probation, it's, how I'm defining written reprimand, but, don't do it again. And then its maximum is up to $100 fine. If the board wanted to impose a fine, the board does not have to impose a fine. Just probation, maximum $250, suspension or revocation, maximum $500, and then written reprimand up to $100.
Okay.
And the board also has letter of caution, and that's one where it's, again, it's kind of like a written reprimand, but there's no state board order.
Okay. Ms. McFettridge? Did you have any comments or, okay, want to weigh in? Mr. Williams? Dr. Moore? Ms. McAdoo? Okay, is someone ready with a motion? Yeah, I think I have a question. And you're teaching in a different district now. Okay, were they aware that you had issues going on that were in the process of being resolved? Okay, and there is no obligation on her part to inform them of that?
Correct. Until there's actually a state board order, the PLSB, the hearings, is all confidential up until it gets to this point.
Okay.
I would move for a 1-year probation.
And any fine or any reading or study?
The $250 fine and the recommended training that was in the prior order.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Newton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So, go forth and do better. I said, go forth and do better. And that's a hard kind of class to teach, but they do deserve good quality teachers, so, yes. Okay. That's all. Yeah, yeah. We good? Okay. The next case is Justin Charity Ruley.
Is Mr. Copeland here? Casey Copeland? All right, let me get my box.
I have that same file cabinet.
Madam Chair, before I discuss on this one, may I pass these out?
Sure. Thank you.
So Justin Chair, the reason I was asking if Mr. Copeland was here or if Ms. Ruley is here is this is an item that was originally pulled off at the September 12th state board meeting. It's one where the educator had used medication while she was on school and the kids had seen it. And so we brought it back in October, and then the board motioned for a full hearing on the issues. And so part of in the packet that I've handed to the board is I just wanted to show the board that I've been doing my due diligence as far as trying to work this stuff out. And so just want to go just kind of through a little timeline here. September 12, 2019, the state board pulled off the consent agenda and placed it on the October action agenda. So then on September 16th, Chastity Wagner, our legal assistant, emailed Mr. Copeland the state board hearing notice for the October meeting. Mr. Copeland inquiring, did we not send the agreement in on time? And I informed Mr. Copeland, I'm going to put together a little packet for the board and I will send it to you. Would you mind sending me stating a letter that y'all are in support and accept the recommendation? Because this is a case where the PLSB made an offer and the educator accepted that offer. And so then at the October board meeting, I argued, hey, could we go ahead and accept this recommendation from the PLSB? And the board motioned to have a full hearing on the issue. So then I followed up with Mr. Copeland. And Mr. Copeland responded to me on October 10th, 2019, that she may not want to mess with it. And so October 16th, I contacted Mr. Copeland, her attorney, and shared the board's concern that there was no evidence of any treatment or Ms. Ruley having a sponsor. The board voted to have a hearing on the case, but I was going to see if Ms. Ruley had any treatment or anything like that, something showing that she's doing well. Would this be something y'all could come down for the November board meeting, or we could do the December meeting? I think we could clear it up with something like that and not have to have a full hearing. Because I'll be honest, I was trying not to have a full hearing on it because I was thinking it could be one that could be worked out very easily. And so then I contacted Mr. Copeland on October 21st, just inquiring to him, trying to get a follow-up. And Mr. Copeland just responded that she was going to get me something from his client, but she hasn't done any formal substance abuse treatment. She just moved on, got a job with the federal government. And if I remember correctly from talking to Mr. Copeland, it's with the post office. She agreed to probation terms and thinks the state should stick to that agreement. And so I responded back, thanks, Casey. Wanted to get this cleared up and closed out, and I appreciate all your help. And then October 30th, followed up with him again, just following up. Then he let me know it's going to be on the November-December docket, and I let him know it's not on here yet. We were thinking December. I was waiting to hear from you before we scheduled it because I was waiting to see if he could get me some type of documentation because he said he was going to send me that. And so I let him know it's not on either, but we were thinking about, having it in December because there's been discussion maybe moving these to Friday. So finally I sent him a notice for today, and that's the notice that I provided on the first page of the docket, and it was delivered. And we also sent it to his client, and it was delivered either. And so I kind of feel like I'm at a standstill here with this, and so the original recommendation of this case was that it was a probation of license for 2 years, assessed a $250 fine, and that the educator complete those trainings and coursework, I do still ask the board to accept that recommendation just because the PLSB offered it and my clients did, the ethics subcommittee offered that, and then it was accepted. But I do think I've gone above and beyond as far as providing notices and letting them know that they have the right to a hearing, that they can attend this hearing, and that even in the notice that I put, that the board has the authority to make changes to that. And so that's what's the update on that case. And so like I am asking the board to accept that recommendation to help clear it out and close the case out. But I will say that I believe that I've provided adequate notice that, you know, if I needed to add in there that she needs to provide a letter from somebody like a professional, that should be, that would be fine, because like I said, I gave them notice more than once.
Do you have any comments or questions, Dr. Moore?
Did I hear you say that Ms. Ruley is no longer in a classroom?
That's correct. If I remember correctly, Mr. Copeland told me she's working for the post office.
So I guess my concern is that on the sanctioning matrix, if you are in standard 8 violation, the minimum says suspension with training.
I agree.
And this is probation, and so I think at the minimum we do some sort of suspension. Even though she's moved on, at some point you might want to return to the teaching profession, and so something so that if this person chooses to return, there's some sort of review before that point in time.
And that's correct. It does say that on that sanction matrix that, what we always tell, the subcommittee or evidentiary panelists, on that sanction matrix, that's the box you start in, and you talk yourself, in other directions. And if I remember correctly, Mr. James might correct on this, this is right at the very beginning of that sanction matrix we're using it. Because if you look, this is an early 2019 case number, and so it was before we were really hammering in on that sanctioning matrix. Is that correct, Mr. James? That's my understanding from it.
That makes sense, and I appreciate the hard work y'all do. I just think there doesn't seem to be any mitigating evidence that anything would change if this person was back in the classroom.
What are our options in terms of, I wouldn't want to do a 1-year suspension and then 2 years from now she reapplies and nothing's changed. Can we put conditions on the end of the suspension?
Yeah.
Such that if she wanted to go back in the classroom at some point in the future, that she would have to come forward with.
And I know what, the board has done in the past is require a letter, from a professional stating that she's fit. Because right now she's not in the classroom. She's, like I said, working in a federal job.
Anyone else?
This is very concerning to me, and concerning that probation does not seem appropriate.
Okay. Ms. Dean?
I would agree with all that's said. I would want to see some sort of proof that she has done some sort of counseling or done some sort of program around the substance abuse or something like that before she had an opportunity to get back into the classroom.
Someone want to formulate a motion?
I guess, can you suspend indefinitely until that point in time the person decides to re-engage in the system, and then a hearing would be held? Or?
I would suggest putting a time frame on it. I would. But, one of those conditions, just like we stated, if they don't comply with those conditions, they're still suspended. We just sent some notices out recently for folks that haven't paid their fine, and we send the notice out, hey, you're supposed to pay this fine within 90 days of the state board order. You haven't paid it. Your license is going to be suspended until you do. And then usually we'll bring it back up to you guys when they still don't pay it after that notice, ask you to suspend it even longer until they pay that fine. Because then it goes to being a licensure action if they're not completing their terms.
Okay. Another question I have, or a question I have is, if we change from what they thought we were going to do, which was probation, are we obligated to let them know that we are changing, so if they want?
Yes, ma'am. And so the reason why I'm saying the board has the authority that states because I provided them adequate notice, and I've provided them adequate notice twice. And as you see on the letter that I sent, her attorney and also sent to the educator, which were delivered. And that's why, if I could have that marked as PLSB Exhibit 1, Sharon, something like that, and wanted to show the board is that, I'm at a standstill here. I can't beg them to come. You know, I can't make them come down here, but I did give them notice, and I did tell them, and it's, as it says in the notice, to review the rules, but the state board has the final decision in the matter, and the recommended sanction could remain the same, be lowered, or be increased, or the matter could be dismissed. And so,
So they're well aware.
yeah, so they know that this could happen, and that's why, again, I want to enter that into the record. I can't make them come.
Okay, anybody want to formulate a motion?
So can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Following up on Dr. Moore's question, so if we put a time limit on it, say a 1 year suspension, but with conditions coming off it, and after a year, she hasn't met those conditions, is she still considered suspended?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. We wouldn't have to do any further action.
I think we do, though, don't we, Mr. James? We usually bring it as a licensure action. We usually send them a letter stating that, hey, you know, you haven't done this or paid your fine, and but we wouldn't clear them out on L's or anything like that, or lift that suspension. So when they tried to apply, it would still come up as suspended. So when they went to renew their license, we would let them know that, hey, you know, you haven't complied with this part, you haven't provided this letter, or you haven't paid your fine.
So based on what we've said, if you could help me with the wording, my motion would be a recommendation, a 1 year suspension with a required letter from, I don't know who the appropriate medical person would be, that indicates this individual is not currently involved in any type of substance abuse.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That right there in and of itself.
I wonder if we needed an open-ended, that the license is suspended until such and such, because right now you're suspended a year and she's not even teaching, so that.
But yeah,
Can you do that, the license suspended until she meets this criteria?
it will be, yeah, because again, like I said, when she comes to, if we suspend her license, and then when she comes to reinstate her license in a year, and if she hasn't provided that letter, then we don't have the authority to lift, like Mr. James, myself, don't have the authority to lift that because they did not comply with the terms of their suspension.
My question is, okay, let's do some thinking ahead. If she provides this letter and we have a 1 year suspension, and then next year she goes back to the classroom with a letter, are there going to be any follow up, maybe a probation period or anything like that? Because before we were on probation for 2 years, but if we do a suspension and she provides a letter, then am I thinking correctly that it would be over?
That's correct. It would be if it's been 1 year and she's complied with the terms of her suspension and provide that letter, then there would not be. Yeah, it's done.
Can
and
we
that's
do a
what's
suspension followed by a probation?
What I would recommend in that situation is, you know, we could put 1 year suspension, you know, kind of like we did with that gentleman, I can't remember his name, but that we put in the order that the board can reassess or something after a year, or maybe it was Miss Odom's case. Yes, it was that one where y'all lowered it from revocation to a 1 year suspension, but on the condition that, you know, she do these things and that the board will still have the authority to.
I think there was a year follow-up at her cost or her expense.
Correct.
There would be periodic checking.
And we had another case where the educator had to, whoever he was working for, had to, I think, every semester provide a letter that, you know, they were, you know, doing the appropriate things. So that was another way that we had handled it once before.
Can you help us distill that? So
Yeah,
is it
definitely. So, for example, going off Ms. Chambers, you know, recommendation of a probation of a suspension for the term of 1 year, and that she provide a letter from a licensed healthcare professional that she has current fitness to return to the classroom, and that she that the board, she has not met this condition, the board will reassess, you know, where she's at. Something, I know that's not the most fine way of saying it. But
My concern is if she gets this letter from a professional and then just goes, you know, back into the classroom with no oversight, then we fall back into bad habits.
I think it's a suspension of a year, a letter, followed by a year of periodic, and I forget what the wording is, but at her own expense, she would be tested.
Okay.
By a licensed professional. But, so that would be a year suspension with a year follow-up. Is that adequate?
Yeah, I think so.
And,
Because that year would run from whenever her license is reinstated, regardless. of
Correct.
It's a year or 5 years.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Mr. Peckron. Yeah, 1 year from the time of the end of the suspension, and
Right.
that she, at her own expense, have random drug testing once every 3 months, something of that long. Okay.
And then the letter from her supervisor every semester.
Yeah, that would,
And a letter from her supervisor every semester.
for that 1 year.
That is a very long motion.
Does somebody understand what the motion was without us having to repeat it? Do I have a second? Second by Ms. Dean, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
So I believe the next one, Madam Chair, is Ms. Brooke Nicole Dunnigan. And Ms. Dunnigan is here. She was here. Come on up, Ms. Dunnigan.
I have Mr. Anthony next.
Is Mr. Anthony first on the agenda?
I have it as number 7.
So we're gonna move, Ms. Dunnigan, you're next after Mr. Anthony. So Mr. Anthony is a case that was pulled last month by Mr. Peckron. And in that case, what the Ethics Subcommittee had been recommending was a suspension of license for 3 years and also assess a $500 fine and require the educator to complete treatment. And so I started really, sent notice to, Mr. Anthony and Mr. Mark Hampton, his attorney. And I started looking, really more into the case because this is one that there was not a hearing. And so I found the sentencing order, and that's what I sent to the board a few days ago, the sentencing order where Mr. Anthony had signed his plea statement. So that's what happens when you sit down with your defense attorney and you go through every little thing. This is the charge. This is how much punishment that this person can get. And they had initialed, Mr. Anthony had initialed by it that he was going to surrender his Arkansas license. And then when the court entered its final order on the case, that he was going to surrender his Arkansas teaching license. And I brought copies of those things that I'm going to pass out to the board if I may. This is the sentencing order from the circuit court down there in Union County. You got that? Does anybody need copies of this? I did provide it to the board, to the secure server. And so usually, I come here and argue on behalf of my client, the PLSB, asking the board to please accept the recommendations of the PLSB. But after I found this, he made an agreement with the court that he's to surrender his license. And Arkansas law, although it does not provide a surrender of license, we do provide revocation. So once I found this, I did email this to Mr. Hampton, Mr. Anthony's attorney, and I was out of town yesterday, but Mr. Hampton did call me, and so I just want to make sure, get on the record, because one thing that's very important to me is making sure that people have adequate notice and they know what's going on. And so
He had notice of the hearing today.
So he had notice of the hearing, and I'm going to enter that as an exhibit here for Sharon also. And then also, I burned a copy of this voicemail on the disc. That's just Mr. Hampton saying he's waiving his appearance today. But if I can get it to play for the board.
Mark Hampton, just letting you know, my client is declining to appear at tomorrow's hearing. His attitude is y'all are going to do what you're going to do, and so we will not be attending. You can send me a copy of the order once it's entered. Have a good day, sir. If you need me, call me 376-6277. Thanks.
And so I have, Sharon, what I'm going to mark is PLSB 2, and it's going to be a copy of the notice that I sent to Mr. Anthony, the actual educator, and then also the tracking number showing that was delivered. I redacted out, his address and those things, and also my email to Mr. Hampton about the hearing. Just wanted to show that I did provide adequate notice, and I let him know in the notice that, the board's recommendation today can be lowered, can be lowered, raised, dismissed, all those things, and so I'm gonna mark this.
Since we asked you to pull this from November off the consent agenda to December, and we are not asking for a full hearing today, do you need a motion on this item?
So what I would ask, again, you know, we did provide adequate notice of what's going on here today, and originally I was going to argue that accept the 3 years, but after I found that of his sentencing order, and also, you know, just hearing Mr. Hampton's voicemail there, that I think we've complied with due process, and so I would ask this board, like I said, the court ordered him to surrender his teaching license. There is nothing in Arkansas law, but there is revocation, so I'm asking the board to revoke Mr. Anthony's license.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Pecron, second by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And Sharon, I'm also going to attach the sentencing order and last one we have is Ms. Dunnigan here, and Ms. Dunnigan's case was on the November consent agenda, and I believe it was Dr. Moore that pulled it. Let me get back to her case. Now, this is one that also did not have a hearing, and so if the board was wanting to do something separate than the 1-year suspension, then she would need a hearing. I mean, she is here today. If she doesn't agree to whatever is offered, we'd have to give her the opportunity to have a hearing. And so we would send it back to the evidentiary hearing panel, and we get our witnesses there and try to, you know, prove the case. In this case, Ms. Dunnigan was represented by Mr. John Walker throughout the process. As I know the board is familiar with, Mr. Walker passed away. I spoke with Ms. Dunnigan this Monday, and I let her know that I'm not her attorney, that I do not represent her, but it sounded like to me, Ms. Dunnigan, that you still have concerns about this case and you might want to withdraw that acceptance. And so I let her know that there has not been a final state board order, so she is available to withdraw that acceptance and ask for a hearing on that. I'm arguing on behalf of my client that the 1-year suspension is appropriate in this case. I think after reviewing the case and looking at the report that, you know, for example, I know it talks about the pictures, you know, state police scrubbed the phones, couldn't find a picture, so we would be going just 100% off of student testimony. And, you know, Ms. Dunnigan denies some of the allegations in there too, so it would become of who do you believe more, you know, this person or this person. And so I think, looking at the evidence from the report, that the 1-year suspension is a good offer for the PLSB, and I'm asking the board to accept it. But again, when I spoke with Ms. Dunnigan, she might not want to accept that anymore because she was going off the advice of her counsel that has since passed away. And so, Ms. Dunnigan, is there anything you want to add as far as that? I just want to let the board know that I did discuss with her that she does have the ability to withdraw that.
So you're saying that PLSB has not heard her case?
Correct. This was one that was pulled off the consent agenda last month. It was the ethics subcommittee reviewed the file, made a recommendation, sent that recommendation to Mr. John Walker, her attorney, and then Mr. Walker sent us back the acceptance of the 1-year suspension. And so now she doesn't have an attorney anymore because her attorney passed away. And so, but she did contact the PLSB once Mr. Walker passed away and said that she wanted all correspondence and things like that sent to her. And so I let her know that I was going to be arguing to the board to accept the PLSB's recommendation. But when I spoke with her, it sounded like you might have wanted a hearing, and I just wanted to let her know that she still has that option.
If she wants a hearing, does it go to the PLSB for the hearing or come to us for the hearing?
I would say it goes to the PLSB for hearing because it will require student testimony, and so especially whenever I'm dealing with a student, you know, I want to be in that confidential setting, and so what we would do is remand it back to the PLSB for a hearing.
Ms. Dunnigan, was there anything you'd like to add? Has he summed it up accurately?
Yes, I'm okay with the consent of the 1-year probation. I didn't want to proceed with the hearing because I have daughters that are a part of this, and my mother's terminally ill. That's why she couldn't be here today. So I'm okay with that. I'm not teaching currently, so I'm okay with that. But if it goes any farther than that, then yes, I want to object.
So you said the word probation, and I think what he is saying is suspension.
Suspension for a year, yes.
Okay, yes, okay. Do any of you have any questions of either of you? If you have questions of Ms. Dunnigan, I need to put her under oath, otherwise, is someone ready for a motion?
I have questions of Mr. Dugan, if that's okay.
Okay.
So I guess I'm confused as to, so this suspension was determined by the ethics subcommittee.
Correct.
And they review just paper, they don't have testimony.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So the system over there at the PLSB is, there's two layers really. They have the ethics subcommittee, and that is made up of educators that they take the investigator's report and they review the report, and then they discuss it and make an offer to the educator, and that educator can accept that recommendation. If they do, then it comes to the state board, but we let them know that it's up to y'all's approval of that. If they reject it, then it goes to that evidentiary hearing level like Ms. Miller's case was today. This case only went to the ethics subcommittee. They had the report, they made the recommendation. Through her attorney, Mr. Walker, accepted that recommendation. So she has not had a hearing. And so if we were going to change the recommendation here, she's saying that she does want an attorney, or she does want a hearing on that. So what we would do is we'd go back to the PLSB evidentiary hearing level and have a full, blown hearing. And the evidentiary hearing committee could look at it and say, hey, we don't think there's enough evidence here, could dismiss it. They can do those things also. The other two cases that we had, even though they didn't have a hearing, is I provided them notice and said, do you want a hearing? You can have the opportunity to have a hearing. A, didn't respond, or as I played the voicemail, no, we don't want, that. So that's the difference between those. Well, I thought that's fine, but in this case, if it's something different, she would like a hearing.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around that, and in light of the previous hearing we just held that was a 2-year suspension in that case. I do have a question for Ms. Dunnigan, if you don't mind.
Okay, I need to put you under oath. If you'll raise your right hand.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you for coming today. So
Can you
this,
pause for a second?
Yes. I don't
Can you
need.
take a recess?
Okay.
Just for a second.
Okay.
I have a question I need to ask legal before we proceed.
Okay. We will do pause. If anybody needs a break. to order. Mr. Williamson will be back in shortly. Okay, Mr. Dugan, y'all all conferred?
Yeah, all
Can
had
you
a-
give me direction?
Had a little huddle. And so, Miss Dunnigan's attorney, passed away recently. And so swearing her in and having testimony and those types of things, think it'd be best that, if the board does not feel comfortable accepting the recommendation of the PLSB, then we move it so that way I can give proper notices out to her new attorney, because I know she just spoke with me and said that she had spoke with AEA, and if it doesn't go today, that she would like to discuss with them if there was any change to that recommendation. So I guess for today it's accept, or we can move it again so she can get representation.
Accept the one-year suspension.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Did it carry a fine with it, and did it carry any other PD?
It did, yes, ma'am. It was a suspension of license of 1 year, assessed a $400 fine, require the educator to complete the following coursework and readings, the Code of Ethics training, social media guidelines, digital citizen curricula, and then read 2 books and provide written statements on those.
And that's what she and her attorney accepted?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it was one of us that pulled it off of the November to decide today if we wanted to have a full hearing. So basically, what we're deciding today is whether we want to, now that we know more facts, whether or not we want to have a full hearing or accept the original ethics recommendation.
Correct, and it would be the PLSB to have that full hearing. It would go to the evidentiary hearing panel. Because like I said, in this case, it would require student testimony, but also they're the ones who handle the hearings. And that's a good thing, because just like the one y'all heard earlier, Sonny Miller's, that hearing was 6 hours long. So it's a good thing that we have the evidentiary hearing panel to hear these cases. But yes, ma'am.
Okay, so does the board understand exactly what it is we can and cannot do today? Okay, do I have a motion?
I move to accept the recommendation of the department.
Okay. And second?
Seconded.
Second, moved by Ms. Newton, second by Mr. Pequon. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is the approval of nominating for a new member to the PLSB board. And I'm so glad you came up here, because I forgot to mention under consent agenda that I guess this is your last meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, we wish you well, and
Thank
we will
you.
miss you, and
Thank
you've
you.
done a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm gonna miss everyone too, and I'm not gonna talk about it because I'll get emotional,
Oh, okay.
so. So anyway, but I'm here this morning, and Suzanne Bailey, Educator Effectiveness and Licensure Division for the last time. And, but anyway, we have a recommendation from the Arkansas Public School Resource Center to have a nomination for Ms. Luann Baroni. She is currently the Assistant Superintendent and Director of Communication for the Lease Academy Public Charter School. And this nomination comes from the Arkansas Public School Resource Center group.
Okay, I think many of us know her, and know her to be a quality person. Do you have a motion to accept this nomination?
Motion to accept.
Motion by Ms. McFettridge,
Second.
second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
You can-
Add something. Ms. Mazzilk, if I may.
Sure.
Mr. Dugan got out of here, and I forgot to mention this. He made a comment when he came up about that he was going to be the attorney for PLSB for about 1 more month. That does not mean he's leaving the agency. A couple of you kind of looked at me, and he has been pulling double duty. So he's actually been filling in, and he was referring to, we hope to have an attorney identified for that position on board within a month or so. So just to make sure that you all know that he is not leaving us.
Right. So Mr. James was doing this, and then Mr. Dugan was doing it, so.
Well, Mr. James is chief investigator.
Okay.
And so we have another role of PLSB attorney, and that's the role we're in the process of trying to fill right now.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. proposal for special ed resource licensure. Joan, will you identify yourself?
Still good morning. Joan Lunode, Educator Preparation Coordinator here at the department, and I've got just a few slides. I've pulled some of the data tables from the packet that you have in front of you and that was in the board agenda packet. So I'm here to present a proposal to add special education resource, a route for teachers in alternative preparation programs. And this conversation came about at the last special ed conference. Melissa Jackson and I presented to a group, and we were talking to the LEAs and special ed teachers, and they're still having struggles getting special ed teachers with content expertise. So getting secondary math teachers, science teachers, ELA, that have the content expertise and then can teach in these special ed resource rooms, not necessarily in self-contained. And so what we started looking at is where do we have a pool of teachers? We have the route, or we have the license with special ed resource, but we're not getting the numbers. Are we on? Mr. Dan? There we go. Thank you. So this is data that I shared with you in October showing you how through the years that we're still increasing in our enrollment overall in special ed programs. It's gone up every year. We attribute this to the broadening the number of options for special ed and then programs getting online and getting running. And so still continuing to go up. When we break it down by area, this is a survey that I do for enrollment data every fall. We can see all of our areas are going up with the exception of a special ed resource. So that's what we started talking about. What can we do to help feed people, get that pipeline going into that area? This is something that wasn't in your packet that I had that I know you'll always ask for. This is in Melissa's report, usually with the exception areas. So we got the totals for 18-19 of the number of long-term subs and the number of teachers on additional licensure plans. And when you add that up, we had 80 total teachers on some type of exception for the special ed resource area. And that is last year's data, and we only had 27 total enrolled in those programs. So what we're going to do now is we have that list. We can share it with our recruitment and retention facilitators at the co-ops to kind of go after these teachers to ask them if they want to be in a program, are they close to getting into a program, and so that we can focus our recruitment on them. We really think our problem has been maybe with the marketing of this resource license, because I talk to districts and a lot of them still don't know what's available. And so that's what hopefully this proposal and this plan can help do. So special ed resource, the current licensure requirements require a teacher to hold an elementary ed or a middle school or secondary ELA, math, or science. And then they can go through a program of study. We have quite a few approved in the state. It's a 12-hour program of study. It includes one course in what we call SPED 101. That's just an overview of special ed. It's the same one we use with our Master of Arts in Teaching. They take that before they go in the classroom. They also must pass the test before they go in the classroom, and then there's an additional 9 hours in special ed, and those additional 9 hours are aligned to competencies that we have developed.
Do you know if those, they've aligned and included the how to teach reading in those courses?
There is an awareness level for those courses, but there's not the proficiency level. If they're K-6 elementary ed, since they already have to have that elementary ed, they are going to come in already proficient. Yeah. And then if they go into a setting, then it's upon employment, then they will have to get to the proficiency level. Okay. This is a list of our alternative prep providers, and this includes our higher ed institutions with the Master of Arts in Teaching and then our non-higher ed. So all of those programs would be able to take advantage of this route. The last column there shows our institutions that have special ed resource programs approved. We have both graduate, undergraduate level. So, it gives candidates some options or teachers some options, and they could choose a program. One thing we're going to make sure is they can't pick and choose. If they choose to do Tech's 4 courses, they have to do all 4 courses at Tech. We have to do that because of competency alignment and so that they stick with one program. So again, for my office, this is going to be a marketing and a packaging it for these alt preps to get the word out. This is just one example. The Apple program does come out of my office, and so these are numbers that we have. So currently this semester, we would have 193 that would be in an area that could license in special ed resource. And we know from word of mouth that we have quite a few out there that would like to do this. Not only in the Apple program, but in a lot of our alt routes, we're seeing a lot of parapros and special ed parapros that want to go into teaching and get a license, and so they're coming through these alt routes. I've got one right now. He was a middle school parapro. He got into the Apple program. He's now teaching middle school math and science, and the teacher wants him in resource, but we can't allow that to happen. So, he would have to do that as a long-term sub. So right now, for this year, he's going to stay in that middle school science, and hopefully if we can get this, then he'll be one I know for next year.
I think my concern along the way has been so many times, particularly at the secondary level, that what you get is what we would be more like watered down or remedial. It really was not taking into account the student's handicap. And so I really hope the department will work with those institutions about exactly what courses they will be offering to avoid that. Because sometimes they just think it louder and slower is going to tell you what it takes, and that's in fact not true.
True, I agree.
So can I ask a question? This special ed resource license, if just suppose someone was their 712 certification was math, but then they go into the resource classroom, would they only be able to teach math, or are they going to be able to teach all the core different core
They
areas?
can only teach what their initial license is in with the resource.
So what would a K-6 person be able to?
K-6 is all four core, or all three core areas for a resource.
But they would be able to do a resource at that level?
Yes, ma'am.
And then 712 would be able to do their content area at the 712 level?
And then 4-8, we don't have a separate 4-8, so a 4-8 math teacher chooses to go up to 712 or down to K-6 just for their area that they're licensed
So
in.
if they went down to K-6, they would only be able to do math or whatever
Math
they had.
resource, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So this final slide, this is just kind of the proposal, and we're calling this a pilot because, we don't want to change the rules right now. That would give us 2 years or 2 to 3 years to our next rule change to do exactly what you're saying. What's working, what's not, how much do we need to change in the rules? So the big difference is we're going to allow a second area on a provisional license, and so it's not going to be special ed resource added to a standard, it would be added to that provisional license. One thing we're going to make sure of, all content areas have to be passed, no conditional enrollments. Sometimes our alt prep programs, especially with late hires, will allow our teachers to start the year. They can't get the provisional license, but they can start the year as a teacher until they get that test passed. But we're not going to allow this. We want to ensure that they have their content expertise. They must take and complete SPED 101 and then take and pass the test. The timing is good right now with December if we can get this approved with Apple and our MAT program as they start taking enrollments in the early spring semester. That would give those teachers a chance to possibly take that special ed class in the spring semester or summer one and give them a chance to take the test. We have very high rates of passing on that 53, 54, and we've got lots of supports for them too. So that is the proposal, and I'm open to any questions that you have.
Anyone have any questions? Dr. Moore?
As a pilot, is there a cap on the
Number of years.
of years and participants?
The plan is
or-
until the next rule change, and so that's why, our licensure rules are right now out for change, and so we didn't want to do that in midstream.
People are gathering up on you on the back. Dr. Beavers, Ms. Smith?
Thank you for letting us chime in too, and to kind of maybe help put your mind at ease. What we've seen is that when this licensure area was added, we've not had the participation with adding this resource, so that you've got really strong secondary math or science or English teachers that are able to serve students that have special needs. And what that does is that just continues to promote pulling those students aside, not really getting to those inclusive practices and into those environments where You have a really strong teacher that now understands how to address students with special needs and to really improve their educational opportunities. So we see this as a way that the barrier right now is with the provisional licenses. And so you're taking a teacher who's working through that provisional licensing process, and basically what you're saying is you can't add this even though you might be phenomenal. You just can't do it because your license is provisional, not standard yet. So we're going to go over here and hire somebody on a long-term sub to fulfill this role. And to me, what this does is this really gives us a chance, too, to really talk to schools about when you know you have issues with special education, but you've got the talent right there, what are the ways that you can go about encouraging a Miss Newton who, would be a phenomenal math teacher for any and every student? What are the ways we can do this and just not have limits on those who are working through that provisional licensure process? So it's really more about just opening up this pathway right now where we have a roadblock, and I don't think anybody really ever intended for that to be there. So
Yesterday, and I don't know the name of it, and you're going to have to help me out. They had some financial incentives for different areas that were high need. Is this one of the areas, if a teacher wanted to go back and add this to their license, would this be one of the ones that they could get reimbursement for?
it is, because there are two different ways they would qualify for one of the higher ed, either loan forgiveness or other financial benefits. It's either for a geographical shortage, if you're in a location where there's a geographical or a high economic need, or for content. So this would qualify as a content shortage.
And I really think that that's something that we need to do a really good job of getting the word to teachers that money is available and for reimbursement.
That's right, and I think that, and now shouldn't probably talk about it, but at the last legislative session there was a law passed to allow for alternatively licensed teachers. Am I correct about that? So there is legislation that has already opened that up, not just for your traditional routes, but your alternatives. So,
Ms. Smith?
I don't know if I have anything to add to that, so Stacy Smith, but really, I do think this is, when she said Miss Newton would be a great teacher, we've got great general ed teachers who are in high schools that can't teach resource classes or can't have a student in their classroom and it be counted as part of their resource. And if those teachers are willing to go back and do additional hours, and we as a state can provide incentive funds, and schools can start talking about inclusive practices so students have access to the best content teacher to be able to provide that, that's what we want. We don't want to pull them out and send them down the hall every time. And so half of the battle is about students having access to the best teacher. And so I think this is great work by Teacher Effectiveness and Joan, and being innovative, and definitely bigger conversations need to keep occurring within special education unit and teacher effectiveness, and funds, federal funds also, that can help support. So, good job.
Any other comments or questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, and the next is the
Thank you very much.
secondary courses, grades 11, 12. Kathy and Amy. Oh, it's Stacy, okay, sorry. Let me pause before you say this. I don't know who is here for item 13 and 14, so I don't know if we're not going to be able to get completely finished with the morning agenda before we break for lunch. So do we just want to take them in sequence with the charter decisions and then do the 1240s after, or any of the 1240 people here? Okay, let's deal with the 1240s before the charter decisions. Are there any of those people here? Oh, well. Okay. I'm not going to pick between my children. Okay, let me ask legal this. can we deal with the charter person that's here, and then deal with the 1240 person that's here, and deal with the others after? Can I split up agenda items? And it,
Lori Freno. Yeah, you can move agenda items around, but just don't forget that we also have number 12, which is the minimum school district size waiver.
Right.
And we have members from that school district.
no, I'm gonna deal with that. I was just wondering on the charter and the 1240, since the charter decisions is an item, and the 1240s are.
Yes,
but
sure,
I
you can move things around.
Okay, do I
Yes.
need a vote by the board?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're good. Does everybody understand? Okay. Now then, Ms. Smith, sorry.
Stacy Smith, Learning Services. So this is one of the most exciting things on your agenda today. And I want to appreciate Amy Counts and Sherry Thorne, who worked with literacy specialists across the states to make this happen. It's going to take me a minute to explain it, because every time I try to explain it to people, people look at me like you've lost your mind. We are submitting today semester courses for English 11, 12 credit. Okay, so we typically, you have year-long classes, 9th grade English, 10th grade English, 11th grade, 12th grade. And what we've done is we've taken 11th and 12th grade. Students are still required to have a full year's worth of courses, so there's still 4 semesters of credit that's required. But we've taken the standards and they tried to put them into courses that were more application. All right, so you see technical profession standards, you see communication standards, and you see standards for literature. They've taken the courses and they created a whole suite of semester courses. So for literature, you've got your U.S. history courses, cross-cultural literature, comparative literature, and film as literature. And so a school district can offer these semester courses that are aligned to the 11, 12 English standards for a credit for English. Okay, so a while back, we had the big conversation about journalism. So today you'll see on here a mass communications semester course that is aligned to the rigor of what an English language arts class would be for a semester credit of English, and they're interchangeable 11th and 12th grade. So if a student took that course in 11th grade, they would get part of one of their credits, one semester credit, or they could take it their senior year. They could also take the course for the history. Okay, but in all of the classes that are semester classes, they're still meeting the standards for reading, writing, speaking, and listening in their English language arts, but it's at an application level. The technical reading and writing courses, so if a school district has a complete program in nursing, they can take the technical reading and writing courses and get really specific to their nursing components, and students are doing research and technical writing around those areas. So it's about high-level interest for students and actually getting to a very high application synthesis level. We think we have shared this with several different districts. We've gotten feedback, and school districts are excited. They're like, this is what our kids would want to be in. The training and curriculum and support for it, for teachers, it's around the curriculum piece of it. This is probably the first time that we've actually taken a standards document and then built in the course with lots of links. So you're not necessarily going to vote to approve all the links that are in there. Okay, that's just actually resources for the teachers. But the actual standards that are aligned to those courses is what you're approving today. Districts would still have the choice to offer their year-long 11th grade and their year-long 12th grade, or they could mix it up and offer 4 different semester courses for kids. It also gives them the flexibility. Let's say a student did not pass a semester of English 11. Instead of retaking that, they could actually take one of these semester classes for credit. This does not replace oral communications. This does not replace journalism. This does not replace those semester career focus credits. This just allows districts to offer very specific application level English classes for 11th and 12th graders only.
Does it replace grammar?
Well, no, it does not replace grammar, and you'll actually have writing standards in here that are specific to that. But if you're in the technical reading and writing aspect, you're going to be really getting into looking at technical manuals, writing for technical aspects. Hopefully very high interest in things kids want to be involved in and engaged with.
Okay. Questions? Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore?
So this would, a district would allow this to count for graduation?
Yes.
Or so you could take 4 for
So this would be considered English mass communication, English film as literature, yes.
I really like the entrepreneurship and innovation course, and looking at all the resources from that, I really want to take it.
And we're hoping to continue that resource document, more links, more. But another thing that was done in here, if you notice in the courses, it actually tells you an expectation for the amount of readings and writings that we expect produced in that semester course. So kind of helping give folks this norming of what we expect for these very high-level application courses.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McFettridge? Ms. Dean? Chambers? Ms. Newton?
Just a comment, I'm so proud of your department, how they continue to think differently about standards, that we don't have to keep doing it the same way that we've always done it, and providing resources and thinking of how can we engage students in the standards that we want. And this is a small amount of material, but I know there's hours and hours and hours of work behind it, so I want you to let your team know how much we appreciate it.
I appreciate that. And I don't know of another state that's done this.
Yeah.
So I'm excited, and I think that we are forward-thinking.
Yes.
Dr. Hill? Mr. Peckron? Okay, do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Chambers. Second by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next, we'll have the number 12, minimum numbers, Durong Huddig. And Lori? Ms. Farino?
Thank you, Ms. Glory Farino, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Act 60 of 2004 required that students or school districts with less than 350 students either annex to or consolidate with another school district. By January 1st of each year, the department and division has to publish a consolidation list, which sets forth all of those schools, all of the school districts that meet that criteria for the past 2 school years. This year, the department published this list on November 14th of 2019, and there was one school district that met the criteria, and that is the Strong Huddig School District. The Arkansas Code Annotated 1613 authorizes any school district appearing on the consolidation list to file a petition for a waiver with the state board to allow the school district to operate with fewer than 350 students. Strong Huddig has filed a petition, and it is before you today. Now, the state, under the law 6-13-1613, the state board shall grant the petition if the school district demonstrates those items set forth in sections B, 2A through D of that code section. And what those items are is the school district must establish that it is not classified in level 5 in need of intensive support. It is not classified in fiscal distress. It is not classified in facilities distress. It is not on probationary status for violation of the standards for accreditation. The academic facilities that it has are adequate, as evidenced through the district's master plan. And the local board of directors finds that it's in the best interests of the school district due to the length of potential travel time otherwise. And the Strong Huddig has demonstrated all of these components. Superintendent Kimberly Thomas is here today with her board president. And if you have any questions of Superintendent Thomas or of me, we'll be happy to answer those questions for you.
Representative Barker, were you here to speak on this item? Oh, sorry, I was looking for you. I couldn't find you. I taught school one time, and I spoke to a child, and I looked this way, and he goes, "Where am I?" It's up to you. I didn't know if you were here to speak on this or not. If you are.
Sonia Barker, State Representative, District 7. I will be brief. I'm the least important person here with information on Strong and Huttig, but I do offer my support. I am impressed with and in full support of Superintendent Thomas and her board and faculty and staff. I believe you know, because this is not the first time this has happened, you know their unique situation, logistics, all factors considered, and I speak not only as the state representative for Strong and Huttig, but also as an educator. I'm one of those Abernathy veteran educators. I'd rather not reveal how many years, but I currently teach at a school that has been a part of an annexation as well as a consolidation, and it's working beautifully. I do not see that as the case for Strong Huttig. All factors considered, I believe the bottom line is what's best for the students, and what's best for these students is that Strong Huttig continue to serve and educate them as they are through this waiver.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak.
You want to come forward and persuade us?
Madam Chair, while she's coming, I want to also say that Senator Trent Garner called me last week, and he said he could not be here today, but he wanted me to let you all know of his support for this waiver for Strong Huttig as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Thomas, the superintendent of Strong Huttig School District, and I am here with a very large group of supporters from our community, our school board president, mayors from the city of Strong, as well as the city of Huttig, and a letter of support from the city of Felsenthal. We in Strong are in a unique place. We're kind of a little unicorn. We work really hard with what we have. We are committed and dedicated to working with our students each and every day. So I just have a brief slide show here just about the facts. Make sure I know how to work this.
They told them a while ago to look at the side. I don't know what that means, but.
Switch on the side, make sure it's on.
Okay. Over the years, Strong, we have demonstrated growth. Last year, we actually demonstrated the highest percentage in our ESSA growth with 15.97 points. We moved from 44.24 to 60.24. And if you look at our letter grade, we moved from an F to about the highest D you could make. We were almost a C. So we're really pleased with that. Our facilities are older, but they're safe, they're secure. We meet those requirements. Financially, we follow all of the guidelines. We spend our money accordingly. We don't have a lot, but we use what we have to the best of our ability. As far as transportation, I think this is the one area where we are somewhat isolated in regards to the other districts that are neighboring. We have a 300 square mile district, and about 95% of our students depend on bus transportation daily, either to school or from school. The next closest districts to us would be Hermitage, Crossett, or El Dorado, and all of those would require a very lengthy bus route for our students if they had to attend school in any of those towns. We, instructionally, we're providing support for our teachers. We're providing enrichment for our students. We work closely with the South Central Service Co-op. As far as the RISE initiative, we're implementing that, and we're just making sure that we're doing what's best for all of our students on a daily basis. This year our theme was we're planting seeds of knowledge that will grow forever. We really believe that we are a vital part of our community. We're the heartbeat of the Strong, Huttig, Felsenthal, part of Union County, and we are here today just to let you know that we're doing everything that we can to provide a quality education every day for every student.
I notice your third grade reading is very low.
Yes, ma'am.
how many of those teachers that those students had in kindergarten, first and second, had received the RISE training, and is your curriculum aligned with the science of reading?
We are working in that area. Those teachers, that particular group of students, it's a weak group of students.
Yes.
And we are providing support and interventions in those classrooms for those students. We reported that to our school board this past school board presentation. Our school improvement specialists work with them. So we do realize that that is an area of growth for us. We do realize that we have some struggles as far as our literacy. That's an area that we've put a lot of emphasis on as well to improve in.
And have you talked with the department to be sure that the reading curriculum is aligned with the state standards and the science of reading?
That's what we are working with the co-op, and we have specialists that come in and they are helping us in that area.
And are you screening for dyslexia in your?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all the way through?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, because I suspect even in a district this small, you probably have 40 kids or more.
I don't think we have 40. I would say closer to about 18, about
Okay.
half that number.
All right.
But we do have a dyslexia specialist that's receiving the training and providing services for our students in that area.
Okay. Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore? Mr. Williamson?
I think they said everything that I probably would have said too, except for one thing. To put this in perspective, some of these students, it'd be closer for them to transfer to Marion, Louisiana than anywhere
Well, there's
else
not a
in the
school in
United
Marion, and so they would then have to go to Farmerville.
I mean, these are very rural.
Isolated,
areas.
right. I think that's why we
We've
entertain
done,
this.
right.
Yes, Ms. McFettridge?
I'm just curious, how many supporters are here today for you? Raise your hands for me.
Would you please stand or raise your hands? It's
Stand
our
would be good.
strong community.
Wow.
Mr. Williamson, too.
Oh, well, thank you, that's very impressive.
That's our school board president.
Oh, no. Hurry, run. But don't hurt yourself.
Thank you all for being here, we appreciate that. That speaks volumes.
Thank you.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Chambers? Ms. Newton? Mr. Beckron? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to grant the waiver.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Williamson, second by Ms. Dean and Ms. McFettridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Opposed? All right.
No.
Okay, now who from the charter panel, decisions between Bauxite, Mountainburg, and Fayetteville are here? Mountainburg is here. Okay, let's do Mountainburg. And we'll keep the other two till after lunch. Thank you all for coming and being supportive.
Bauxite School District is here also online.
Ms. Webb, will you identify yourself?
Yes, Tracy Webb, Charter Unit. On November 19th, 2019, representatives of Mountainburg Middle School Brain Academy appeared before the Charter Authorizing Panel requesting an application for a district conversion charter school. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the Charter Authorizing Panel's determination at the next State Board meeting. Today, to speak on behalf of Mountainburg School District is Dr. Debbie Atwell, the superintendent.
The best I remember, you presented to the panel and they wanted more information and you came back a second time for clarifying answers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hyatt?
Yeah, I think actually we're not at a point of asking of the districts.
No.
We're
Yes.
deciding whether y'all,
Are gonna
go
come
ahead.
back.
Yeah, I
Ms. Hyatt.
apologize for the confusion. So today's decision would just be
to review or not review the decision of the charter authorizing panel. So Mountainburg is here to answer questions should you have any. If you do decide that you want to do a review, then that would be scheduled for next month, and they would come back and you would have a full review. So today is just review or not review. No need for you guys to give testimony unless you have questions.
Right, and our responsibility is if you move and decide to review, that you need to have specific questions that you want answered in the review that were not covered in the material that we were sent. Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have a motion?
Not to review.
Have a motion not to review by Ms. Newton. Second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor? Aye. Go forth and brain. I would love when y'all come back to hear the information. This is something totally different, and it appears that the panel thought it would be good for kids. And so when they come back, be sure to tweak our memory that this in fact was that particular decision.
Thank you so much.
Okay, on the 1240 waivers, who was it that was here? There you are. We'll let Ms. McLaughlin introduce.
We have representatives from Jackson County School District, and as a reminder, they will have 20 minutes to make their presentation, and if there is no opposition, they will have an additional 5 minutes. As you know, Act 1240 of 2015 allows a school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to an open enrollment public charter school that serves students in any district. Representatives of Jackson County are here to ask for counselor licensure. Their 90 days will expire on February 18th, and they are requesting for 3 years ending on December 12th, 2022. We have Ferris Smith, elementary principal, and we have Tripp Walter from APSRC that will be making the
I was
presentation.
going to say I didn't see Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Edwards is with Lafayette County.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong county, the wrong school, sorry. If you will come forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Key. My name is Tripp Walter, and I'm a staff attorney with Arkansas Public School Resource Center. And Superintendent Chester Shannon, who you may remember from last year's appearance, is undergoing a surgical procedure, so he won't be able to be here today, so I'll make the presentation. On behalf of the district, to my right is Mr. Ferris Smith, and he is the elementary school principal at Tuckerman Elementary, which is the particular campus that's affected by our waiver request.
I understand there was a death, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, there was. Well, just by way of setting this up, the elementary school counselor passed away unexpectedly in October, so that is why the district is here. We've got this in your materials. I'll just go ahead with a brief overview now in the interest of time. They have found a candidate who is currently working at the elementary, as your materials indicate, Ms. Amy Piker. She is currently now the long-term sub that is filling the position at Tuckerman Elementary. She has, I believe, 15 years of experience. She is a caseworker. She is intimately involved in working with students at the elementary. My understanding from Mr. Smith is she's much beloved. She has done and continues to do an excellent job. She holds a Bachelor of General Studies or General Education, so she does possess a college degree. However, she does not possess a teaching license. And as you may recall, when we appeared before you last year for a general licensure waiver, as this is counseling, that's not something that fits within that. Due to Act 190, it is required, as she is not licensed, that we come before you and seek the waiver of Act 190. One of the things I wanted to make very clear about Act 190, and I think all of you are familiar with The only piece of that we're asking a waiver of is the licensure piece. There will still be the full plan that's delivered, but as I said, the law requires in this situation, we have to get a waiver from you to allow Ms. Piker to do that, and the 90-10 breakdown as far as direct services and indirect services will be completely adhered to. I think the materials indicate that the district thoroughly advertised the position. I believe the former elementary counselor has passed away approximately 2 months ago. In that period, there have been postings on the AAEA website and also through the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I believe there have been several, I believe 9 individuals who have responded to those notices. However, none of them have been certified. And for the reasons I think we have in our materials that we've submitted to you, there's a strong belief that Mrs. Piker is an appropriate candidate for the position. I think we have indicated that while she is not currently licensed, she is willing to go back to get her MSE, and that's why we've structured the time period of 4 school years, including this one, that way, is she is going to start those classes, Mr. Smith has advised me, next month, and this will give her the time to get, she's already on a pathway, and this will give her time to complete that and then remain at this school in the district, hopefully for years to come, providing these services. I would also like to take just a moment to thank Ms. Kelly McLaughlin for her assistance, as always, a big help in this process. Mr. Smith also has talked to Ms. Jacks, Melissa Jacks, and my understanding is that Ms. Jacks is on board with this as well and sees no problem from licensure end. With all that having been said, save you going through the PowerPoint, and we would respectfully request that the waiver of 4 years be granted, and both myself and Mr. Smith on the operational side are here to address any questions or issues you may have.
Mr. Packron?
No question.
Ms. Newton?
Did a great job explaining.
Yeah. Ms. Chambers? Ms. Dean? Ms. McFedridge?
I think they did a very good job in explaining that. I always struggle with giving a waiver like this. To me, of course, a guidance counselor is an extremely important position, but it sounds like you've got the best situation.
It's hard to replace Ferris Smith Tuckerman Elementary School. It's hard to replace someone that's been in your district for 15 years and, with the social and emotional health of the students. And this person that we're trying to get the waiver for has worked with these students for the last 12 to 15 years in our district with a different company. So she has built a relationship with the parents and the students. I've had it, when we went for the waivers last time, Ms. Dean asked me how the community was involved. I stumbled around with my answer, but I can tell you that the community has actively pursued me to try to get this person into this position because that's how strong they feel for that. So,
Okay. Mr. Williams?
I really
sorry.
appreciate the in-depth that you went into explaining your situation. It makes it much easier to support this. Thank you.
Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore? Ms. McAdoo? Okay. Ms. Hyatt?
There's just one little legal issue I think that needs to be resolved before there's any motion. So they've asked for a waiver of 618-2003 A2A, which is the part of Act 190. That contains the licensure piece, but it does say is implemented by an Arkansas certified school counselor or a counselor serving under a waiver granted under Act 1240. So they don't need the Arkansas statute waiver. They only need a waiver of the standard for accreditation, which is 4E1 that they've listed. So I would just ask that maybe we.
You want to attest to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, in light of Ms. Hyatt's comments, we will amend our request accordingly.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Dean,
Seconded.
second by Mr. Packron. All those in favor? Aye. I actually got a call from someone who knows this person, who could not say enough good things about her. So it's nice when everybody is on the same page.
That was one of my concerns.
Right.
It's not going to be like this person. That was one of my concerns because teachers, if you don't get the right person, well, she didn't do it like this.
Yeah.
Well, this person has the support of all the teachers, so that's one battle that I'm not going to have to fight.
Right. Okay. Very good, and thank you, Mr. Walters.
Thank you very much, Board, appreciate it.
Okay, it's my understanding that we've dealt with everybody that's in the room and waiting, so us delaying is not going to be a hardship on those traveling. Ms. McLaughlin?
Just wanted to let you know that the next action item, Lafayette County has been pulled for today.
Okay.
And the other charter items are calling in.
Okay, could you ask them to call back at 1:30?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we'll break for lunch and return by 1:30.
Please enter your access code followed by the pound sign. You entered 337878. If this is correct, press 1. To re-enter your there is one other participant in this conference. Please announce yourself.
the afternoon session of the State Board of Education to order. Ms. Marino, will you come and read the statement for us, please?
I'm wondering if it's my holiday pen. Maybe I should take it off. Lori Freno, General Counsel, Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. The Arkansas State Board of Education welcomes public comment. Public comment enables the State Board to learn the thoughts of the public and other state education stakeholders. However, the public comment period is not a time to ask questions to the State Board members, to single out a particular member or members for ridicule or harassment, or to disrupt the State Board's proceedings. Members of the public may not speak unless they are recognized by the board chair. If it becomes necessary to maintain order, individuals may be removed from the auditorium. In the event that the State Board is unable to conduct business due to disruption by the public, the auditorium will be cleared of all persons except Department of Education and Division of Elementary and Secondary Education staff, as well as members of the media. In the unlikely event that this becomes unnecessary, and I do emphasize that we do not anticipate this is going to happen, so in the unlikely event this becomes necessary, the public may view the meeting via live stream from the lobby of the Archford Education Building or in the overflow room down the hallway from the lobby. Of course, it also can be viewed on cell phones or on laptops, because the live stream, you can pick it up in any of those ways. Concerning agenda item 8B9, which is the Little Rock reconstitution, the following procedures will be followed. The State Board will discuss matters related to this item, which may include but are not limited to discussion points, the discussion points that are listed on the State Board agenda under 8B9. Following this discussion, public comment will be accepted. Individuals making public comment may do so upon being recognized by the chair. Each commenter will be limited to 3 minutes unless the chair allows otherwise. Repetitive presentations may be restricted by the chair. Following the opportunity for public comment, the State Board may take action concerning any of the matters discussed. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much. Okay, we will continue from this morning. We are at a review of charter panel decisions, and the first one is presented by Ms. Webb, would be Bauxite. Are they on the phone?
They are,
Okay.
yes. Tracy Webb Charter Unit. And on November 19th, 2019, representatives of Bauxite Minor Academy appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's determination at the State Board's next meeting. We do have Superintendent Matt Donahue on the phone should you have any questions.
Does anyone have any questions of the people from Bauxite on this item? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion not to review.
Mr. Peckron moved, second by? Second. Mr. Williamson, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Okay.
In November, representatives from Fayetteville Virtual Academy appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved the request. The State Board may exercise a right of review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's determination at the next State Board meeting. We do have Dr. Megan Slocum, the Assistant Superintendent, on the phone should you have any questions.
Okay. The question that I have for you, before you sit down, sorry, I didn't catch you in time. This is a waiver request because it is their virtual school, so it is reasonable to make this request for the waiver on the 40-minute recess.
Yes, ma'am.
I do know, however, if a charter has a waiver, then any district can ask for that. Are we opening up ourselves to other districts who are not virtuals to make this request? Ms. Hyatt.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division. So the Recess Act that was passed has two specific instances where you can get a waiver. One is specifically that you are a virtual academy, and the other is that you can get a waiver if you have an approved plan that still meets that 40-minute requirement. So you might want to do the 40 minutes in a different way, but you still have to meet that 40-minute requirement. Fayetteville Virtual is a virtual school, so it meets one of the two ways you can get a waiver in the law. So it would be appropriate for them to get the waiver. It would allow anyone to come and ask for a 1240 waiver of that provision, but they still have to meet one of those two ways to obtain a waiver. So there's not a lot of laws that have that specific, there's not a laws that have that specific, here's when you can get a waiver in that. That's kind of new. So I think this will be one of the first times we're seeing that, but anyone who comes for a 1240 would either have to be a virtual school or still meet that 40-minute requirement through an approved plan.
Okay. Ms. McLaughlin, did you have something you want to add?
Fayetteville Virtual Academy is a district conversion charter school, so therefore any waiver that they seek would not be available through the Act 1240 process.
Okay, nor would it be available to their other schools that are not virtual.
That is, in the Fayetteville School District, that is correct.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Slocum, do you understand what we're saying?
Kelly, may I ask you another question?
Wait just a second. I'm trying to see if... No, Dr. Slocum. I thought she was on the phone. Megan. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Moore.
How do other virtual schools deal with this issue? Do we know?
I know there have been some that have come so far, not all of them, but there have been some before the charter panel on this.
Several of them do have waivers, yes.
If they don't, do they require their students to do some sort of?
I think they offer it either virtually or some other fashion. I can get that information for you and send it to you. Off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with all the charters just yet to be able to tell you.
Yeah, okay.
But I can send it to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Do we have a motion?
Move to not review.
Moved by Ms. McFettridge, second by Ms. Dean to not review. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Fayetteville. Okay, next is, and you said Lafayette County was pulled, is that correct, Ms. McLaughlin? Okay. Next is item 15 from this morning, which is consideration of a one-year standards for accreditation waiver request by Bauxite School District.
Bauxite School District is requesting a one-year standards for accreditation waiver for art and music classes only at the Pine Haven Elementary School. And on the phone, we have Superintendent Matt Donahue and Elementary Principal Becky Reynolds.
Okay, before we ask them questions, Ms. Kaufman, can you speak to whether or not this is of concern to standards of support? Ms. Webb can, okay, sorry.
It is not a concern. They have several large classes, and for their art and music, they are working on a plan to not need a waiver for next year. They just have had several new kids move in, and so they're working on a plan with their teachers. They are currently not providing additional compensation, but they are working on a plan to reconcile that for next year by bringing in high school or middle school teachers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peckron?
I'm going to recuse from this because I have a child in these classes, but for the record, he loves both his art and music classes at Pine Haven.
Does anyone else have any comments or questions?
I had a question.
Ms. Newton?
Is there someone on the line from Bauxite?
Yes, there is.
Okay, my question was, I saw that you were providing a para in the kindergarten art and music classrooms, but you were not providing a para for the first grade, and the first grade's had, I think if I read that right, 27 in a class. That's a lot of first graders to work with as far as art and music. Have you thought about maybe a pair for those also?
Well, right now, we're pushing our paras into our classrooms for intervention, but we can look at our schedule and attempt to make that work as well.
Have you, how are the art and music teachers dealing with those numbers?
They're not having a problem with it right now. We were just applying for the waivers so that we would be doing the right thing, so that we have time to plan for next year.
Right, but is that correct that you have about 27 in each first grade?
For the rotation of our enrichment, yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay, all right. And that was my only concern, was the high numbers in first grade and being able to get them the instruction that they needed.
It is one of our largest classes.
Dr. Hill, are you on the line? If you are, then don't let me skip you if you have questions.
Yes, yes, ma'am, I'm on the line.
Do you have any questions on this item?
No, if I do, I'll speak up.
Okay, just jump in anytime.
Yes,
Does anyone else have questions? Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the waiver.
Moved by Ms. Chambers, second by? Ms. McFettridge, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, we will start with the 1 o'clock agenda. Consideration for release for public comment. And this is the motion will need to be sure to add pending review by the governor's office. There you are.
Taylor Dugan with the division. So these are new rules, but they've been around for a long time with the Department of Health, because Act 843 just changed that the Department of Health will promulgate these rules to the Department of Education, and that we work in coordination with them. And so did this draft, took it from their rules that have already been in effect since the 80s, sent them over to their general counsel, and they looked at them and were okay with them. And so I'm asking the board today if they would release these for public comment pending the governor's office approval.
Do you have any questions? Do you have a motion?
Move to release for public comment pending review by the governor's office.
Okay, moved by Ms. McFettridge. Second by Ms. Dean, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
All opposed? Motion carries. And then the next one is Ms. Hyatt. This is a final approval.
Mary Claire Hyatt with the division, and you'll just have to bear with me because I gotta read the titles of these and they're lengthy. So if you will remember, this is one rule that combined 4 existing rules as well as some new legislation. So the new rule for final approval is the Division of Elementary and Secondary Education rules governing data reporting, the Arkansas Public School Computer Network, and information systems. So that's the name of the new rule. And then there are 4 repeals. And I will read the names of those to you. The rules governing the process is to ensure the quality, security, validation, and timeliness of public school data in AppScan. The rules governing the Arkansas Educational, Financial, and Accounting and Reporting System and annual training requirements. Rules governing the issuance of local education agency numbers, and rules governing the final close of public school financial records. So those 4 repeals will be combined into the one new rule. We did have a public comment hearing, received a few public comments, some non-substantive changes were made, and we respectfully request final approval for these rules.
Do you have a motion or questions?
Move to approve.
Ms. Dean moves to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And rules governing schools of innovation.
Also for final approval, these rules, were released for public comment. They were reviewed by the governor. A public comment hearing was held. No substantive changes were made as a result of that hearing. And we request final approval for these rules also.
Any questions?
Move to approve the rules of governing schools of innovation.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. McFetrich, and we have a question before we have a second.
Well, I'll second that, but I just had a comment that I do like the process that the department has put forward here for how they're working with the schools to become schools of innovation. And I think I've said this before, but I think at some point it'd be helpful for us to hear some updates. I know we visited the School of Innovation last year, but to hear from others, since that's not something that comes to our board, but it's some really exciting, great things going on in the state. So.
We'll get something together and make that as part of a Friday report.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be anytime soon, but at some point I think that'd be great to hear.
Particularly since it's changed since the early days of Schools of Innovation.
Yeah, Ms. Smith said she can take care of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Dr. Moore. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the consideration of legislative reports, Earl School District, and Dr. Hernandez is here, and I also saw that Trish Knowles is here, the superintendent. And Mr. Hoy, I think he's working with you too, is that correct? Oh, well, you've got several people with you. Well, go, I remember meeting some of y'all.
Good afternoon, Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent with Office of Coordinated Support and Service, and we do have a whole slew of people here to help answer questions. The process that we've gone through with the legislative reports is that some of the big updates are the district plan of support update that the district submitted, along with, if you remember last quarter, we talked about our department plan of support. And so what we'll do a little bit today is just talk through some of those updates. One of our areas of focus is around teacher evaluation and getting in the classrooms. And so one thing that we wanted to highlight is that from that August to October timeline last year, there were 16 visits that were in EdReflect. This year, at that same time span, there was 46. What we're trying to really work on is getting principals used to getting in those classrooms, and at the same time working on the quality. We're not saying that just because there's a visit in the classroom doesn't mean that it's where we want to be in terms of quality feedback and those things. And specifically in that district, Rocky Malone is working with the principals in doing some of those walkthroughs and things like that. And at the same time, trying to integrate this idea of science of reading or the process of science of reading, and making sure that the look-fors are being part of that overall context of what they're looking for in the classroom. In terms of student attendance, you can see we have seen, we've got a different report format for you this month that kind of really focuses on the chronic absenteeism, which is the same way that our measurements are made according to their ESSA school index. So if we can focus on those types of things, but what we are seeing is a slight increase when you compare FY19 to FY20 this year for that same time period. So there's some things that the district is putting in place. They've started a recognition program. They also have a committee there within the high school to work on having discussions about what to do to curb absenteeism within the schools. From an assessment perspective, just a summary, there is a very lengthy assessment report that's embedded within the legislative report or quarterly report. But what we're seeing there is related to the NWEA. We know that that 40 percentile ranking is basically saying, according to NWEA, that's that cut score for kindergarten students where they're performing at average, and then when they get into first and second grade, we start looking at projected growth. And so you see the numbers there for first grade and second grade being 23 and 38% of the students that are meeting their projected growth. And then in math, you can see for first and second grade, you see 23 and 41. At the high school level, they're doing the ACT Aspire interims, and we see the scores of 8% and 9%. Overall, we've got a lot of work to do there, so that shouldn't go unnoticed, and that we're continuing to try to improve the quality of instruction within the classrooms. But One of the concerns that we do have is that with staffing, Ms. Knowles can probably speak a little bit more to this, is that there continues to be an ongoing issue with having lots of long-term subs, emergency teacher permits, and that consistency, especially in the core areas. And you'll kind of hear that repeated a lot today, that we are struggling in some of these communities with getting people to come and work in these schools. And so thinking through ways to address that, and a big issue is the lack of housing. And I've been there a few times. I know Ms. Zook's been there, Commissioner Key. There's not a lot of places that we have a lot of teachers that are traveling from out of the area to be there. And so, you know, whenever there's a job that might pop up, it's easy to do that. But in speaking with Ms. Knowles, that even some of the other districts kind of surrounding her are facing some of those same issues. And so we're trying to, can't get that right until you got the right people in the seats to do the work. For standards for accreditation, they have what we refer to as the green wheel with standards accreditation. So for our SFA system shows different colors, red or green, on this wheel for all the 6 systems, and they have a green wheel. And we continuously monitor that, because anytime a new person comes that may not be certified, or a new employee that doesn't have their background check, we're constantly monitoring for that. And so they do have those taken care of. In special education, they do have a new LEA supervisor. We have done visits, and they have a corrective action plan that is due in June 2020 that they're working on now. That they'll have also they'll have a monitoring that'll happen in February to start doing the folder checks and things like that. But we do have a special ed person that's there working on a regular basis, visiting with their LEA staff and making sure the new person's getting trained and that they're doing the things that they need to do for special education services in the school. Dyslexia, what we've done with all of our districts is that we started with the desk audit, kind of getting some guidance from working with Vicki King and Lynette Thrasher, and doing an analysis of what is going on in terms of dyslexia, and then actually going on site to do a visit to set up an action plan. And so in your report, you can see kind of the action steps that are taken with that. They do have 2 teachers that are on staff that are providing dyslexia services, and I believe some of the intervention programs, if I'm right, they're using Take Flight? Yeah. 5 schools, 5 different programs. Sometimes it's hard to remember them all, but yes, that's the right one. As far as science of reading, they are using the Phonics First program in Hegarty. They have had training, and kind of what we're doing now is providing support through the co-op and doing a lot of classroom walkthroughs with modeling. It's something we started last year that seemed to show some success, but we're continuing to do that to make sure that the training and the materials that are provided are actually happening within the classrooms. Talked a lot about the relevant updates. As far as community engagements, that was a lot of questions that were asked last quarter, and so I asked the school districts to provide some of the information there. The district is meeting with the city council on a regular basis. They've started some student recognition programs and things like that as well. They have the community, which is the Earl Youth Activity Association. They've most recently came in and actually took the old field house and painted it. It looks really nice. There's some pictures that are there in the packet to give you an idea of that. And then what I mentioned earlier with the co-op specialists, and they're still ongoing providing that kind of support. I mentioned the staffing being a real big concern. In your report, the human capital report wasn't ready to put in this quarterly report, and the reason for that is what we were trying to show you is that based on different courses, where are some of these emergency teacher permits, long-term subs, where are they at, and how are they actually, where do they fit in terms of instruction in the classroom? So, you know, are they a math teacher in high school, or are they an English teacher? To give you a perspective about some of the personnel things we might be dealing with in the district. And so when we got that, the data just wasn't very good on our end when we pulled it out. And so we sent it to the district for corrections, and we hope to provide that a better context for that next quarter. Finances, we're right at the tail end of finishing the elementary school project payout. And so that's proven to be one of those things where we have issues with cash flow because it's so razor thin in terms of the margin. And so we're trying to get our final payment for partnership while paying the final payment for the building project. But at that same time, we are having some issues with cash flow. We do have to deal with the loss of students to cut some costs and things like that before next year. But we're eking through, but it is still a concern in terms of finances. And that is it. Questions about anything specifically?
Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore? Mr. Williamson? Yes? I caught you off guard, sorry.
I had the privilege of visiting Earl maybe 2 months ago with Ms. Thrasher and had a great visit to see the elementary building is great, new building there. But certainly see the challenges, especially around reading. And I was glad to see a co-op specialist in that day providing support to the teachers in that area. But the interim scores are very troubling, and want to know if there's any other supports being given to teachers at this point in time, as we still have a whole half a year of school left.
So I will add that we started last year with this idea of working with the school district to purchase proficiency scales that were developed by Marzano as kind of a starting structure to develop curriculum and units off of. We've worked through that process, but in addition to that, the district has recently entered into a contract with Solution Tree to provide some more of the embedded coaching. And so we hope that that's going to help take what we started with and move it to that next level of getting the teachers more involved in developing their units better and also having those collaborative meetings and looking at data. And so that's kind of what'll start happening. Actually, it started this month, didn't it? Yeah, it started today. So that is something that we're doing to address that. We're still going to be focused on the elementary school in terms of science of reading and all those types of things, but high school level, that's still a place we probably struggle with a lot in a lot of our districts. Is that what does that help and support look like at the secondary level? When we get to Lee County, we are providing some history support for social studies, but we don't have a lot of curriculum support other than working with the co-ops in terms of specialists, but by and large, those co-op specialists are really geared towards supporting elementary. So.
Another question, looking at finances, for teacher salary, have they bumped up, or are they on the pathway to bump up to the 36?
They bumped up a little bit. Next year, they should bump up around $800, is that right? On our way to, and that's the hard part is, because of the nature of how the district got into fiscal distress by the misspending of all those federal funds, that there was a lot of payback that they had to do, and they're still continuing to do that. But there are a lot of needs. I mean, at the high school, there's a lot of project needs, a lot of things that need to be done, high school roof, high school parking lot. In addition to that, we're trying to raise teacher salary and deal with the loss of students and improve academics. And so it's just what is the right thing to pay for at the right time, and that's what we're really struggling with. There's just not a lot of room for error, especially with most of the funds that are left in the building fund are obligated to pay off the rest of that building.
Okay. Thank you. Thank y'all for letting me visit.
Mr. Williamson? Ms. McFetridge? Ms. Dean Chambers? Ms. Newton?
Could you speak a little bit more, when I look at the budget summary, and I look at October 31st, I see almost $40,000 in the red. Is that because of the difference in funds that you've got to pay out that haven't quite come in yet, or what's the reason behind
So
it?
if you're looking at the very top line, what that is as of that date, that's the actual cash flow piece. And so that's not federal funds, not ESA funds, or any kind of categorical. It's operating funds, that the amount of revenue that's come in at that time and the amount of expenditures. And so in some of those scenarios, it's where revenues come in, but they haven't logged it when we pull that report. It's the second line down that we're looking at really is where are they projected to end at in terms of budget.
Okay.
But I will tell you, we're undergoing kind of a rework of the budget, because there's some things as we've got into the year and looked at where we might have budgeted a number, but we're starting to see that we're overspending that. We're going to be doing a readjustment of that in January. So that'll kind of help us see next quarter, where do we feel like we're at. in terms of budget.
Thank you.
I have a few questions that Ms. Knowles may need to help with. I don't know, you tell me. Did you have summer school, and did you do pre and post data on that? And state your name when you get to the microphone.
Tish Knowles, Earl School District Superintendent. No, we did not have summer school. We have looked at it in times past, and we did not have volunteers, just looking at past history with what we had. One of the things we are considering is to utilize our high school students to help tutor our elementary students with a facilitator, teacher facilitator in that. And I believe that we have a really good group of high school students that would benefit from that and utilize some ESA funding to help pay for the tutoring for the program. And so that's what we're looking at.
There have been other districts that tried that and had great luck with it.
Well, I think we kind of sampled it when we had some STEM and coding things going on, and we had our high school students go down to our 5th and 6th grade classes with coding, and it was a great success.
Yeah, good. Ms. King may need to help you with this. What screeners did you use for your 3rd through 12th
I brought my
graders?
2 dyslexia people.
All
I knew
right.
you would want to see them.
I do.
Latrice McClinton, K-3 Interventions, Literacy.
Tiffany Williams, K-12, Dyslexia.
Okay, and I'm pretty familiar with what's done in the K2, K3 for screening. I guess I have 2 questions. What screener did you use for the upper grades, and what kind of PD did you give to the teachers so they would sort of know who to refer? Because it's K2, you have to screen everybody, and the others, it's sort of teacher kind of observation, and then, so if y'all could just expand on that, would be great.
Well, normally, I make myself known to all teachers at the beginning of the school year, and we have a discussion about dyslexia and the different things to look for. But when they have accumulated the different RTI items, there is a referral form, I'll say it like that, and they turn that in with the items that are asked for. And normally, well, lately we've been given the DSA, and it allows us a little more information about that student along with the data from classwork.
Okay, and is that something that Ms. King, can you come and tell me how comfortable you are with that will help them zero in on the child?
Yes, these ladies we've been working together for several weeks.
Go ahead and
now.
identify yourself.
I'm sorry, Vicki King. We've been working together, and so since they have such a high number of students that are scoring in that lowest category on ACT Aspire in need of support, we've decided to go ahead and do the DSA, the developmental spelling analysis, with all of their kids in grades 3 through 12, just as a kind of to align that to see if, there will be some kids that just didn't see the value in taking that test, and to try to eliminate. But today, currently, I think at their school, our co-op specialists, actually one of our literacy specialists from the department, is at the school working with the instructional facilitator from their school, actually working through scoring, and not just scoring based on how the assessment has them to categorize it, but also to look more deep in depth at what kind of errors the students are making. So they'll identify the kids that are specifically making phonological errors, which would be an underlying cause of dyslexia. And from that data, they're going to create a list of the students that we need to go ahead and do further screening with.
Okay.
And so we are working through that now. Additional professional development that we've talked about of creating either short video segments or actually we've got a meeting scheduled to develop a presentation that they can deliver district-wide for all staff, so that as we come in, we can work on making sure that everyone understands what dyslexia is, what they should be looking for, and what their protocol is at the school for referring for screening.
All right, sounds like y'all are on top of it. Is there anything you'd like to share in particular before you sit down? Thank you for being here. have you I know y'all have there is a gap that you're dealing with, and have you looked at your pre and post data to see how you've been spending your money and how you might spend it better or differently? Because under the legislation, the 40% and the 50%, y'all will fall under that as well as because of the level 5. So can you walk me through that a little bit?
Tish Knowles, Earl School District. Yes, we have looked at that, and working with the co-op, working with department, we feel like that other layer with Solution Tree will be a benefit to us. So what we're doing is we're working with them at the elementary level. So we have one contact person for the elementary, one contact person for the district, and one contact person for the high school. And they are regimented pieces that we're putting together. And we had an advanced ed diagnostic review last year, and so we have sent all of that data to them so that we could hit the ground running instead of doing a lot of prelim. And so they have all that data, and they're walking us through that. And I feel like with adding those PLCs, and really, you know, a lot of schools say we have PLCs, and that's sort of what we did. We really didn't have actively working PLCs to the point that they needed to be. And so I think with those extra layers with the critical concept skills and working to firm up our core curriculum with them and working elbow to elbow with them, they will be working with all of our teachers. And so I really feel like that is a positive use of our federal and our ESA dollars to help. And so we do have the data now, and we're going to be looking at post data. I feel comfortable about that.
Yeah. Okay, and also I know he expressed concern about the student attendance. And how does your staff attendance compare to last year?
You know, our staff attendance is really, our certified is lower by 31% this year, and our classified has gone down, so about half. And so then our non-teaching staff, certified, not the core.
I was trying to say, are they the one that are listed as teacher versus certified?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and so what we're seeing is our certified staff is actually better, so they've increased attendance, so we are seeing that positive. And so we're looking at, when you think about the overall, their attendance is greater by 63% this year.
Yeah,
So
great.
that's a positive.
Okay, help me understand something, because I understand sick leave and personal leave and business and military and all that. Help me understand vacation, that column.
Specifically,
well, you have it for your certified and your classified. Classified, virtually no one was absent as a result of a vacation, or they were. So
our
I remember my friend Toyce Newton, who used to be the chair, and she was going vacation in addition to, help me.
Okay, so our 240-day people get vacation.
Okay.
Yes, and so classified staff, any of your maintenance and those folks have vacation. And then all your admin, 240, 220, 210 day, they have vacation too.
So that includes them?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the columns that is disturbing, and to look at it, it really looks disturbing, but a couple of our teachers are long-term subs, and so they meet that long-term sub status. So when you're seeing a lot of those absences, then you've had people in the classroom as long-term subs, and so those count as absences. So that number looks alarming because of that. And they're long-term subs.
That's exactly why we need y'all to come and answer our questions. So I don't have anything else. Does anyone else? Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Hernandez, do you have anything more?
Just the only thing is on all of the attendance reports, you know, what we've done in the past is that we've always relied on sending a questionnaire or type thing and having the district provide information about their attendance, and it was always inconsistent from district to district, and we really didn't have a good way of verifying. So we've been really trying to play within our systems. Kathleen Crane and Donna Atkins that works with me, and Sheila Whitlow's done some of this work as well, have been trying to get in our e-finance system where, as different from student attendance, which is an e-school, have tried to pull and get kind of a format like we have done with chronic absenteeism for students and try to build a report based on data. So we're not totally comfortable where the data is looking at last year and up-to-date information without letting the districts have time to get in there and verify. We know we'll get an update for this year's data in February that will be ready for the next report. But what we're trying to do is migrate it to where we're collecting that information on a quarterly basis, so it'll align better with quarterly reports and things can be done with that. I know you may say, we're just trying to make it easier to where it's understandable, but not every district uses all those different categories that are listed on there as well. So that's why the data looks kind of funny. There may be some doubling of teachers because the process we went through to separate teachers versus certified staff was that if they had a student tied to them, then they were getting pulled in this teachers category. But we're not overly confident that the certified and teachers, there may not be the same person in there as well. So the data's not that great, bottom line.
Yeah, I think, in the early days, we would get we have 47 teachers and 5 of them have been absent more than 10% of the time and things like that. So I don't know if we can't do it that way anymore, but that was very understandable.
Right. We can, but it wasn't our information as far as verifying. That was something the district always provided to us. And so sometimes districts would leave off if they weren't, if they were out on medical leave, that might not be included. And so we're trying to get a full picture. That way the district finds it useful and we find it useful as a monitoring tool. So that's the difference.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, I was gonna say, I think the student attendance reports are great because they're not just reports, but they're helpful for the district to look at their data and use that. And I like how they have plans to work with families to make changes. So however, I like seeing data that the district uses and can use well. So
Data versus information. We're trying to get the data into information.
Yes.
So, yep.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Dr. Moore, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming over from Earl. You hear anything from Dr. Weil?
I think he dropped off in there.
Well, if you do talk to him, tell him we said hello. I think for those in level 5, if you will take the time and look at the archived ESSA meeting from yesterday, it really helps give you a even deeper understanding of level 5 and what's going on. And Ms. Kaufman and her people and Ms. Smith and the whole team, Dr. Bailey, they really gave the ESSA task force really in-depth knowledge, and the more we understand about it, the more we can be helpful. Okay, here we go with Dollarway.
Okay. Again, moving on to the Dollarway School District, some of the information that we captured in terms of our department support plan, you can see that last year at this time they had 44 classroom observations. This year they're at 54. There are some key factors. If you dig into the report and the data, you can see we saw some numbers fall off. Some of that is Ms. Warren can probably help explain some of that as well, but we kind of had this transition where originally Rocky Malone was assigned to that school, and she was really helpful in getting in there and working with the principals, and we had kind of a change where we've got a different person, Mr. Miller, in there as well, and he's just started getting into the district, building relationships and working with them. And so we do expect that number to increase, not only with the number, but also, continuing to work through the quality and things like that as well. Student attendance, you can see we did see a slight uptick in terms of chronic absenteeism from the 22 to the 25%. The district has started engaging work with the Monticello ERZ, Educational Renewal Zone, around attendance works. They've had some visits and have been working on trying to address some of the things in lowering that absenteeism rate with students. In terms of assessment, the district uses Renaissance for their K-2 assessment. And so you can see there that in kindergarten, 39% of the students met that threshold for the early literacy. And the reason why you see first grade and on both lines is related to that when they're a certain level of reader, they take the early literacy exam versus when they become more of, I believe it's called a probable reader, they move into that other testing phase. And so you can see the percentages listed there. In regards to math, 56% of the first graders and 38% of the second graders scored at that level. And then when they move into 310, they start using the ACT Aspire, and you can see that 15% of the students there met benchmark in reading and 13% in the math. And that's data that they're reviewing in their PLC processes, and they're trying to work towards improving those scores as well. Standards for accreditation, we do have an exception there. I don't think it's been cleaned up to date. Is that right? Still, we're not fully green in there yet. I think it's related to some maybe background checks. Those are done. Okay. So we did have some issues there that we're continuing to work through, and we monitor and try to get those cleaned up. In regards to special education, there is some information there related to working with new teachers that come in to make sure that they're understanding of what their roles are, and we do provide the same kinds of support there with the special ed staff member that goes and works with their special ed staff, and then also doing the 1% review related to their identification or the alternative assessment part. Dyslexia, we started in this year, as was part of the process with the desk audit. We then went into developing their plan. There's been lots of interaction with the district and the department about, trying to move more towards ensuring that we're following the law and doing all the things and providing interventions within the school. And that support will continue to ongoing. Actually, Ms. King is one of the ones that works directly with the district in that area in terms of that as well. Science of reading, all the teachers, they are on a training pathway. We started originally working through, is it Brains Reads? Is that the right term? Yeah. And so in secondary, and so they've all been going through the training. The principals have been going through the RISE training as well, and they're haven't started yet, I believe, the assessor training, or they have. They're going to be doing the assessor training as their next steps. As far as information from the district support plan, they are in the year 2 of the PLC process. I think Ms. Moore was able to attend and see some of that actually in action. We feel, by all accounts that we see, that the right work is happening within the school. We're hoping that we're going to see some really good results when we get to our benchmark assessments at the end of the year. They are working on the implementation of the strategic reading and critical reading courses. I would encourage you, when we talk about the community engagement efforts, if you were to look in the legislative report under that, they really have a lot of good community engagement efforts going on, and what I really like is the newsletters. If you've had a chance to click on some of those newsletters and really go through those things, it's really neat, and Ms. Warren's always keeping us updated of things that are going on in the community. Most recently, she was sent us some stuff that they were in a magazine type thing that they were just recently in, and so there's a lot of good things going on there as well. And then we are still continuing to provide the literacy support. So we have the science of reading specialists that's going in, along with the co-op literacy specialists that are going in and working. We did have some, that was new. Ms. Warren probably speak to that. We really didn't do those types of activities as much last year, so there is a lot more support working into the district And so that doesn't always go just smoothly. And so anytime you have people showing up that are saying, hey, we're here to help, they've done a really good job of organizing. And Dee, I'd encourage you to get Dee Davis up here to speak a little bit about that, because we told her we'd try to get her up here today. But she's really been instrumental in trying to help us organize all this support and deal with all the, lots of different people, lots of personalities and things like that. And so that's helped us kind of get to a place where we have a good, not that we didn't have a good working relationship, but there are a lot of new faces that are coming in, so much as we ended up having to switch out one of our reading specialists this year to move them to another area. And so they, have taken that on and then continued to work. So that is it.
Questions, Mr. Peckman? Ms. Newton?
If I'm not mistaken, Dollarway's 5 years will be up this time next year. And so, I know we've got a lot of work and progress that's been made, but it was a pretty daunting task when we started. And I want to commend the district for how far they've gotten along the process. But have you thought about kind of, where we are and kind of where we're going to go as far as in the next year?
So we have had lots of conversations about that. We know that December, we're now in that place where we're 1 year out from the 5-year anniversary of state takeover. Our thought process is that we're really focused on meeting the exit criteria. The work doesn't stop in trying to build those things in terms of the qualitative. These are the leading things we want to have happen, and we want the results to follow those things. And so our main focus is there, but we are having, conversations about what happens in the event of that. The same things are on the table: the reconstitution, the annexation, the consolidation type things. And so what would make the most sense in trying to think through that and engage in the community? One thing that has been a stumbling block for us in terms of the Community Advisory Board, we're still with those same 4 people that want to be on the Community Advisory Board. And so, when you have 4 out of 7 that are interested in applying, then that doesn't bode well for what is that community support going to look like, or what's that board going to look like. One of our critical aspects, even though we know we're seeing progress in terms of moving things along, we're still dealing with some financial things that we're still trying to make sure we're making our budgets and things like that, dealing with student loss. Although I will point out that when you look at the county kind of as a whole, there were some big drops. Pine Bluff had another big drop. Watson Chapel had a huge drop. But what we've noticed about Dollarway, where, the other district's seen well over 250 students in loss, and Dollarway was kind of in that same boat where they were losing 100 students or more a year. They only lost 20. So what that tells us is that there is that, interest in sticking around, because there is a positive environment within that school that's happening. But at the same time, it's hard school improvement takes a long time to get right, but it's equally hard when you're also dealing with a decline in enrollment. So it's hard to have that expectation that you're going to improve academics at the same time you're going to cut staff and deal with all those negative things that you have to do as you're shrinking. And so that's still a concern is as the county as a whole continues to decline in terms of population, what is that right thing to do? Is it to try to just keep working and doing what we're doing and hoping that locally, when that returns to local control, that it's going to be good? Is it a consideration of saying, well, as these districts continue to decline, is it great to manage 3 different or 4 different districts in decline, or should we look at some of those other options in terms of annexation, consolidation? So those are things that we're actively thinking about and working with the superintendent in the district. And I don't know if you want to add anything, Commissioner Key.
I just didn't know if you were actually going to try to tackle that question or not, if you were going to kick it to me. So no, I think Dr. Hernandez did a great job of addressing all of the issues. And yes, I mean, we are, I think one thing to consider is the progress we're seeing in all of our buildings down there in Dollarway, does it wind up meeting the exit criteria of no F schools after the next round of accountability? And that's not, we don't have a lot of predictability capacity for that right now. So all of those that he mentioned, he did a good job of addressing what we're looking at, how we're looking at it, and the other community factors that are at play that do create pressures on these individual school districts. So we hope to, over the next few months, well, we will continue those conversations. What we hope to do is bring you something that you can start looking at. One thing that we can't forget about the work in Jefferson County and Pine Bluff specifically is they have a very strong group under Go Forward Pine Bluff where the community is engaged in a lot of things, including education. The funds that they have dedicated to raising the bar for teachers, to support teachers pursuing national board, scholarships, and that sort of thing. There are indications that there's a real interest in seeing something different than what we were seeing at the time of takeover for both Pine Bluff and Dollarway. So those conversations, because we have two of those schools, are very critical conversations, and we need to have them. We can't have them in isolation. You can't have a Dollarway conversation in isolation from the Pine Bluff, and then how that relates to the rest of the districts in the surrounding area. So those are all things that we're working on, hoping to be able to bring you something that would be very positive with great, with the backing of the community when that time comes.
Ms. Chambers?
My questions are probably along the same lines. I just wanted to thank you because I do feel like this report out, the method that you all are employing is very helpful to us. And to add to Ms. Newton's question, I love how tailored these are to the individual circumstances because they're so very different by community, by district, by school. So I don't want this to sound formulaic, but I think Secretary Keyes, I don't know if it's a time frame, maybe trigger, so that if we're 2 or 3 years into this 5-year period of time, we're taking stock. Sometimes this is just a matter of if we let it take its course, things will get to where they need to be. Sometimes in that mid-course look, we may go, no, something different is needed if we intend to get where we want to be in 4 or 5 years. And I'm just trying to think when and how that could be introduced to our thinking. So time's not getting away from us, and if there's more that we could or should do, that we're mindful of that.
Well, I think the process of the improvement planning is so much better now than it was, under the old accountability system. And, keeping in mind that Dollarway, the action that the board took with Dollarway was still under the old system. And it's been part of the learning process for us and for the district team. And as you have seen, we have really grown we've restructured in the agency, and we have grown the team that we have on site to provide the level of support that's needed. So those are learnings that now are coming into play when we're at Earl, when we're at Lee County and the other districts. So I think what you're seeing through the planning process, that's inherent. What you're asking about is inherent in that planning process.
Just add, one of the aspects of all this is that we do plan to look at those things a lot earlier. We think about Earl, we think about Lee County and Pine Bluff, is that the reason why there's such a focus on multiple systems is that we may have the right work going on and the right processes in terms of academics, but finance may not be going that well, or human capital, and and I'll use Earl, just don't throw anything at me. But when we think about Earl, if we continue down this road of having difficulty in staffing and things like that, does it make sense to continue down that road? And then, so those are all the aspects that we've got to look at, in the 2 to 3 year range. And, why it's important that we get that report to give you a feel, because there may be a decision that says, hey, this doesn't make sense, and it's not, may not be what the best for kids, so we need to look at some alternatives instead of just waiting until the end to say, now we've got to make a decision, and our choice is to either give it back to the community or not. And so those are the things that we have lots of conversations about, and have been trying to give a fuller picture around the district as opposed to just simply an academic review.
Thank you for bringing up the family and community engagement. I was very pleasantly surprised to see how much that they have put into the family and community engagement. They have all sorts of partnerships within the community. The Brave Black Firefighters Organization, UAPB. I'm loving the parenting education classes. That's huge. So many opportunities for parents, not just parents to be involved, but for business leaders and for the local university being included. This is what we this is what we want. This is what we're looking for when we say community and family engagement. We want all of our stakeholders to be included and be a part of making sure that our children get the education they need. So thank you for that. It's amazing. So great. Thank you.
Ms. McFetrich? Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I will say, I really enjoyed seeing the PLC process, in particular that it's not the first year of this, and to see the in-depth conversations that were happening with your teachers, to see the hard work, the idea that each school has a school support specialist that's in the school. And so it's not, not someone coming in here and there, but really firmly are building those supports for the teachers. It's just great. And I know there's still a lot of work to do, but to see that structure in place is really exciting. And I think at the middle school I saw students doing data conferences with teachers and those kind of things going on. Continue the good work and continue to see how both the state and the co-op and others can supply those supports with teachers, but not at the extent of teachers being overwhelmed with too much. And so I think I like this model in which, in this school, providing the support that is needed at the right time.
Ms. McAdoo?
One question.
I think I need to speak with Ms. King and then whoever too. I noticed I could bring it up when Pine Bluff comes up, or I could bring it up here, but the dyslexia report for those two schools, you're apparently not getting the help for the kids that are needed from that educational service co-op down there. And that was brought up in these reports. So is your person that deals with dyslexia with you? Okay. If you'll have her come up, please. Reluctantly. Are you with the district or with the service co-op?
Delaware School District School Improvement Specialist.
Okay. So in the report as I read it, first of all, 1% of your students, I mean, that's not even within the realm of possibility.
Oh, 1%, oh, that's what was current, but we have completed screening all students K-12.
Okay.
Now, we have also, we kind of have, because we have so many, we've kind of had to prioritize our being able to do the additional screening. We have just finished identifying approximately 58 to 60 kids. As I left the district this morning, they were saying we need some more lines because we still are working on that data analysis. But right now we have 58 kids. We will be that we are working on parent conferences, teacher conferences, getting additional documentation that we need. But we have identified 58 of those students who need to go right now for that additional level screening.
So after you did the screening and found the markers, then this are the ones who need the directed.
And there may be more, yes, there may be more, but we've got 58 right now that we are, you know, we have to gather some additional information, which shouldn't, but by the end of this week, we will have those submitted.
Okay, all right. So that makes me feel a little better. Ms. King, do you have anything to add?
Yes, in response to about the co-op services, we are working with both of these districts to transition from using what was set up as a temporary service for them by having the co-op provide screening and dyslexia intervention services. Both districts are working toward assuming those roles within the house, because they realize that the number of students that are needed, it just makes more sense to have it on site. So
And you're working with them?
I'm
on
working
the
with them to help them.
Screening instruments, what to use?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and I've tried to explain to them the way we're doing it this year is because we're having to screen everybody.
Right.
Is a little bit
Overwhelming.
but this isn't the way we'll do it next year, because they'll already have an idea of what kids, they'll have some identified, and they'll already know their students a little bit more in depth than what they did at the start. So next year's screening process will be different from what they're doing right now.
Right, and then you'll begin to see the kind of change that you're hoping for within, because when you have that big a percentage of kids who needed intervention and weren't getting it, then, you know, that's gonna make your numbers look bad. Okay, thank you.
Can I say one more thing while I'm up here to you?
Absolutely, go for it.
Because I know you're always asking about the reading, and
Yes.
so I want to share this with you all. So while we are identifying students who need that additional screening and specified intervention with dyslexia, struggling reader is a struggling reader. So we have been trying to identify gaps, specific gaps, and then provide targeted interventions within 10-day cycles. So I just wanted to share this information with you. When you look at the STAR Renaissance data that you have in your packet, I just want you to know in STAR Early Literacy Kindergarten, this year, we had 39%. We test fall, winter, and spring. So in the fall, last year, 11% of our kindergarten students were at the 40th percentile, so at or above the 40th percentile. This year, our kindergarten students are at 39%. We've just currently done middle of year for those students. We're now at 49%. First grade, last year 18%, this year 45%, beginning of year, currently at 52%.
Oh, wow.
So our kids, so what I want to say to you, and that's across the board with both reading and math, while the numbers are still low, our kids are moving from grade level to grade level more prepared now than they were last year. And then while they are there, we are growing kids. And so I just wanted you to know, because you're always asking about reading. So
I am. I'm always asking about reading. And did y'all have summer school?
We did not have summer school as such. We had a credit recovery. But so we're looking at, we do some after school. We partner with some community people for some after school programs. And I couldn't give you a lot of details, but I know that our high school is providing some Saturday programs, no charge to the district. It's a volunteer thing, so that's a new thing, but I know they are doing some Saturday things, and kids are coming. And so just trying anything we can.
I should say, be sure and keep that pre and post data, because that made you feel good just to see it, didn't it?
Right, it does.
It does. Ms. Warren, do you have anything else that you want us to know that we failed to ask? Just say your name when you come.
Barbara Warren, proud superintendent of the Dollar School District. That article, no, thank you. The article that we shared with the commissioner that we just got on yesterday, it's from the Arkansas Community Foundation, touts a phenomenal program we've been a part of with the Arts and Science Center there in our own community. And that program is literally a resident coming in and partnering with our teachers, our children, and our teachers going there to get professional development. But we got some phenomenal coverage, and we'll make certain that we share that out with you all. And to respect, of course, to the community involvement. I think what I miss doing oftentimes is the little detail pieces. So we're going to send more of that information out. We send it to the commissioner and Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Pfeffer, but if you get to see it the way that you did there, you will know the details that we never have time to share. I've got to let you know just how blessed we were that Dr. Moore came to our district and was so generous with her time. We didn't do a dog and pony show. it was gonna be what it was. And what she saw, what she can tell you and probably did tell you, but was the real work. Teaching and learning, conversations, that's the norm for us. That's the standard for us at Dollar School District. I'm not saying that nothing crazy ever happens every once in a while, but I am saying that that is the crux of our work. And I would even venture to say that in respect to the Community Advisory Board, we hear very often across our community that they see the positive things that are going on. So perhaps not too many people were trying to become a part of the board because maybe they're happy with some of the things that have been going on and happy that we haven't been having some of the challenges that at some point in time we have. I definitely do think it speaks to some concern, but I think you will see also in some of the perceptual data we do keep that our community is very excited about the positive things and then the growth. So I won't belabor the point in any way, but I did want to say hello, a major thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity. And I think that we are doing things in a way now with school improvement in Arkansas that will help us sustain efforts. I asked the question when Act 930 came to be, will our timeline start over in Dalloway? Because we had been under the old regiment, and quite honestly, that was not working in our state. And so it almost feels like it's year two and a half for us here in Dalloway. So knowing that the time is coming, but technically it'd be just the last 2 years that I can say to you, we have the foundation built for sustained practices. And I think that's what it's gonna take for Dalloway and any other school district to improve as they should. So thank you everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to share.
Thank you. Anything further on that? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve this report.
Motion by Ms. Chambers to approve the report. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Second by Mr. Peckron. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, if you all need to leave, please do so. Lee County.
Okay, next is Lee County School District. We do have Dr. Bowles and Dr. McIntosh here, along with Mr. Hoy, and then other support people as well. The things that we are looking at to note here is that, last year, when we pulled data for the 18-19 school year in terms of test observations, we found 0 that were listed in EdReflect. This year, they're up to 51. We've have had lots of discussions about ways to increase that number. I know Dr. Bowles will tell you that sometimes as we've had to pare down staff, we put a lot of things on the principal. And so in addition to that, there has been a lot of things that have gotten in the way of getting in the classroom sometimes and having to deal with discipline and discipline issues and things like that. But we've talked through some different strategies to help to keep those numbers going well. But we are happy that obviously when you go from none to 51 in that period of time, that's a good thing. Our goal for a lot of these districts is for getting in the classroom in some form or fashion for informal or formal about 8 to 12 times a week. And so that's where we're progressing and trying to get towards. In addition to that, we want those observations to be quality, where there's good feedback being given to the teachers that can help them work with students. As far as attendance, we did see a slight drop in chronic absenteeism when you compare FY19 to FY20. Which is a good thing. And then there's also some of the ways that they're doing there as far as involving their school resource officer, and then also their leadership team meetings where they're discussing some of those types of activities. Within their assessment data, you can see that for the students that were above in that early literacy portion, 21%, for kindergarten, first grade, 45%, and second grade, 37%. And then within math, one of the things that we ran into this year is that we weren't able to, we didn't test all the first graders that we should. I don't know if that's since been corrected and worked on that process, so we should have some better data when we get to the next quarter.
Are you talking about the interim test or the dyslexia screening?
The K2 Renaissance for math.
Okay.
And then, just to, as we are working with the district, one of the things that is certainly it's a good thing, but it's also a challenge, is that, in when we look at the district in totality in the upper leadership, currently we have, new superintendent. We've got two new kind of district type support staff that work within the buildings. We've got two new principals. We've got on probably our second, third set of bookkeepers, right? And so there's a lot of newness and a lot of, first times being in some of these roles. And so we're, not only are we trying to correct the deficiencies that, the district was taking over for standards, which we know we've really worked through those issues. Also there on fiscal distress, but at the same time, we can't ignore the academics. So, even though they're a fiscal distress district, we're still focused on trying to improve all these things. And like I mentioned earlier, when you're trying to improve lots of different things at the same time, it's hard. I mean, it's hard, and it's one of those things that we're working with them to learn. They're in the process now and have identified that maybe the assessments that they've chosen or were worked in the past, that we're reevaluating that and looking at what we might change the kind of assessment model to within the district. So they're working internally along with our assessment folks to make we may be making a lot of changes in terms of what we're looking at in terms of interim assessments moving forward. And so you may see a little bit different type of data moving forward. And so, the numbers, what we're seeing now are definitely not where we want them to be, but it is not the complete picture because there are some other things that we need to be looking at in terms of their assessment program. Standards for accreditation, they did have, this is a little bit older, they pretty much are all green. The only thing that they have that's still there, and it's more probably on our end, is that they have a library media specialist waiver, but we haven't been able to clear that, and that's more of an internal thing. So they should be an all clear in terms of standards for accreditation. Tracy's back there, is that pretty much correct? I know they have 5, is it? Oh, there's some background checks. So, and that is another thing, is that we're in that perpetual mode of hiring. One of the things about Dr. Bowles is that, he's very much a fast mover in trying to get people to do things. But when you do that in a culture where that hasn't been that way, you have a lot of teachers that have decided to, take things like FMLA or decide to go home. And so we're in this constant flux of having to replace and move around and make adjustments. And so that's something that, we're going to be constantly monitoring the standards and making sure we're putting people in classrooms that need to be there. They do have a new LEA supervisor. Last year, there was somebody that was on contract. This one is now through the co-op, and our person is actively working with them to address a lot of the things and make sure that they're in compliance with what they need to be doing within the district in terms of special ed. Dyslexia, we did the same process that we have with We've done the desk audit, and they also have a plan, and we're working through that plan, and they can tell you a little bit more about specifics, but definitely not where we want to be. But there is progress being made because obviously we've got people in there and actively asking questions and looking at these things and trying to move the district along. Science of reading, we all have, the teachers that are on have been trained, but we do have, like I mentioned earlier, we do have so much turnover that there are new people that are coming in that we're having to figure out how to get them trained as well, but they do have the support of the science of reading specialists that are coming in, along with the co-op staff that's coming in to help work with them, model lessons and those types of things. From the district support plan, they are a solution tree district, and they're still trying to get that off the ground, where they're working with their folks to meet in their collaborative team times and work through essential standards. I think some of the conversation with the district, because we've had so much turnover and newness through this first semester, it's been hard. I mean, it's been hard trying to get that up and running as well as it could be. But I think they'll tell you that progress is being made, and some decisions about whether it might be a good idea to just kind of take a step back at semester and kind of restart the process and relook it and saying, hey, here's where we're at, let's kind of get going. Dr. Sharon Kramer is supposed to be there this month. Yep, to meet and kind of just give kind of a review and say, where are we at and where are we trying to get to within the district? And so I think we're looking forward to that visit and hope that'll kind of, with all the other things that we're dealing with in the district, kind of keep it moving in the right direction. From community engagement efforts, you can see that things that the district's participated in was the Rotary Club, Take Your Legislators to Work. They do a really good job. If you haven't followed them on social media, I mean, they're really good, both the district and one of their partners, contracted partners, Sugar Ditch Communications. They're actively sharing a lot of the things that they're doing and trying to build that positive culture with the community and the students. They do in their community engagement section, there's a thing within your report that lists a lot of those things, but you'll see one common thing in a lot of their different things and that's the Men of Action group within their community that's provided things from the beginning of the year and continue to do things with the district. As I mentioned, we do still continue to have all of the supports. Staffing very much remains a concern. Trying to get the people in the right seats and getting people in the district. And also, one of the things we're running into is substitute teachers. We're having a real problem getting substitutes and not having to combine classes, which they've had to do a lot of that in trying to address just day-to-day business. And so that continues to be an issue with the district. Finances, one of the big things in building the budget this year, they do have around probably a large hole that we're going to have to shore up this year. But what we're seeing is that the district is on track to lose around 74 students. And so when you translate that into dollars, that's about $500,000 of loss in revenue. And so as we're trying to bridge these things up and get these things working, we also have to keep in mind that we're going to have to become more efficient and more lean within the district, with there being lots of needs. Elementary school, Dr. Bowles and his team's done great work in getting that building up and in shape and ready to go. But there are other needs within the district, and you know, he's talked about it a lot as being that person in the middle. Is that, you know, the community wants a lot of things, but when you don't have the money to do those things, it's hard to deal with, and so that's
Don't they keep the money for 18 months or a year and a half or whatever the time period is after a student leaves?
So the way that it typically works is districts are funded on prior year ADM. So this year they're funded on the number of students that they had last year for that three-quarter ADM average. So when we talk about the 74 student loss, when we get into next year, that's where they'll realize that. Now they will get some declining enrollment funds, but that's a one-time shot as opposed to the ongoing revenue. And so that's how kind of that part works. And so that's something that we have to be mindful of going in the second semester, is that funding will drop off for next school year. And so we need to make those adjustments. I think that's it.
Mr. Packard? Ms. Newton?
Just something that you said made me think of something that happened yesterday in the ESSA meeting. You said that they were having a lot of trouble with substitutes, and Dr. Bailey, you can help me with this, or somebody on your team, but someone said yesterday that one of the districts was trying to find money to fund in opportunity culture the different levels of that teachers could attain to, and maybe giving more money for different levels. But one of the things they were doing was hiring a parapro for substitutes, and had saved like $40,000 or $80,000, I can't remember which one, but it saved the district a lot of money, and they had that parapro there to do the substituting. So, you know, if that's something that you're having trouble with, you might think of that.
They have been going through that process of getting the parapros to do subs. They've also been exploring the idea of using the parapros that may be paid out of federal funds. And so obviously when they're paid out of federal funds, they're there for certain things and not able to sub. Right. But if they were to pay a portion of their contract out of operating, which we don't have a lot of, right, they can use those, but there's some very specific paperwork and things that have to happen, and this is complicated, but what's called time certification. At the end of the year, if you say 10% of this salary is paid for or I did 10% of this is paid out of operating, 90% was federal work, I have to sign off that that happens. If they don't, or there is no time certification, that's a similar thing that happened in Earl, is where there were no time certifications and the district had to pay back some of those money. So we have to be very careful with that, but that is something that the district is looking at. One of the question about opportunity culture schools, Dr. Bowles was very active in that in Forest City and is actually working with his staff now to try to bring that that same type of process there. In addition to that, he's talked to his PPC, Personnel Policy Committee, I lost the word there, to start to talk to them about incrementally raising the salary. I think one of the things in regards to subs that kind of hurts them this year, you know, last year they just kind of had a weird, you know, was it $181 a day? I mean, that's what they were paying for substitute teachers, and that's not, you can't pay an employee that's, you know, out on sick leave or, you know, there within the district and then afford to pay almost another teacher salary worth of subs when you have a lot of subs. And so, you know, we got that more in line with the normal substitute rate, and so that may have an aspect of it, but it's just a lot of people that are that live in the area to come sub. I think that's one of the issues, and just the number of teachers that, you know, aren't there, I think causes a problem.
I was just struck by the amount of money that the district had saved by using paras to do that, so,
Yep.
anyway.
Chambers, Ms. Dean?
Once again, just want to highlight the great work that you all are doing with your family and community engagement there, the Lee County. Once again, just a prime example of what we're looking for when we say family and community engagement. Lots of opportunities for not just moms, but dads to be involved. You've got a partnership with the Rotary Club, you're for fraternity and sororities locally. Local Housing Authority, I was glad to see that. The Farmers and Merchants Bank, I think I saw a grocery store, Food Giant, Department of Workforce Services, TANF, your local representative, Representative Reginald Murdoch, who is a great advocate for the district, and a retired educator. That's just to name a few. But this is a prime example of so many of our stakeholders being concerned about our children and those wraparound services that so many of our kids need. It takes a village. It takes the whole community to ensure that our students get not just the academic, but everything that goes along with it so that they can excel academically when all those other issues are taken care of. Just one thing, and this is one thing, I wish I had said it earlier when Dalloway was here, but one thing that I'm not seeing, that I'm sure it just may be an oversight, but I'm not seeing anything from our faith community, and that concerns me. I don't know if there's some things going on with the faith community, it just didn't get mentioned, or if that's an area that needs to be, a relationship that needs to be strengthened. But just historically, the local church, the local faith community has been, and always has been, a pillar in the community and a source of resources and strength and mentorship and opportunities. So I would encourage you, I would encourage Pine Bluff, I'd encourage Earl as well to strengthen those relationships with your faith community so that that's one more avenue of assistance and support that our children can take advantage of. Thank you so much.
Ms. McFedridge?
I know we're at a bit of a time crunch, but I would like to hear just from the district and just any comments you might have for us.
Get a little
It's always
closer,
nice
they're
to
having
hear
trouble
from
hearing you.
the
Yes,
district.
Zorano Bowles. Well, first, I thank you for that compliment. We've definitely been trying to work hard to, bring everybody together. One of the things that we really kind of have that's a benefit for us is that we're so small that when you talk about the faith-based community, they're members of Men of Action. They're members of the Rotary Club. So we kind of be together on a regular basis, and so we're able to kind of cover some of those things. But I agree, we could definitely extend a little bit more What we've done over the last month is we've noticed, back to your point about wraparound services, is that, we have a lot of students that really have a lot of needs, right? And so what we've decided to do was, hey, we really wanted to get some embedded support for those kids. And so with that, we hired a guy who's coming in now, and he's mentoring our young men. And even through our Donors for Dad, we had several fathers that signed up and said, hey, we noticed a lot of students weren't present, and maybe they, absent father in the home, and so they've literally volunteered to start providing those services for our young men as well. So we partnered with them. And then we've also brought in someone who just came in today, Dr. Brenda Cardwell, who's coming in, and she's a rejuvenator who's actually working with our younger females. And so what the plan is that by the end of both of those initiatives, we'll then start kind of like mirroring what Dollaway is doing and start doing some service or doing some support also for some of our parents, so that we can show them how to be active partners in the district, and then also how to continue to help their child strive in their educational success. One of the things that we actually advertise quite a bit, and we're very proud of, is our graduation coach. You'll probably notice, we've had all the universities to come in, whether it be Pine Bluff, University of Arkansas, and so we've actually now extended that support to now some of our technical schools, because we understand that not all of our students are wanting to even go to college, and so we've connected them with a lot of the technical programs that they can actually venture to after college. We're getting ready, this week actually we tested a lot of our students for ASVAB, because some of them are looking into the armed forces, and so we're just trying to continue to bridge that gap. Our mission is to make sure that every kid, when they walk across that stage at graduation, that they know exactly what they want to do after high school. So that's some of the work that we've been doing. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that update. I appreciate it.
I do have a question. Can you elaborate just a little bit on your partnership with the mayor, Mayor Jimmy Williams, and what that entails?
Well, actually, he's a real good partner. What he does a lot for us is we have our SRO that Dr. Hernandez mentioned. And so typically what he does is he actually provides the officer for the district. And then we're also in conversations now to look at providing a second officer for our elementary grades. And so, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson, Dr. Moore?
I was going to say it was great to hear about and see the graduation coach, because I know that was one of the problems last year going in. Students not only, we don't only want to get them out the door, but with a successful plan. And so I think that's awesome. Y'all have that. I think y'all have a lot on your plate, but I commend you and Dr. Hernandez and his team from coming in from day one and making the changes necessary, whether that be the dyslexia audit or facilities that were needed to be made immediately. But I know that's a lot. So I hope that y'all in this next 6 months are able to parse through what's working and what isn't working, and how to strengthen that, so that the teachers, and similar to others, aren't feeling overburdened with so many different things going on, but are really able to narrow down to what's most important. I think we talked, and when I visited you, we talked a little bit about the career and technical ed programs. So that's exciting that Dr. Kramers is going to come in, and I would like, however we can support you all in further building those out, I think is really important in your schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McAdoo? One of the things I look at when I look at your data from one year to the next is really more from like the last year's 7th graders to this year's 8th graders. And I think without exception, except to get to 9th and 10th, and then you had a dip. Do you, to what do you account that?
Wow. Interestingly, what we find in our high school grades are a lot of, some of our current staff members are more of the elementary certification. As Dr. Hernandez mentioned earlier, as we continue to lose staff, we've been having to replace. And so what we found, a lot of the excess teachers are in some of our elementary grades. And so we've since had to move some of those teachers up. So the coaching becomes a little bit more intensified, because now not only are we trying to teach them just the regular, pedagogical moves in classrooms, but we're also trying to teach content so that teachers can understand the content when they get into the classroom. So that's kind of been one of those things that's kind of been an ongoing thing for us. And so we're actually looking forward to, kind of when we could start our recruitment process once again. We are a part of the Culture Opportunity. We were one of those schools that was selected. And so on tomorrow, we'll actually go through a hiring-based protocol that we'll be using for the upcoming school year. So our hope is to really identify some of those stronger candidates that actually have some of the background and some of the certifications.
And I was pleased that Ms. Dean pointed out about the community and stakeholder engagement, because one of the issues we faced the last time we had to intervene in Lee County was a fractured community.
Yeah.
And it seems like you're making an effort to everybody get on the same page and move in the same direction. So I know that it's hard, but nonetheless, it looks like you're headed in the right direction. Talk to me a little bit about your screening for dyslexia in the early grades as well as up through grade 12.
Okay.
If you'll identify yourself.
Christy McIntosh, Director of Learning Services, Lee County. What we found is that we've had to restructure our entire dyslexia program. As Dr. Hernandez said, a lot of individuals are new. And we've been working alongside of Ms. Vicki King. We've created that dyslexia plan, and the co-op specialists have been phenomenal in helping us identify those screeners. They've been working with the K-6 teachers in identifying those indicators and even with the scoring assessment data.
Good. And I think what you may find is what they mentioned a while ago, when a student has gone along a long time and not achieved at their ability level to read, they may show signs of, are they dyslexic or are they just a casualty of a bad curriculum? So, working through all of those kinds of things will be a challenge,
yes.
But it sounds like you're up for it.
Yes, we've actually identified a team, and we're going to take that team beginning in January to have them screened in all of the aspects of the dyslexia assessment, the screener. And so once we complete that process, we'll be able to look at those screeners. We'll be able to actually apply that in the classrooms, and teachers will be comfortable with identifying those indicators.
And is your curriculum aligned with the science of reading, or are you still working on an older curriculum that's balanced?
We're still working on an older curriculum. We're working with Solution Tree to help teachers develop a district curriculum. We've incorporated Wilson's Foundations and also Haggerty's.
Okay. Because it really is hard to take the RISE training and then adapt a program that's not designed, with that same way, particularly if it's a new learning.
Yes.
So.
And so I'm actually going through the trainer of trainer through K2 RISE Academy, and so that's an added component to that dyslexia program.
And you're doing the walkthroughs, the observations, the feedbacks, or the
yes,
principals?
Yes, ma'am, I will be the
doing?
person to do that.
Okay. Are your principals trained as the instructional leaders there, or are they in process?
Once the trainer of trainers program is completed, I'll take them through a training this summer, so they will be trained in the science of reading as well.
Okay, and then this may be a question more for you about keeping some pre and post data around the way you are using your ESA funds to see if in fact that is closing the gap, and if not, working on some other way to handle that.
Yes, that's correct. That's actually one of the reasons why when you look at some of our interim assessment data, it's not the best. What we did was we did do our summer school program. We were K-12 with our summer school, 7-12 being more of the 9-12 being more of the credit recovery, and we did our K-8 with iReady. And what we saw was a lot of growth. I mean, like huge amounts of growth, right? Almost to a point where all of our students could read, and so there was some concern there. And we then held data meetings with those partners and just kind of discussed, talk to us a little bit about the alignment with ACT Aspire and where that alignment is. So at that point, we really kind of made a decision midstream to say, hey, we got to find a more authentic assessment that's really giving us the data that we need to really support our kids. And so we're actually in the process now of that change, and so hopefully during the next report, you'll see more concrete data that's more reflective of where our students are actually performing.
Great. Anyone else? Do I have a motion?
Move to accept the report.
Ms. Dean moved to accept the report. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion passed. Thank you very much. Be safe going back.
So can we have a short break?
We sure can. We're having a break. Be back at 3:20. Okay, Dr. Hernandez, and how are you, Dr. Owen? Good to see you. Pine Bluff.
Okay, so we are at number 4 of 5, Pine Bluff School District. So same process. You know, one of the things we looked at was test observations, and you can see that last year at this time we had 284 observations. This year we have seen a drop and down to 222 for that same time period. One of those things, if you're looking at kind of one of the attributing factors, is we have had some issues with principals being out. And so we're hoping to correct that, and Dr. Owa is working with his 2 assistant superintendents to make sure that those classroom observations are being completed. Student attendance, you can see that there was a drop in chronic absenteeism from 25 to 21, which is a good thing. They have been working this year with the Monticello Co-op, ERZ, to review their chronic absenteeism and start to implement the strategies associated with that. Assessment data, the district is using Renaissance throughout for their K2 assessment. You can see the numbers there for kindergarten, first and second with early literacy. In addition to that, the math scores. 310, you can see that how the students are performing, 16% and 32% for math. Overall across all grade levels, and that does include all schools. But in the data, you can kind of see a little bit more of a breakdown of that information as well. They are working in this first year of the PLC process and are using this data as part of that to make decisions around their instructional practices. Standards for accreditation, there are several things that we are monitoring, the district's working on in terms of cleaning up, and so those are some of the things. Some of those may have been addressed by now, but we're looking for the green chart. We're not there yet, but we are working on that process. As far as special education, you know, they are working to try to make sure when you have 5 different buildings, trying to make sure that there's consistency across those things. Our special ed person has been working with theirs to address a lot of those things. They do have the alternative assessment at around 5%, and they are working to try to reduce that, and then also working on their corrective action plan as well with the findings that they had in their special ed department. Dyslexia, they did have the dyslexia audit. They've done are working on finishing their completed screenings, and they do have a written plan. And with all these plans, you know, what we'll be doing, and Vicki King again works with the district along with Lynette and their specialist, is trying to say, okay, where are we at? We've identified what some of the issues are. We've written a plan. Now what are we doing in tracking that progress? And if you've had a chance to look at their dyslexia plan, it's very extensive in all districts, but the proof's going to be how are we doing in those. And I think our active engagement in that and working with the district is going to hopefully get them to where they need to be as far as the services.
I know they were it was noted they were having the same issue with that co-op that Dollarway was. Has that been corrected within the district? I'm sorry to interrupt your program, but I have to ask them when I think of them.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Owa, Superintendent, Pine Bluff School District. We have one of the things that, and I wouldn't, Mrs. Zook, say that if there was a problem with the co-op. It was more so the district utilized the co-op as the main source of support for dyslexia. Whereas when the first intentions, when that partnership was established, was just to do, to serve as support as the district built their its own dyslexia program. And so that's what our team has started to do, is transition from full or 100% support from the co-op, where we were underserving our students, to more so having the support in district. And so Mrs. King, as well as the co-op, they're helping us make that transition through a dyslexia plan so that we're 100% operable at the district level, well, within district.
Right. Thank you.
Science of reading, one of the things about the district that they did early on is they kind of developed an internal tracker that, basically they're checking boxes and making sure that as teachers have progressed through the training, they've been really good about keeping up with that, where we've tried to use that same process and shared that with some of our other districts as well, trying to keep up with who all's had all of the requirements in terms of the science of reading training. From the district support plan, like I mentioned earlier, they are in that first year of working with their PLC process. Some of the things that there seems to be a lot of progress, especially for a year one, in terms of the work that's being done with Solution Tree. We haven't had a lot of issues that we've been made aware of with the coaching reports that we've been monitoring and things like that. They are having the principal meetings. The assistant superintendents have really taken an active role in making sure that things are progressing and very engaged in the work. That's both Ms. Van Dyke and Jonathan Crossley, which is, very positive, and it's always positive when the district's supporting the work, and that's what we're looking for. And I think that's why they've made such good progress, especially from in last year and then also getting into this second year of these type of things. The community engagement efforts, there are a lot. Some of the things that I've actually participated in has been the master facilities planning process. Dr. Owas put a really good team together that, includes community members, students, and all those things. We've had several meetings to where next week, on Tuesday, January, sorry, where we'll actually have a public hearing where the district will be presenting, here's what the master facility plan looks like over the next 6 years, talk to them about some of the different projects that are going on. Where the district has had a lot of discussion around that was previously on their master plan was around the high school. And so that is some of that communication that's been going on and potentially tapping into partnership funds going forward. But, just like on other district social media, you can follow some of their top stuff and activities that they've been doing. And Dr. Owas has been very heavily involved with that, as is his team. From us, we're still providing the literacy specialist and also from the co-op perspective, and then also the science of reading specialist. And then he mentioned, and I mentioned Ms. King, that's been actively involved in that area with the dyslexia process. There are a few concerns related to the loss of enrollment. I mentioned that a little bit earlier in one of the other ones. Right now, based on October 1, the district is looking at about 264 roughly students that have lost.
Is that due to population decrease, or are they going somewhere else?
So, we actually ran some numbers on that recently, and looking over a 6-year period. So if you look back to the 13-14 school year till now, just strictly looking at October 1st, as far as Jefferson County as a whole, they've lost over 2,088 students. And so, some people say, hey, they might be going over to different districts. The only district that seemed to be increasing was just increasing by 12 students. So it's not like there's just seems to be a wholesale lot of loss of students. And so with that, if you remember last year, we dealt with a very significant student loss last year and made lots of cuts and adjustments to address that. And so we're, going to be, Dr. Owas looking at that. We closed a school last year. So we've got to figure out a way how we're going to go about being able to shrink expenditures for next year in order to address that. And so that's, at the same time, we're trying to keep the positive momentum that's going on in terms of, the culture, climate, work being done with Solution Tree and all those types of things. They don't necessarily, because we've had to shrink staff, getting staff members, hasn't been as much of a problem as it's been in others, but they still are having issues with staffing. I think as of today, how many positions are you looking for? 2. And so, we're in the school year, and that happens from time to time, losing staff members throughout the year. but we are gonna have to make some adjustments to budget and what that looks like moving forward. So I think that's why the discussion was during the Dollar School District, as you are losing these students, what makes the most sense, moving forward. So that is a big concern for us, is that, you know, how are we gonna address those things? And we're making plans to do that.
As long as you're on the subject, I should have asked you this with the other districts, but you mentioned the other districts that were also having declines in students. Did you conduct similar analyses on those to see why they were losing students?
So we do look at the numbers to see over time how much is lost. So, you know, with like Lee County, for example, they were close to, around that same time frame. They've been up around 1,500 students, and they're down to around 691. And so that's a significant loss in that time period as well. Earl, it's kind of out there by itself. I mean, it's close to Marion, it's close to West Memphis, but they've been kind of on that steady, not as much of a huge decline, but it's been just a steady drop off over time.
Mr. Pecron, it reflects the overall nature of that region of the state, though. That's, yeah, it's not isolated to the schools and the districts there, because many of the surrounding districts are in the same, Brinkley, for example, I mean, following the same patterns as the rest of the Delta and the Southeast.
And I think I saw some data the other day that was done by the business community and on a national level, that the birth rate has declined so that by 2030, that it's going to be significant, not only in K-12, but also in higher ed. And, you know, if it's coming and we know it's coming, there's not much we can do about it, but knowing we're going to have to adjust.
Yes, and that's something we've talked about as well, and especially when some of that information's come out. And, you know, that's another thing that plays into the strategy part of it, is, you know, how it doesn't seem that it's going to get better. And so that's just another factor that comes into making decisions about districts long term.
And it's not unique to level 5.
No. Okay. I think that is it on Pine Bluff.
Dr. Hernandez, could you go back to the first slide? Yep. So the test observations, and forgive me, you may have covered it. Just want to make sure everybody's aware. We consolidated Cheney and Southwood.
Right.
Southwood. So does this reflect maybe the one fewer building, one less building that we have?
There could be some of that, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't reflect that there is one less building, but when we looked at kind of the visits from last year to this year, one of the things that was noted on a couple of buildings is where we've had not as frequent visits by certain buildings as well, and that was due to principals being out and assistant principals being out as well.
What about the quality of the observations and reflections? What are y'all seeing on those?
So I think the quality is something that is still, you know, not there in terms of all the feedback and stuff like that. Brent and Rocky both have access. I don't, but Brent and Rocky have access that they can actually go in and see the test information in EdReflect and actually see what feedback's being presented to principals. And so that's what they spend a lot of their time with on the conversations when they're meeting with principals, is saying, hey, they do some walks together, have conversations, but they're also monitoring how the feedback is going with them.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody on this side have any questions? Ms. Newton?
Just one thing I would like for you to kind of give us your opinions, and then I think I kind of know where they would be, but, you know, starting this process under our old system like we did with some of the other districts, and starting this under the completely new district, are you seeing big steps that we're able to make sooner than we were before? I mean, are you seeing differences, you know? I guess what I'm asking is this method that we're trying to use now a lot better than what we were trying before? Are there things that are working, or things that we need to adjust? Can you talk, I guess, about the process more than anything?
I definitely think we're always finding ways to get better at the process. But, you know, my feeling is that looking at the difference in, you know, I was here when we first took over Little Rock, and then I was here when we took over Lee County the first time in a different role. But just seeing kind of our old process of saying, hey, we're going to take over a school district, we're going to provide them with a superintendent, and we're going to provide them with a school improvement specialist, and really be geared towards around, here's the academic pieces that you're trying to work on. And so we know that process, based on the old model, was not as effective as it could be. And that's because, you know, how do you improve academics when you're dealing with student loss, when you have facilities that are awful, when you have human capital issues like that? And so now, I feel like we've really upped the speed and intensity of the support. And so, you know, there's some that may be very much welcoming the support, and then there's some that are drinking from a fire hose that it's hard for them to absorb all the support that's coming at them and managing through that. And so we have to be mindful about, you know, when you get a call from one person about something that's an issue, well, there's these other issues that they're already trying to deal with at the same time. So that there's a lot more intensity, and I think some of the encouraging evidence has been, you know, how quickly we were able to turn around finances within Pine Bluff School District. How quickly, you know, and Dr. Owa can probably speak to this, is more about the culture and the climate of the buildings in more of a positive sense. A lot of that is definitely attributed to Dr. Owa and his team. When you look at the ESSA School Index specifically for Pine Bluff, when we got in there day one and we're focused on all these different aspects, you know, even though they weren't tremendous gains, all the schools improved in their ESSA School Index. And, you know, that's not normal. That's not the typical norm that happens. And so when you start to see progress in all the areas that you're hoping to see progress in, I feel like we're on a better track. Not saying I believe it's the right track, and proof will be how much we continue that progression. But I think the things that we're focused on this year, when we think about intense support in science and reading, intense support in dyslexia, looking at more into these test observations and things like that, I think those are those things that we feel like are going to move the needle in terms of achievement. So I do feel like we're in a much better position, but it also really has to do with that partnership with the community and the people that are receiving the support. You know, they probably get tired of us calling them all the time and asking them questions and working on things, but they're very receptive to the support. The community's really receptive to the support. And so that's kind of that recipe for being able to show success. So I think that it's a little bit different than it has been. But I'm not saying that's the way it is for all districts this way. So every one of them's different, every community's different. But I feel like we've at least got some things in place that are moving towards a lot better, more comprehensive model in terms of state authority.
Thank you. Ms. Chambers? Ms. Dean?
On that note, on community, Dr. Owa, if you would share with us a little bit about what you all have been doing with your community engagement and your family and community engagement. I know of one thing that you now have washers and dryers in your school to help with the needs of your students.
We did. Thank you, Ms. Dean. Jeremy Owa, Superintendent, Pine Bluff School District. When we started to last spring, early summer, when we started to look at student attendance and some issues that may be impacting our student attendance, we started looking at the social and emotional needs of our students. And so with our great partners in the community and our social workers, one day, from a conversation with our social workers, we brainstormed, well, what are some of the reasons why our students are not coming to school? And we realized, just based on researching, but based on some of our real life examples within our district, students didn't have the resources that they felt were important to them. And so we wanted to make sure that we remove all barriers. And so we started to reach out to communities, partners, and a day after that conversation, we had a donation of a washer and dryer so that we could start a laundry facility at a campus that we do not operate with students, but we are using it at Bel Air Middle School as a wraparound center. And so where our food pantry as well as our clothing pantry is located. And so we wanted to make sure that we continue to build those wraparound services. So with that donation, we were able to start a laundry facility at Bel Air. Well, that sparked additional donors, and so now we have laundry facilities at all of our campuses. And so that was a blessing. After that happened, we started getting receiving donation of laundry detergent. And so now we have a year's supply of laundry detergent so that our parents, our students could utilize those facilities. And so we really wanted to start focus on those social and emotional. Just recently, we've started the discussion on the partnership with Dr. Jones, a local dentist, where she would provide screenings at our school site at Bel Air. And so we would transport, if it's approved, when it's on our board packet, we would bus students, transport students, our social workers with parental approval, consent, we would bus them to have those screeners that we know that are important as it pertains to early dental hygiene. We also, you mentioned the Ministerial Alliance. We work with Reverend Turner and his team, Coffee with the Chiefs, and I will say all the school districts do in Jefferson County, in Pine Bluff School District. And so we partnered with him with History Day. We actually participate in a monthly meeting, Coffee with the Chiefs, where all the local community leaders convene and we share updates from all school districts. I meet monthly with a retired teaching group where they provide feedback, provide support. One in particular type of support is classroom management, so they are planning to meet with our novice teachers to provide support in that aspect, and different other areas as well as praxis support. So we're getting praxis support for our teachers who are on the 1240 waivers. They have offered that support, but we also receive that support from the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And so we want to make sure that our teachers who are on those waivers move quickly towards licensure. So we're providing that support through those partnerships. Dr. Hernandez mentioned the facilities master plan. We had the community involvement there. We've tried to be creative with our parental engagement activities. So another session that we've had bi-weekly was it was a couponing workshop that we offered our parents and community members and staff members, but extreme couponing. And so they were able to come in. One of the things, concerns that we had was with some of the local recent businesses coming in. We wanted to make sure that parents knew more strategic ways of utilizing funds and stretching funds and supporting our students. So we wanted to provide that support. So we're continuing to try to think outside the box of how we can engage parents and support them as they support our students.
Great work, thank you. Ms. McFetridge? Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I was glad to see that all schools have after-school programs.
Yes, ma'am.
I was also glad to see the figure that 99% of teachers have completed RISE training, or are on their way to be completing it.
We have one more professional development day, and then we'll be at that target of 99% completed. And if I could, Dr. Moore, say that we have 2 principals who have completed the initial RISE training, day 3 face-to-face training, and the Assessor Academy. The remaining principals, as well as our 2 assistant superintendents, are on track to complete by the end of the year as well. So by the end of this school year, all of our leaders who are assessing and providing evaluations, observations for our educators will have completed the Assessor Academy so that they will be trained in the science of reading.
That's great, because after doing the training, there's a lot more to do and a lot more services and support that teachers need. And so that's great that the building principals are going through that to provide that support as well.
It was important for us to make sure that, when I first stood before you all at the first legislative audit report last year, that we have strong leaders supporting our teachers. And the only way that we feel that we can have that strong leadership, effective leadership, is if our leaders understand what our teachers are teaching in the classroom. So we want to make sure we quickly address that capacity building to ensure that the science of reading is fully implemented within our classrooms.
That's great, and I really enjoyed sitting in with your specialist and the PLC process, and as they're looking at each school and tailoring it for what each campus needs, as they're all different. One more thing I had, so when you're looking at the facilities plan for high school, I know there is a lack of CTE offerings. Is that something y'all look into? Have y'all looked to places like Pea Ridge or elsewhere that have really strong career and tech programs, either on campus or partnered with Southeast, and what that looks like as you're thinking 5 and 10 years down the future?
We have, and we also are looking at just efficiency of the district.
Yeah.
And so as far as career and tech, we have JATTC, a partnership through the co-op that offers vocational and career technical options. And so because we have that cooperative consortium, it's more of an advantage for our students to participate in that. And so we're really focused this year on increasing the number of students who are enrolled in those offerings. That center is located on CARC's campus, which is a 2-year institution. And so we're looking at ways that we can provide those opportunities, but also address our fiscal distress plan as well.
Responsibly. That's great. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
For being here.
Ms. McAdoo?
And we enjoy having you in the district as well. So.
Ms. McAdoo? Okay. 2 brags. One, Southwood moved up a grade,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that's great. And your graduation at the high school. They met their growth score and increased graduation. So commend you on both of those things. That's
you.
great progress in a.
We're proud of our students and our educators, so they're doing what it takes.
So now is the curriculum, the reading curriculum you're using, is it aligned with the science of reading and the Arkansas Standard?
I'm glad you asked that question, Mrs. Zook. What we did, we were going through an adoption last spring, and after meeting with Mrs. Stacy Smith, we put a hold on it until they went through their process of publishing their approved list.
Right.
And so during the summer, we trained our teachers through Haggerty and Phonics First,
Right.
and then utilized, and of course they went through Science of Reading, and so we utilized the resources that we currently have within district, the anchor text, and really focused on the essential standards, making sure that our teachers were teaching those standards and supporting that instruction with anchor text and decodable text. And so in supplementing some of the instruction with the journeys, which is what this district was using for instructional resources prior to last year. And so we're going through the process of making sure that those essential standards are being taught, and then this spring we're going to go through the adoption process for literacy.
Right. And soon enough that they can get trained, you know.
Right.
Right. Anyone else? Do you have a motion to accept? Moved by Ms. McFettridge.
Second.
Second by Dr. Moore. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passed. Okay, the Little Rock School District Legislative Report. And I do have people signed up to speak on the legislative report, so after you give your report, we will let them weigh in.
So, first off, as it relates to TAS, I think some of the things that, are definitely, a lot of things are working well in terms of the support and the collaboration with the district, and I think it's evidenced by some of the numbers that you see up there. Last year at this time, when we started, if you remember, we really started doing the intensive support in the second semester and really looking at how they're doing in terms of implementation of tests. And so from that last year to this year, there's a tremendous increase. Both Brent Miller and Rocky Malone are working with the Little Rock School District along with Ms. Whitlow and then their district staff in terms of getting in the classroom and doing their observations. They've done a rewrite of their test handbook and made some modifications to bring it up to date in compliance with current law. And in terms of quality, they're still working on some of those things and trying to make it consistent across all buildings. But some of the next two bullets are things that I'm especially excited about that are going on in the district is that from a district perspective, they are starting to have those conversations. If you remember the exit criteria, one of the things was the district thinking about developing that instructional model. And so in order to be able to see what the predominant instructional practices are in school, you got to have that model. So they are having those kinds of interactions and discussions with their schools to look at, what are the things that we really want to see in our buildings when we think about instruction, and starting to measure if those things are happening. And so I think that's an important aspect. That other part is kind of a newer term, I guess, for our state in terms of instructional rounds, and you think of it in terms of like medical rounds. In instructional rounds, what happens is the district or school will identify who are some of the teachers that are doing instructional practices really well. And we want to take people around to visit those things and talk about them and try to think about how they would develop those or if they need additional professional development in that. So it's a way of getting in the classrooms and doing observation, but it's also about professional development for the individual teachers. And so you can see that they've been doing some of this work specifically in Hall, but it's starting to make its way out within the district, where they do have identified 5 kind of host schools within the district that they're going in, principals and teachers, being able to see what do these things look like. And, some of their next steps they have there is that working with principals and trying to get those engaged in that discussion about these instructional rounds within the schools so they can work as a team to try to identify best practices within the schools. And so we think that that's real encouraging in terms of the observation and feedback and growth within their instructional practices.
Is this in all schools that have students in need of support, or just the schools with the lower grades?
So the 5 host schools, Ms. Whitlow's back there. We'll have to get the names of those specific schools from her, but it would be schools from all over the district that are involved in it. So whether or not the schools that are the host schools are in need of support, we can answer that here in a minute, but it's more of a district-wide initiative. So the schools are participating. We know for sure that Hall is participating in that because they're receiving the direct support from Marzano Associates in trying to build that as well. Student attendance, the district is, are working with the Feet to the Seat campaign. They have seen, 7 of their schools have seen a decrease in their absenteeism in the months of October and September. They are trying to make that a little bit more consistent and address some of those across the district and trying to curb chronic absenteeism within the school. As far as assessments, you can see kind of the aggregate information there on NWA. For first and second grade, the percentage that met their projected growth, both in reading and math, as well as in the other 3 through 10, we are seeing as an aggregate some positive trends there where there's a 2.4% increase and a 6.4% increase from fall of last year when you compare those two together. Standards for accreditation, we do have some exceptions, but I think the big thing to point out here is that last year when we were working through standards of accreditation, they had they had well over 1,000 exceptions within their system. And so, Mr. Robinson, our folks, Renee Kovac and their HR staff have really worked well with the district staff and the building principals to get that down to where we're probably have less than 30 or 40 exceptions at this time. So it's a big difference in terms of how they've got to understand the system, how they've gone about fixing those things on the front end so they don't continue to be issues moving forward. So we think that's a very positive change. From dyslexia aspect, you can see, I know there was a lot of discussion previously about the secondary support. Our folks can probably speak a little bit more to this, but when you see the significant increase in the amount of students that are receiving that where they weren't previously, that means that conversation is happening and those things are happening. Whereas we're starting to look at some of the things that are happening in Little Rock and having conversations in our other districts about what are some of those same programs and services that we might want to to implement. They're also doing virtual support where, 4 times a month, the dyslexia specialist is getting on with them and not only on site, but also there's some virtual support that's going on as well. Science of reading, I think the thing to note there is that they have 41 administrators that have completed assessor training, where there's a lot of people that haven't done that yet, and they've gone out and are along the way of doing those things as well. The PLC process with the district is they have a lot of schools that are participating in the PLC Academy. They are kind of putting together a plan and working with the department in developing what is that long-term sustainable plan to really fully ingrain. They're different than our other districts where they might have a contract directly with Solution Tree to embed the full priority schools at work process. But they are doing that work and trying to think through, maybe some schools may need that process, but others may have a little bit different process to work through. So they're in that phase as well. As far as the HR work, that is continuing to go on. We had some of that discussion, I think, at the work session. The district is getting ready in February to do an equity lab, and essentially, I won't do a really good job of describing this, but it's almost like a very intense needs assessment where they have lots of conversations around data, both human capital and academic, and start to get into that idea of, are we putting the right people in the right place to get the kids what they need at the right time? And so they were part of the initial group along with some other Pulaski County school districts that have gone through that, and they're kind of going into that next phase of taking it down into the building levels as opposed to the district and saying, how do we need to staff differently? What do we need to do to address specifically for the needs of schools with that equity lens in mind? I think that's where we're at as far as the update on the support plan. I know we have other things, so I kind of left those things off for our next discussion, but questions specific to the support plan.
Ms. McAdoo? Dr. Moore? Mr. Williamson? Ms. McFadridge? Ms. Dean? Mr. Packer?
If this is something you've got down for later, it's fine. I was looking at the documents that you submitted on the agenda, and obviously one is a report on the exit criteria. And could you comment a little bit about that document? And in particular, my concern is that as I look through it, these exit criteria have been in place for a year, and it appears that, at least in the department's opinion, none of them have been met yet. Could you just talk through that a little bit as to why that is and what the plan is going forward?
Yes. So if you remember, Commissioner Key mentioned this earlier, is that the district, when it was first under authority, it was underneath a different metric, under the old No Child Left Behind ESEA flexibility type waiver, where the exit criteria or the cut score was at 49.5%, a 3-year average of math and literacy combined. Where we moved to after ESSA was adopted, where we really kind of got in January of 2018, getting that stuff approved and formulated to where last February, if you remember, that's when we really started getting into this idea of fully implementing ESSA and starting to put together a lot of these things related to the new exit criteria and trying to meet the new accountability rules. And so our thought process instead of moving away from, instead of just having the clear-cut 49.5% type of score, what we wanted is we wanted exit criteria that says, what are some of these North Stars or qualitative type activities that we want the school to start thinking about? And then from a quantitative standpoint, what are some of those things that we feel like if we can move kids out of need of support over into some of these other categories as well as continue growth, then the idea is that mobility towards that would at some point move schools up a letter grade on their ESSA school index. And I think we saw that work related to at least 4 out of the 8 schools that we were working with. Like, we saw increases in all 8 schools, but 4 of them actually changed letter grades before they, quote, met the exit criteria. But that doesn't mean that progress wasn't made towards those things. And so some of the places we're at now in conversation about what exit criteria may look like in the future is that migrating, which we have, a lot of that qualitative information into the district plan of support or the ADE support plan. Because if you notice, one of the things in the exit criteria is related to kind of that performance management within the school. How are people actively doing in their roles? We use tests as our measure of performance management. And so there's progress being made there, but to say there's a box to check to say they're fully implemented tests, we're not there yet, but that progress is going to help us get into those things. And so the thought may be there is progress in those, and we've kind of put some updates underneath those things. But in the future, you know, it may behoove us to really utilize the ADE plan of support or DESE plan of support and the district plan of support to really be the placeholder for what are those qualitative expectations that we want the district to do, and then look more at the hard numbers as, you know, potentially, you know, moving kids out of the needs of support categories, or even saying, you know, a no F type letter grade scenario. And so that's kind of where we're at there. So that exit criteria as it is, some of those pieces have been working, but it's really been of recent time that we've just had this basically last semester and this year to start trying to do that. And so for us just to say, yeah, they've done all those things, it's hard for us to say, yes, the qualitative things have all been done.
Just a couple follow-up comments, I guess, on that. First, as I've mentioned, especially at the work session, you know, I'd like to see a move towards making the exit criteria more objective. But on the particular set of reports that you gave us this time, and it was informative, but if we're staying with that format and those are the exit criteria, I think one thing that would be helpful going forward is if we say, here's the progress towards this criteria, and here's what else we think needs to be done. I think that piece is missing, and so it's causing a level of, well, what do we need to do to meet this? I think, I understand some of those may be difficult to say, but I think to some extent we owe it to people to say, here's what we don't think you've done yet to meet those exit criteria. So if we could look at that report in that light, I think that would be helpful.
Good.
Ms. Newton? Ms. Chambers? Ms. Dean? Ms. McFedridge?
I would say just one of those pieces, looking at the data on the test observations, and hopefully, and knowing that those test observations are not a punitive thing, but they're a supportive piece, and hoping that principals are using those to better support teachers in schools. And so seeing that in connection with some of the goals on the exit criteria is really exciting, and knowing that hopefully when used well, teachers are getting more support, principals are having more information, and so students' achievement is increasing.
And the 10 months since you finished the dyslexia audit and how far you've come, and you all are to be commended, your literacy staff, your dyslexia staff, and the support that you got from CAB on that is certainly commendable. The legislation that was going to trigger at 40% and 50%, is that purely ESA funding, or do you have to provide pre and post data on how you're using the ESA money? Can you help me with that?
So the law related to literacy, where you have 40% as a district in need of support, requires level 3 support, which is that part where the department will still approve the district plan of support. And so part of that will be the conversation about how ESEA funds are used. When there's a 50%, and somebody correct me if I say any of this wrong, 50% is where the level 4 part is, and that's where it's more directed. And so there's, I don't want to say there's control, but there's more of a district or ADE directive support pushing about how those ESEA funds are spent in order to address literacy. I don't know if there's a specific mention of pre and post that I remember.
No, there's the requirements for a literacy plan, and within that literacy plan, I mean, that pre and post is something that could be part of that, but the law does not specify. It just does, it requires a literacy plan.
Yeah, it just seems to me that from the point of view of the department and the point of view of the superintendents, it's like you saw the excitement that the lady from Dollarway had this morning when she could, oh my goodness, look at what we've done. And Otherwise, you're just sort of subjectively thinking, well, it feels better, you know. So I think that would be of help to that. So Mr. Poore is always good about doing celebrations. So do you have anything in particular you want to celebrate?
Thank you, Ms. Zook. I'm Mike Poore, Superintendent of Little Rock, and just a few things to share. You know, when you look at the district goals that we've established, I hope that you're seeing those play out within the report of literacy being the primary focus, and then the collaboration right behind it, because if you don't have that, then you're not going to move forward. So things like instructional rounds, I've got to take part in that. We've had 5 different schools. You kind of brought that up in a question. Otter Creek, Martin Luther King, Bale, Booker, and Wakefield all held those schools. 4 of the 5 had Ds. Bale was an F school that moved up to a D. And so when you go through that, it's really cool to witness how the principals kind of get like a training session with the wit and wisdom trainer. Then they go into the classroom with the teacher and see the teacher interact with the curriculum. And the other thing that's going on is our teachers are interacting with each other. I will share that it's not easy for teachers. I'm constantly telling, if you know an elementary teacher in Little Rock, go hug them and just say, the superintendent said to hug you because of literacy. And they'll appreciate that, because they've had a lot thrown at them, and they're doing it with a lot of grace, and they're doing it collaboratively. I appreciate all the support we've been getting from the state. And you know, it's Sheila Whitlow and Mike Hernandez, but that are kind of orchestrating and helping. But you know, people like Rocky Malone and Brent Miller and Miss King, Commissioner Ivy, Stacy, you know, the whole gamut there. We've got a lot of folks that are helping us out, and I wanted to celebrate that. I thought you also, I was waiting for Ms. Dean to ask the community question, because we never know how to package all that with everything that's going on. But so I thought I'd proactively mention that we are working on community schools. Met with your former colleague, Mr. Barth, last night, as a matter of fact. He's still in transition and hasn't formally moved into his new position, but we started to work together. We have a team that will be going down to Shreveport. The team that will go to Shreveport to look at community school model will include parent, will include teacher, will include principal, will include our title and parent coordinator, both those individuals. It will include, it looks like Kendra Pruitt from the city, as well as Jay Barth for this initial visit down there. There seems to be an agreement with Mr. Barth and myself anyway that, you know, one of the real needs right now is, I think the community feels the community school model, and they see these interactions that are going on. They even see and appreciate the fact that you guys have kind of taken a step back a little bit from the work session and said, you know, that really needs to be left to the school district and the city to work on it. People appreciate that. So I'll celebrate you on that. The next step, though, is not necessarily in my mind to bring in a third party to come in and do a needs assessment. We did our own need assessment within our school environment. Now we need to take it into those communities. We need to take it to a Meadow Cliff and allow our own parents to say, this is exactly right, this is the priority, why didn't you put this on the list, we need to add it, and then let everybody go to work to try to come in and figure out how to support things. So those things are being worked on. There seems to be a consensus that as soon as we get done with the Shreveport trip, to really go push towards those individual school communities, they need to feel the community school model next, and then we go back to working out the systems to go support them. We're moving forward on the Ford NGL model as well. We had a meeting with all the aeronautics folks today at lunch hour, and that was very positive. 50 for the Future has dedicated over $200,000 of money to go towards it. We hope to have, as a part of the boundary discussion that will be discussed later, hope to have a major announcement on how we'll move forward on Ford NGL and Hall right after the holiday break. So I'll stop there.
Yep, that's fine. I've been thinking a lot about the facilities report, and that it was reported that they had like critical need and all those things, the way they evaluate the schools. And I know the plan, hopefully, if we can get a millage extension, is for the Cloverdale students to have either a remodeled or a newer building or whatever. Help me, I'm map challenged. So where is what is the condition of Metropolitan, and how is it located relative to the students from that Cloverdale area?
It's not too far. It's a guesstimate in terms of maybe miles. It'd probably be just about 2 miles away is kind of my guess. So it is in that geographic
Is it in
area.
better shape than Cloverdale and McClellan? I mean, is that an option since you're going to have Fort NGL at the new Southwest High School and opportunities? So I'm not sure what your plan is with regard to Metropolitan.
Well, one of the things to keep in mind on Metropolitan is that a bulk of the rooms are set up for lab space, so things like our welding, construction, we have a law enforcement one, we have auto body and collision, fire department preparation. So a big part of the academic part of that, more than half of the facility, is really set up for large labs. And when we've talked about it with Fort NGL, those are the most difficult lab spaces to create in other environments. So in Nashville, one of that's always brought up as a model, they have a Firestone area where they have a place to work on cars, and it's built into one of their campuses. For us to go do that in one of our campuses in the county would cost a tremendous amount of money to go build that auto repair. So we still will need to use Metro in some form or another for career education.
Okay, thank you. That's.
But can I take advantage of the question? Because one of the things that I want to just rededicate as a part of even the lawsuit settlement is that we established that the next facility that needed to be addressed was Cloverdale. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Ms. Zook, because it has to be the next facility. It will require additional money. We've already mapped it out. We've had planning with teachers and with specialists, and we know that that facility will be just under $50 million, and that's not resources that we have right now. So we're going to have to go to the community, along with then all the other things that we still need to move forward on, whether it's in trying to take away portables at Central to continue to improve heating and air conditioning in certain buildings, and then of course trying to figure out some things of what we do up in West Little Rock.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have several people signed up to speak. I'll call those that called in yesterday first, but I'm not sure if they were wanting to speak during the legislative report or whether they're wanting to speak when we get to the reconstitution. So I'm going to call your name. If you want to speak in the legislative report, that doesn't mean you can't speak in the reconstitution. You may speak because those are two separate items. So Ms. Freno, while you're up here, if you'll read this statement for those who weren't here earlier.
Certainly, Ms.
Oh, wait, I need to, no, never mind. Remind me to vote to accept that report once we've heard from the public.
Heard public comment,
Okay.
yes. Thank you, Ms. Gloria Freno. The Arkansas Department of Education, we read this once earlier today, but we know that other people have come in and we just wanted to read it again. Consequently, the Department of Education welcomes public comment. Public comments enable the state board to learn the thoughts of the public and other education stakeholders. However, public comment period is not intended as a time to ask questions of the state board members, to single out a particular member or members for ridicule or harassment, or to dispute the state board's or disrupt the state board's proceedings. Members of the public may not speak unless they are recognized by the board chair. If it becomes necessary to maintain orders, individuals may be removed from the auditorium. In the event that the state board is unable to conduct business due to disruption by the public, the auditorium will be cleared of all persons except ADE and Division of Elementary and Secondary Education staff and members of the media. In the unlikely event that this becomes necessary, emphasizing unlikely, the public may view the meeting via live stream from the lobby of the Arch Ford building or in the overflow room down the hallway in the lobby. Also, you can watch the live stream via your telephone, your smartphone, or you can watch it on your computer as well. Concerning agenda item 8B9, which is the Little Rock Reconstitution, The following procedure will be followed. The State Board will discuss matters related to this item, which may include but are not limited to the discussion points listed on the State Board's agenda. Following this discussion, public comments will be accepted. Individuals making public comments may do so upon being recognized by the chair. Each commenter will be limited to 3 minutes unless the chair allows otherwise. Repetitive presentations may be restricted by the chair. Following this opportunity for public comment, the State Board may take action concerning any of the matters discussed.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I have Angela Hunter, who signed up yesterday. Were you wanting to speak on legislative report or reconstitution or both?
Reconstitution.
Okay. Allie Nolan, I have you signed up and you actually put that you wanted to speak for both, so that's good. That's very helpful. Identify yourself and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Allie Noland. I'm a parent of 2 young kids in the Little Rock School District. I'll be quick because I know everyone wants to get to reconstitution. I would ask this board to be mindful that when you talk about what has been happening in the district, it is frustrating to hear the board and the state present positive developments as achievements of the state, things that you all have done through your support. And then when anything is not good, it is not, up to where you want it to be, that is presented as the district has failed to do this. And so please just be mindful that you can't pick and choose what you all are responsible for. So if you're taking credit for the good, you gotta also accept when things are not what you would want them to be. Secondly, I was also going to speak to the question about community engagement. I was waiting for that question. It was asked for everyone else. And I would point out that the 13,000 families that kept their kids home on the day of the strike, that's part of community engagement. The over 700 emails that you got opposing the Reconstitution framework, that's part of community engagement. The hundreds of people that come here and stack your meetings and sit through the hours-long meetings to make a 3-minute comment, that's part of community engagement. You may not like it because we are opposing the state takeover and we want it to end, but it is community engagement. This community is engaged in our schools and we really want local control. We want our schools to succeed under local control. So please don't ignore the part of community engagement that has been in opposition to what this board is doing, because we are engaged. We're very engaged. So thank you.
Lee Wilson, are you wanting to speak on both? Okay. Vicki Hatter. Okay. Catherine Liu. Eric McDaniel. Charles Zook. Okay. Thank you, Dan.
I removed several names to be respectful of your rules. Sometimes when dealing with or even working in public education, people can end up talking like educators, but acting more like education privatizers as they promote and/or enable school choice while refusing to recognize the data that shows how much that harms traditional public schools. Disasters in other cities and states have shown that privatization of public education is often a long game that requires a multi-pronged attack. Charter schools, virtual charter schools, and vouchers all have the same pernicious effect of funneling public tax dollars into private coffers while undermining traditional public schools in the process. In 2013, despite State Education Board concerns and over the objections of then Education Commissioner Tom Kimbrell, members of the state legislature used special language to raise the Arkansas Virtual Academy enrollment cap by a whopping 600%. This move was a big mistake from a public education perspective. Please allow me to explain. Virtual schools are the very bottom of the barrel when it comes to achieving academic results, but they are very popular with privatizers and their investors due to their relatively low overhead and their high profit margin. Even if the money is good enough, evidently if the money is good enough, then results don't matter. Arkansas Virtual Academy is a charter school run by K-12 Incorporated, which is a publicly traded company and the largest for-profit virtual school provider in the United States. K-12 pays their executives several $1 million in compensation, spends millions on lobbying, and spends tens of millions on advertising, while their schools perform far below all other educational models. K-12 also has a history of padding their graduation rates by excluding dropouts and transfers. This practice is not in accordance with state and federal guidelines. The goal of privatization is to disrupt, destabilize, and ultimately destroy the viability of public institutions, like schools, so that consumers are left with only privately run options.
You have 10 more seconds.
I spent a lot of time researching this issue and come before you today to make sure we're all aware that the actions of this board are congruent with the privatization agenda. Every charter school application or expansion request that is rubber stamped causes incremental disruption of the LRSD, stripping teachers and support staff of their collective bargaining power while further degrading their profession has only served to destabilize the district, as licensed, experienced teachers and experienced support staff are the very backbone of any public school district. These actions are leading LRSD and Arkansas Public Schools down a path of destruction. Equitable public education is the bedrock of democracy and therefore must be preserved at all costs. So now that the state's 5 years are nearly up, please do the right thing by returning LRSD to democratically elected local control. There are thousands of stakeholders who are ready and eager to receive it from this board and do what it takes to help it succeed in educating all children equitably. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Bond? Will Bond? Okay. Julia Taylor? Sure.
I'm Julia Taylor. I'm a Little Rock School District parent, a former Little Rock teacher, and I grew up in Little Rock and went to Little Rock Public Schools. So I'd say I'm pretty invested in the city of Little Rock and in the public school system. And I'm trying to think how to put this the most succinctly. I want to kind of echo some of what Mr. Poore said and some of what Allie said in that I think our community is maybe the most engaged that it has ever been. Since I've seen Little Rock. So I definitely think, yes, the community is ready to take back that local control as soon as possible. And I see a lot of good things. I recently started following my kids at Central, which is fantastic school, amazing. But recently started following some of the other high schools because on Instagram because I thought, well, I want to know more what's happening. And they're all posting amazing things. So I just, and again, and then finally, just some of the things that are being presented as like, oh, well, we've done this to make Little Rock a school district a better district, are things that Little Rock School District has done for years. I mean, I worked for the Little Rock School District. We had teachers observing teachers, and that's not new. It's not something the state board invented. And so I just want you to realize that there has always been good in the district. Maybe there are issues, have been issues. But yeah, like Ali said, you can't take credit for things that have been going on for years. So that's it.
Thank you. Teresa Knapp Gordon. Are you wanting to speak on both? Because I just have your name down once.
Well, I guess that depends on what y'all do. So, yes.
Well, we're not going to make motions or vote until after we hear public comment on reconstitution.
Okay. So, yes, I will speak.
Okay.
So, first of all, I need to address them. Teresa Knapp Gordon, president of Little Rock Education Association, veteran educator, 23 years in the Little Rock School District, National Board Certified Teacher, and renewed. I am not human capital, and neither are my colleagues. It is insulting to them to call them human capital. Capital, by its definition, is wealth in the form of money or other assets owned by a person or organization, or available or contributed for a particular purpose, such as starting a company or investing. We are not that. Human capital, as it has been used, is referring to the employees of the Little Rock School District. It is not acceptable terminology. In fact, it is an oxymoron. A teacher is a person who helps students acquire knowledge, competence, or virtue. We are not owned by anyone. I also want to address the whole level 5 support equals state control situation. The things that were addressed up there today, PLCs, increased observations, science of reading, SPED, attendance, student and teacher attendance, Renaissance data, all of those things were in place before. They've just been increased. None of those things are what teachers need to be successful with their students. And I just wonder, when are we going to ask the teachers what they need to be successful? That seems to be the one piece that continues to be missing throughout all of this, throughout nearly 5 years of state control, 59 months now. And nobody's asking teachers what they need. I love the idea of community schools. NEA was at the forefront of developing community schools. Community schools can be beautiful. Every one of them is unique, though. It's not a cookie cutter situation. You have to ask the community what they need to support their students, and then you give it to them in the form of a community school model. The Equity Lab situation. I've never seen an Equity Lab look like what was described up there a few minutes ago. Equity Labs usually have to do with the culture of a school district, or a culture of a classroom, or the culture of a school. And it has to do with cultural awareness and cultural equity. So I'm kind of surprised with the explanation that was given up there. I do want to say that there are great things going on in the Little Rock School District. However, that is not a new thing. Great things have always been going on in Little Rock School District. They just haven't been reported equitably in the media. Our school district has beautiful children who attend our schools. We have excellent educators who teach those children, and that is not new. It continues to happen. It will continue to happen. It's time to give our district back. Let us go. Thank you.
You're welcome. Laura Danforth. Okay. Mike Porter, do you want us to talk now? Okay. Veronica McLean. Tippy McCullough. Eric McDaniel. Clark Tucker. And Chris Danforth. All right. Here we go. Do I have a motion to accept the Little Rock School District legislative report? Moved by Ms. Dean. Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item 9, Ms. Freno and Dr. Hernandez. We can take a short little break. It is 4:32. Let's come back at 4:40. Is that long enough for your short little break? y'all have anything to get us the ball rolling?
Well, Madam Chair, I'll speak to that at least for the item 9A.
Okay.
Discussion of MOU based on the conversation from the board work session.
Yes.
There is no MOU.
Okay.
Okay, we did not do any revisions or anything because the sense that we got from the members and the conversation was that there was no need for an MOU.
Okay, any part of it or just the part that had to do with community schools?
Any part of it, because what was discussed as being of value is already addressed in the various plans, the district support plan, the state's plan of support for the district, and then the individual school level plans. So all those elements are covered in that planning process.
Okay. Anybody on the board have any questions about that or want to explore it further? Okay. Continued discussion of membership and function of the Community Advisory Board.
You all had asked at the work session for me to get with Mr. Poore and ask him to consult with the current members of the Community Advisory Board as to their interest in serving as a transitional board. And given the feedback from that, that's not something I could recommend at this time, that we move that way. So we will continue with the Community Advisory Board in its current capacity up until the point that a board is elected in November of 2020 and is seated.
And what about the open seat? You at one point had said
yes,
they
ma'am.
might, okay.
We had postponed that pending the direction of the possibility of a transitional board. And so given that we're not following that, we'll go back and look to fill that position and consult with the district, with the city. I think it's of value to have interaction with the mayor's office on this and legislators, since that's the procedure we outlined before, and we'll look to find candidates to fill that open position.
Okay, and you'll go the same procedure where if you have 3, 4, 5 candidates, they'll come and
We can bring, yes.
visit with us? And,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, good. And it is Zone 5, for those who may not know, it is Zone 5. And the board election zones?
There's no update on that other than we're continuing with the process. The information has been submitted to the Community Advisory Board, and they will work that into their process of consideration and setting up whatever feedback meetings and the process that they want to follow to get that, and then present that information back to the department.
Okay, and you'll keep us updated and involved
Yes,
in that?
yeah, we will. There just hasn't been any activity on that since the last time we talked about it.
Okay, and then the high school attendance zones and programs?
So, the last couple of days since the Community Advisory Board met, considered this, and then last night I sent you all a version of the action that I will take. And what I did was take the recommendations, because there was a series of recommendations that were voted on by the Community Advisory Board. There were recommendations that were voted on but did not get a favorable vote. And then there were recommendations that came directly from Mr. Poore that dealing with the community, LRSD community blueprint. So this.
And the comments that were sent in
And
by
the
the
comments
public.
that came in by the public, the survey that the district posted following the Community Advisory Board, all of that information came to me, and we reviewed all that. So I'm not going to read this entire document, but I'm going to give you the highlights of it and be happy to answer any questions that you have. So regarding recommendations of the Community Advisory Board, these are the actions. Accept the recommendation from the Community Advisory Board regarding the removal of boundary adjustment option 3.
Okay.
So that is off the table. And accepting their recommendation regarding the grandfathering of current high school students. There seemed to be widespread support for that.
So all rising 10th, 11th, and 12th graders may opt to stay in their zoned school or the school in which they are currently attending,
If it's open.
including the Hispanic students at Hall?
Yes.
Okay.
And then accepting the recommendation of the Community Advisory Board regarding the adoption of boundary adjustment option 2. And there are a number of modifications and clarifications that I felt like after watching the meeting and seeing the questions that came from the survey. So let's start with Pinnacle View. There was, I know, there was support, there was interest in a 9-12 full traditional high school to start in 2021. I consulted with the Division of Public School Academic Facilities and Transportation. We reviewed the documents that we had, and they actually, Mr. Kane actually went on site, and based on their expertise and their recommendations, that facility is simply too limited to have a traditional 9-12 high school. It is more suited for the School of Innovation option that is there now, and given the limitations not just on the building but on staffing, continuing to add 1 grade per year is the best option with respect to the Pinnacle View 9 through 12. In the discussion of option 2, if y'all remember that map, it was split, that zone, which was congruent with the Pinnacle View Middle School zone that has the students from Fulbright, Terry, and Roberts Elementary, those 3 elementary schools that feed into Pinnacle View Middle School. It was kind of split into a north and south section. That seemed to create a lot of confusion about, where would those kids go. So trying to clarify that, establishing that as a high school zone that looks toward the future of a time when the district can provide a traditional high school in that part of the city. I think it's important that we establish that zone now. So that high school zone congruent with the Pinnacle View Middle School zone is established here. But for now, because what we have to deal with is a Pinnacle View School of Innovation, the students living in that zone, they go to 8th grade, they get preferred status to move on to the School of Innovation if they choose to, limited to that 100 slots per grade added each year.
Okay, let me ask you then, since there's room for 400, if you add 1 per grade, are you still going to limit the 1 per grade to 100?
I'm not addressing that here.
Okay.
I'll let the district look at their capacity because that gets into staffing and certain other elements, master schedule issues. So that's not something that I'm directing on for here. Okay, so subject to the space availability, and then if there are other students, and I talked to Mr. Poore about this, they made an effort to say, look, if there are students in other parts of the district that want to attend here, they could even recruit. So if there is space available after all of the Pinnacle View rising 9th graders, there are slots, they know who's going to be there. If there are slots available, then those can be made available for other students around the district.
So it'd be sort of a School of Innovation magnet?
That's a way to describe it, yes, ma'am. And up until that capacity is reached, of course. And then once that capacity is reached at that school, the students residing in that Pinnacle View Middle School zone that we're saying is the future high school zone for that part of the city, they can attend Central High School as the zone school, but they are also able to apply for the magnet school options at Central, Parkview, and then what we'll talk about in a second with magnet options at Hall and Southwest. So adding 1 high school grade per year under the School of Innovation model until grades 9 through 12 are currently in place.
And if they choose to have extracurricular and all that, that's not
up
precluded?
to that's not precluded under School of Innovation model, but that's something that the parents, students faculty, staff, and administration will make the decisions on that. Southwest High School. There's a lot of excitement there with Southwest High School. Something that Senator Elliott said, and I can't remember which meeting it was said, but she talked about the possibility, and others have talked about the possibility, I think Ms. Fox and others, the possibility of a magnet program there to attract students from around the district. And similar to how there is a magnet type program at Central, we can develop a magnet type program at Southwest that is centered around the Ford NGL. I think we have a lot of excitement in the community on that. And so we'll create a magnet program at Southwest High School around the Ford NGL model. One thing that I'm committing to the district there is collaborating with the district, the Division of CTE, higher education, and elementary and secondary education, so that we can develop weighted concurrent credit courses. Around the state, one of the drawbacks to students wanting to pursue high quality career technical education is the competition for GPA, the competition for scholarships. We believe that we can create weighted concurrent credit courses, something we're already working on internally. Sorry, Stacy, I don't think you knew about this one, but so that the students that go there know that they won't be at a competitive disadvantage with students that are taking AP weighted credit. Okay. Hall High School. Just to say that, when you have a high school that when we started, looking at and evaluating what needed to happen there, and now we have 2 years in a row where that growth mark has been met of 80 plus, which has become a very firm benchmark for us to look at. That's commendable, and I think it bodes well for the work that Dr. Roberts and the team there and the teaching staff have been doing, and the students, the work that the students have put into it. The work, though, I think we can build on that, and this concept of a Hall High School magnet focused on STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, and carrying forward with the work that's going on there with medical professions, and adding a computer science element to start in 2021 for grades 9 through 12, something that can be attractive, not just building up starting at 9th grade and adding a grade each year, but something that can really change the dynamic of what's going on there to build on what's happening already. This discussion, which I liked, about students that are completing 8th grade at Forest Heights STEM Academy will be given preference for entry if they want to pursue that STEAM model. And then something that is new to the state, but I think for Hall it could be a game changer as it relates to student activities and student interest, is to make the Hall STEAM Magnet the exclusive high school in Little Rock for esports for 3 years. Esports is growing. I talked to Lance Taylor about it, so many folks may not realize, but there are going to be esports championships, state championships, things like that. And so Hall would be the school that offer esports through the 22-23 school year. At that point, that other schools may be interested in coming on board with that. Yes, so it's gaming. So there are at least 2 games that are those online computer games that have been established and adopted by the AAA, the Arkansas Activities Association, for state competition. And it's not an athletic sport; it's an activity. So the rules are different. That's important. The reason the rules are different, or the reason that the rules being different is important, because in athletics you have restrictions on transfers. And so if a student transfers into a school, they have to sit out for a year. There's an eligibility requirement. For activities, they have immediate eligibility. So with its band, choir, those types of things that are under activities category, esports being under the activities category, students can come there if they know, hey, I'm going to be in 11th grade, but I want to do that esports, I want to be in computer science, I want to do that, then they are immediately eligible. So it's an attractive a point of attraction for the students. So that's, and just to clarify, because of the conversation that was taking place at the CAB meeting around a shadow zone, and I just wanted to add here to clarify, the district may consider implementing an appropriate shadow zone for that school. Which
And can Ms. Salas Ford work with Mr. Rutherford on the policies for these magnets like she did for those that are currently magnets?
I'd be happy to make her available. I think Mr. Poore and his team would be happy to have her. They, I think they've done some good work on it up to this point. And obviously that's a good question to, as a segue, to say this certainly is not something that's, you know, all the questions aren't answered here. So there are a lot of the questions that would be remaining are operational. And so to operationalize this, there will be still a lot of work that needs to happen. And then finally, these are the recommendations from Mr. Poore regarding the community blueprint. These are the motions that I think, if I remember right, were 3-3 votes from the Community Advisory Board. One is to move forward with the blueprint modification for Rockefeller Elementary, move to the Washington Elementary campus for 2021, and Rockefeller being utilized as a birth to pre-K center. That was a recommendation from Mr. Poore. And then pause for a year until the 21-22 school year, the conversion of J.A. Fair to a K-8 campus that would have incorporated the students from Dodd, Romine, and Henderson Middle School. And then further, and this is important, to direct the LRSD facilities master plan be updated to reflect a planned future use of the J.A. Fair campus, but give the district a little more time, give the community a little more time to work through some of the concerns and questions that have come up on this. And I'll be glad to take whatever questions you'll have. This, just to clarify, this is a document that will be going in to this board packet that came over from the district office. And as my signature here just confirms that that's how we're adopting this related to the CAB meeting and recommendations from the superintendent.
In response to the Covington on the zones?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the settlement agreement on the Covington case.
Okay.
This should satisfy the attendance boundary, high school attendance boundary commitment from the district.
Okay. And do any of you have any questions about his recommendations? Okay, so let's have some public comment, and then we will have some motions or actions that want to be taken. Dr. Moore?
Yeah, I mean, do we want to have any discussion before public comment?
That's what I just asked for.
Okay, okay.
About the things
I
he was
think it would
talking
be
about.
unfair to say this after public comment. So I think one thing, in looking at this and having lots of conversations, the district, aside from this, has the opportunity to open 2 new high schools this next year, Southwest and Hall. And anywhere you're going to open a new school, particularly a new magnet school, you want the best fit of your staff. And so I talked with the commissioner, where is it within, what do we do with that? And both with Southwest too, as we're looking at the idea of reconstitution of the district, I think it's within our responsibility to look at the duties prescribed by us in law. And one of the duties is to look at any reorganization of high schools. And so I think it's something that we should discuss, whether we should direct the district to reorganize Hall and Southwest High School so that those principals have the ability to select their staff new, rehire current ones, or select new ones, probably a mixture of both, certainly a mixture of both, to set those schools up for success. I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the district to have 2 new high schools with new focuses, great resources, a lot going on, and getting the best fit teaching staff there. So that's something that's within our purview, not in the commissioners, and so that's why I wanted for us to talk about it here and wanted to say it before public comment.
Well, and speaking to that, at Pinnacle View too, they will need a principal and, you know, a person who's getting their kids excited like they did out at Southwest with, you know, what's gonna be our mascot, what are our school colors gonna be, you know, build someone that'll have time and maybe get that a person on board by the end of January so he gets to know the parents and builds excitement there, because I know some of the principals from the other schools have already been going to Pinnacle View, and so come up with a name, you know, so it's distinct from Pinnacle View Middle School. So those kinds of things.
I think it's important to look at the history in this discussion, and when Forest Heights was, I don't want to use it, reorganized to be a K-8 model, they in fact did a process that was, my understanding, very inclusive of the community to decide what was needed, what that school would look like, but also did a process of reorganizing staff such that the staff there were those who wanted to teach under that model. And I think that is important for both Hall and Southwest to have those opportunities as well.
Okay. Any other discussion before we go to public comment?
Just wanted to say that I was thinking the same thing, especially with Hall and the precedent that was set with Forest Heights. They had the opportunity at the building level to reorganize some things, and it has proven to be successful. I think it's gone from an F school to it's a B now, B school, A school. So just following precedents and understanding what has worked and what community members respond to. I think that would be a really good move for Hall High as well, and Southwest High as well.
Mr. Beckline?
Yes, going off what Dr. Moore said, I want to say what I have to say too before public comment. I don't want to say it afterward. Obviously, I've talked in the last couple of meetings we've had about what I see are guidelines. I'm planning to make a motion today regarding those at the appropriate time. The same three that I've talked about before. And basically, my idea, as I've mentioned several times, when I say local control, you know, other than these three, that is what I mean. And I've talked about that with respect to exit criteria. You know, I think they need to be clear, definitive, objective, so that the community knows what it needs to do to get even these three restrictions lifted on the board. But otherwise, I see the state as stepping back into a support role, not a governance role. The three guidelines I've talked about previously are changes in superintendent, changes in the PPC or bargaining agent, and litigation. And the reason I've talked about those three things is I want the board to be able to hit the ground running on improving schools, things like implementing the community schools model, things like that. But when I listen to people talk, I'm hearing things like, you know, we want to have a long, thoughtful discussion about whether we sue the state, or we want to bring the unions back, or things like that. And when you're out on level 5, go for it. If you want to sue us, if you want to bring the unions back, if you want to fire Mike Poore, do it. But time spent doing that at the beginning for a new board is time that's spent not making a smooth transition. That's not implementing community schools. It's not doing those things. And so those are the only three restrictions I have, but I plan to make a motion on those.
Ms. Zook, I have a question.
Sure.
About what Dr. Moore was talking about. I understand with Hall you have an existing high school, but I don't understand when you're making a completely new high school, would they not already have that, as a principal, already have the power to get the staff that meets that particular building?
My thinking is, and I don't know what her thinking is, my thinking is that since they're going to have two schools come together, the children, remember ESSA focuses at the kid level, and they're going to have a magnet school, the Fort NGL, that principal will not automatically retain all of those teachers. He will be maybe all of them and some more. So in a way, I can understand what Dr. Moore is saying. And Dr. Moore, you want to speak to that?
No, I was just in my discussions with the department and the district, at Hall specifically, there hasn't been any, there wouldn't be any changes unless it was preempted by us at this point, because that's not within the commissioner's purview. It's under R as a level 5.
But you're talking about Hall specifically,
Yes,
but
yes.
not Southwest. Because I don't understand how if you're having a completely new high school, that it would automatically mean the teachers from both of those two schools would feed into that.
Well, I think that's what we're saying. We need to make sure that we communicate that to the teachers, because they may not have had that communicated to them, that they wouldn't just automatically.
And my thinking too is that I think those principals should be given the autonomy, and I think they do to hire those staff at both Southwest and Hall as they're looking for the next school year.
And since Central's not going to do Fort NGL, there may be teachers there that want to work within that program. So, I don't know. But I think that, we need to focus on that. Dr. Chambers, I just promoted you. You're welcome. You've been here long enough.
Yeah,
now,
thank
Doctor.
you. Well, to bridge these conversations, so to Dr. Moore's recommendation, if we don't intervene, are we saying the district wouldn't have the autonomy to make the decisions that they needed to make for these institutes? What, I'm just trying to understand. I like the light touch that we're gonna talk about. So I'm trying to understand where light is not enough in terms of our responsibility.
I hear that, and I think this would be the only heavy touch that we would have after this point. But we are looking at a district with 5 main high schools, 3 of which received an F. And all 3 of those are now feeding into these schools, Hall and Southwest. And so aside from the boundary discussion, this is the reconstitution discussion, as we're setting the district in the best foot forward to move forward with the local board. How are we allowing the district to staff those schools successfully? And there's tons of successful and this is not saying there's not successful teachers, there's not excellent people at these schools, and it's that let's give these principals the ability to find STEAM teachers who are really amped up to teach under the STEAM model and build it out there as opposed to business as usual.
And I think it's just encouraging that as a part of reconstitution as opposed to hoping they do that.
I think what you said is artful in terms of encouraging them, which is something we can do without mandating it, which this feels like we're leaning more in that direction, and maybe I'm misunderstanding.
No, I mean, I think we are, and I think it's within, when you look at this little statute and what it says when a district's in level 5, there are different responsibilities that we can take under, and this is one of them, would be to reorganize, close, or dissolve a school, and we're not looking to close or dissolve, we're looking to reorganize at this point.
I can understand it with Hall. I'm still having a little bit difficulty with the Southwest, that particular model. Because it just seems like to me you have a completely new principal, and so they would be able to choose a completely new staff without us intervening. But I can understand your point on Hall, but the Southwest, I'm having a little bit more trouble making that connection, I guess.
I don't know if I should jump in here or not. I can tell you that when I look at the Little Rock School District, my email account through the Little Rock School District, I see postings for job positions for Southwest High School. So it is not the assumption that everyone at those schools are going to automatically be placed there. There appears to be some type of process that is in place where people are already, where Mr. Burton is putting out the positions that he's currently looking for, and people are applying for them. I don't know if that fits into what exactly you're talking about. So I guess I personally don't see why a heavy touch would be needed.
Yeah, and if we vote that, and that's what they're already doing,
If they're already doing it, it's not gonna hurt.
I was looking at the 3F high schools and what are we doing? The 3F high schools and what are we doing to support those moving forward? And so this would treat them all in the same fashion in that regard. particularly in that one will be a full magnet and one will be at least a partial magnet in that sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. The only thing I was going to say in response to Ms. Chambers' comment is, ideally, in my perfect world, this would be something that would be kicked over after November of 2020. Unfortunately, we're dealing with a federal court settlement that requires us to address these high schools by the end of this year and to set this up. And so I think this, unfortunately, is part of the discussion we have to have, is how these high schools are organized and set up. But obviously, anything we do on those, the local board, once it's elected, can certainly alter as it sees fit.
Okay, public comment. For those who signed up yesterday, I will call your names first. Remember, it's 3 minutes. We'll set the timer, and when it goes off, just wind up what you were saying. So everybody gets an equal time. Angela Hunter.
Hi, my name is Angela Hunter. I'm a parent of 2 children in the Little Rock School District and a community supporter of the district. Trying to process the various items that we just got a plan on, so I may not have a full understanding. If I had a publicly elected school board and I could contact those individual members right now to try to discuss the plan that Mr. Key has said is his recommendation, which we're finding out about right now, here are some things that I would like to discuss more and find out more about. Well, first, a comment. I would say please quit giving letter grades to the schools. I think it's really detrimental to a district that's trying to make all of its schools excellent, and there are certainly other ways to describe quantitatively and qualitatively how schools are improving. Letter grades tend to chase parents away from one school towards another, which with constantly moving and improvements and changes and magnets, I think does nothing but a disservice to schools. And I think we can do better when you're talking about an entirety of a school. It's not like getting a letter grade in 8 different subjects the way our students do, right? And even that is imperfect. As a lifelong educator, I would be happy to say we could get rid of grades and work with qualitative evaluations. Is just not very practical for large numbers of students. If I were talking to my Little Rock School Board, I would say recertify the LREA. It's a vote. It doesn't take a lot of complex maneuvering to do that. That's not something that somehow needs to wait until some later time. I think that would help shore up some of the support that the community has for being sure that our teachers are also being considered in terms of the support they need to conduct the business of this district, making sure our students are all educated, again, across the district in a way that is beneficial for everyone. I'm a little confused about the comment that the lawsuit is requiring a reconstitution of the schools. The lawsuit is saying that a new high school attendance zones have to be drawn based on written race-neutral rationale, and that's all. That's not quite the same thing as setting up the high school, directing or not directing the school to fire, rehire, et cetera, personnel. So I find that discussion confusing. I also would say to my school board, race neutral isn't far enough. So to show that you just aren't intentionally segregating, to me, is like the minimum bar that a school district should work towards. I think we have a chance to actually think about real equity in this school district, think about the long-seated racism of the institutional structures in this city, and to do something more than that. That is not enough. And I don't know that this shadow district, that shadow school zone attendance, the magnets, I have a big question about Southwest and if it's actually gonna be the VOTEC school magnet, with the only one being Fort NGO. I'm curious why that would be the only one, and why they wouldn't have any other options like AP, but my time is up. Hopefully some other people will raise some of these same comments. And again, if I had a school board, I'd make them all sit down and talk to me about it.
I will address this. It's up to the legislature with regard to school grades. That's not anything that we have anything to do with other than following the law. and each principal in the Little Rock School District was afforded the opportunity to participate in Fort NGL, and this is the only one who chose to, other than Halls with the medical profession. So it wasn't something we did, it was principal choice within the district. Okay, Allie Nolan.
Thank you. Before I make my comment, I'm just going to say real quickly, when I make my comment, I have to leave to go to my daughter's holiday performance. It's not because I just wanted to hear myself speak and then run out.
Well, I'm glad you were early on the list.
So, my name is Allie Noland. I am a parent of 2 young students in this district. Very quickly, because there's a lot to cover, Senate Bill 668 would have allowed the state to extend the state takeover past 5 years. That failed in committee. If you pass something that places restrictions on our locally elected board, like the guidelines that you were discussing, then you will be defying the legislature by doing it anyway, even though that bill failed. If you are not allowing us to decide what is best for our own kids, it's not local control, don't call it that. Second, preventing the LRSD school board from engaging in litigation is a violation of the checks and balances. It is insulating you from judicial review. That is not how our system works. You have to allow your decisions to be scrutinized. If you're confident enough to stand by them, what are you afraid of? Third, community voices are being stifled by your process. Here we have seen people removed from the last meeting. You have changed your own operating procedures today only with regard to the LRSD items, which I believe is viewpoint discrimination based on the opposition you have received from this community over months and months getting up to this point. And I will say that the individual board members, you've said you can't single out individual board members for criticism. That is exactly what the First Amendment is for. It is for allowing the public to criticize public officials in the exercise of your public duties. That is what free speech is all about, okay? So, why are you doing all of this? So that you can micromanage which teachers go to which schools? So that you can talk about whether there should be football at Pinnacle View or which principal needs to be assigned to which high school? You know, Mr. Williamson, you got a lot of criticism a few years ago because you said you were sick and tired of talking about LRSD at every state.
Tired of talking about it, not sick.
Oh, well, okay. At every state board meeting. But I'm going to say, in a way, you were right, because this is not what a state level board does. This is what we should be doing, not you. So I understand that there are people on this board that care a great deal about the on-the-ground details, about things like which teachers are assigned to which schools and which extracurriculars are allowed. But I would respectfully suggest that if you really want to have a say in that, run for Little Rock School Board. Don't do it as a state board, because that is not your job. If you want to act like a state level advisory board, you need to take your thumb off of Little Rock and let elective representative democracy work for the people of Little Rock, Arkansas, like it works all across the state. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lee Wilson.
I have Lee's statement. Now, she's not in here, so this may not apply, but she hasn't been able to respond. She's in court. Not because she's in trouble, she's testifying for her job. But so this is Leanne Wilson's statement. I apologize to the board for not being able to be here in person. I'm in court today to help protect a child. I hope you will receive these words from me. My name is Leanne Wilson, and I am a parent of a child in the Little Rock School District. I also work with over 400 students in the state, with about 100 of them being in the LRSD. I have students in almost every LRSD school, as well as charter schools. Today I want to talk about the MOU. I was very disheartened after seeing the MOU released by the state board in October. The MOU has multiple restrictions and limitations on what will be the elected school board. Mr. Hill, when meeting with you, I thought you truly cared about kids in our district and state, and I still think that. You stated that you and the board wanted LRSD to remain in level 5 for the support that it provides to the district. I spoke with you about the need for the MOU to not be paternal and authoritative, and you agreed. At the time of our meeting, the MOU had just been released and neither of us had read it. Of course, it is not supportive in nature. It is authoritative. Mr. Hill, I know you were not at the work group that occurred last week.
He's on the board, he's on the phone.
I hope that today you will advocate for an MOU that is local control. The school board elected in November should have full decision-making authority. This includes the ability to decide the budget. The state board should also not be making decisions on hiring and firing principals in the LRSD or on attendance zones. The bottom line is that 5 years of state control has raised the number of schools with an F grade from 6 to 8. This fact alone means the state needs to get out of the position of making decisions for the LRSD. The state board has failed to do its job in the 5 years they have had control. If the elected board is not able to make independent decisions without the board or the education commissioner's approval, what is the point of the elected board? Please do not give us a fake board. This will not appease the community nor keep us from coming to these meetings and speaking out. I asked at the last meeting to not make the elected school board a suggestion box. I'm asking for that again. Y'all need to stand up and fight for our rights to make decisions. We need to be allowed to make decisions that affect us. Fight for us to have real local control and full decision-making authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicki Hatter? Yes, just let me know when she gets back. Catherine Liu? Don't let me forget her.
Okay. My name is Catherine Liu. I am a proud previous Henderson Hawk and Central High School Tiger, so I'm very proud to have graduated from Little Rock School District. I currently have 3 children enrolled in the Little Rock School District. Had parents, an aunt, uncle, grandparents, husband, sister-in-law, and brother-in-law all participate in Little Rock School District. So if someone looks at me and tells me I'm not invested, it makes me mad. I'm invested. I'm here. I've been here. I'm gonna be here. I care very much what happens for my children, for all the children in this city. It doesn't have to do. My 3 kids are gonna be fine. No matter what happens, they're gonna be fine. That's not good enough. I care about every child in this district. I live in a community, and it matters deeply to me what happens to all of them. I've tried to describe to people who live out of state who are not fully aware of what's going on, why this is such a big deal right now. And my perception is that the state took over our district 5 years ago. Now it's time to give it back. You're moving the finish line. You're changing the rules. There's all kinds of shenanigans going on. Maybe that's not really what's happening, but that's what it feels like from my seat. I don't like that. I want to know what the rules are. I want to check that list off. I want local control back. Sorry, I had everything written out, and then things, you have to change on the fly, and I'm not super great at that. I do want to say, if nothing else positive comes out of the usurpation of the Little Rock School District, we have rallied together. You have made us be a single unit. We speak as a voice, and we stand up for all members of the Little Rock School District community. And when I say all members, I mean the kids, I mean the teachers, I mean the parents, I mean the families. I am fully in favor of the LREA being reinstated and us recognizing and engaging with them. The Little Rock School District is capable of making, leading, and implementing the needed changes about the schools. I have worked in the nonprofit world. I'm now in a semi-profit world. But I've worked in the nonprofit world. I've served on boards. As far as I know, boards serve 2 purposes. You're either a fundraiser or you're a governing body. And when you're the governing body, you deal with the boss, and the boss deals with all the details. The board doesn't get involved in the details. Please stay at a high level, give your mandate, and let Mr. Poore and the teachers do their jobs. In summary, I demand local control as mandated by law and as dictated by morality. It's not just the legal thing to do, it's the right thing to do. We're grown-ups, we have professionals that work in our district, let them do their job. Mr. Williamson, you said that you were tired. I'm tired too. I'm angry. I'm sick of my community being abused. You had your chance, your time's up, it's our turn, and we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric McDaniel.
So apparently I'm just going to talk the rest of the time. He had to leave. He thinks
Okay.
it's fine.
Okay. Will Bond.
The last time I was here, I said I think y'all were giving us whiplash and constant upheaval in the district. And I think that continues on today. I hope we appreciate what the reporting will be over the suggestion that the staff should be removed at Hall and Southwest with new hiring. Just creates constant upheaval in the district on parents and teachers and administrators. And you're acting as if you want to micromanage, just like everybody else has said more eloquently than I will, this district. Today, at the end of the 5-year period, you're talking about what extracurricular activities will be mandated at Hall and not allowed at other places in the district. Esports. That's what you're talking about as a state board. What empowers you to make these types of decisions for Little Rock? Why do you believe that it would be in the best interest of the parents, the teachers, and the kids to make these suggestions at the last minute when your time is up on control of the district? Why have we not planned a magnet plan for Hall way in advance if you wanted to do that? Why would you now rip that away from the parents, the teachers, the administrators, and a locally elected board? Why would you think that you have that power or should use it? Or should use it? That's something. Sometimes we have to be honest with ourselves. One thing that we addressed at the CAB meeting the other night is how much capacity does the district have? We know we're opening a new high school. Now you want to pile on all these additional changes, all here at the last minute, in an attempt at what appears to be to not make the district a success, but just to create more chaos and disruption to the benefit of other educational providers. And it simply makes no sense. It is morally bankrupt. You talk about needing new facilities and maybe extending a millage, but you don't want to return full local control. How do you expect us to pass that? I was on the side of passing a millage when the state had control. A few of us were, but most of us weren't, and it got drilled. And you take no accountability for that. It is time to return the district. It is time for a softer touch. It is time to return to the American ideal of you don't have taxation without representation, which y'all continually ignore over and over again. And let me say this while I'm here. The biggest vote that I ever participated in, and this has been on my mind a long time, was at the legislature during Lakeview when we had to pass a tax to fund education adequately. There were 54 members of the House of Representatives who voted for that. Mr. Key was not one of them. We had to vote the emergency clause to put that tax into place to fund education. You have to get a higher vote. There were 13 people who voted against the emergency clause to put that in place. And the commissioner was one of those people who voted against that. And I don't mean to get personal, but the time is now to let this district go back to local control and have a democratically elected district. It may not be perfect, but it will be American, and it is what is required by the law.
Vicki, I had called you while you're gone. I saw you come in. Thank you, Commissioner, for reminding me.
Good evening. Sorry, I had to go pick up my daughter from school.
Don't be apologizing.
So I'm pretty sure most of folks probably echoed why we need to have our district return as a whole district. It's kind of close. Sorry. And two, as a board, I said this before, earlier on, that like you guys are supposed to be the middle ground. And as time have went on, it have become extremely obvious that it's not a middle ground the way that I have envisioned you guys to be, a neutral ground, to where it is unbiased and to where you guys are truly having all 23,000 students in our district at the forefront, as well as our parents and our educators. Sorry, I've been coming up here a long time, 5 years. And even before that, even before the takeover, I've come up here to talk about different issues. And it seems that it doesn't matter whether you're a parent, you're an advocate, whether you're a legislator, whether you're a concerned citizen of the district, friends of the LRSD. It's like the mind of the board is made up. And then I say the board, but I really believe it's just a couple people on the board and everybody just follow the leader. And that is very disheartening to me. I must say that Mr. Pekron, he seems like he's the most genuine one as far as just saying, hey, get back the district and then let the district handle these local issues instead of the state education board. I choose to be a Little Rock School District parent. I support my district. I criticize my district, but I'm also a part of the solution finding of our district. And I think that that's important to make sure that all of our comments and involvement is being noted and not stricken from public record. I think that we need to make sure that you guys are just, you know, you're up against that whole credibility thing. And then if you guys are, will someone make a motion to return local control and allow us to elect our school board with full power? I think that would send a strong message to the community.
Jeff Wood.
Thank you, Ms. Zook, members of the board. I'm probably going to be a lone voice this afternoon, but I'm used to that. And I want to appeal to you to do bold things at Hall High School, even in the last couple of months of your intervention in the district. I believe that Hall is 100% your responsibility. I believe that Hall is one of the most significant reasons that the school district was taken over almost 5 years ago. And I think that it would be a grave disservice to this city and to every student who goes through Hall over the next few years if you don't take bold action. As we adopt option number 2 in the high school attendance zones, option 2 is dependent, 100% dependent on a successful model at Hall High School. It also desperately needs a successful model in the West because absent large interventions there, we have 2 attendance zones in this city, Central and Southwest. Central will be completely overrun if we do not do bold things at Hall to attract this community to be a part of that. It's now a magnet school. It cannot simply be lipstick on a pig. This city will not be a part of that. They have overwhelmingly rejected that when given options. Look at the families in the West. I am one of them. I don't have a high school student right now, but I live in the West. All my neighbors are West residents. And one day my sons, my daughters, they will be zoned to high school. And right now it's Hall. And if I had to choose today, I would not choose Hall High School. Only 12 students out of approximately 600-something students from the West are choosing Hall High School. The community is rejecting its current model. We cannot not do something. You have to make big changes there. In the West, we need a reinvigorated vision for the West. The model that we're choosing for attendance zones requires or needs about 100 students to be a part of the West High School. And right this year, only 65 students chose it. So I'm hoping that you call it micromanaging, call it whatever you will. It is your responsibility to create an environment in these schools that the families of these in the neighborhoods around these schools can be excited to send their kids there. I want to be excited to send my kids to whatever school they go to. Mr. Bond, a couple of years ago in that millage vote, when he was talking about it, he talked about how high school are the most exciting times of anyone's life. Ask anybody. They say those were their best years. And we have to give them those opportunities, whether they're in the west part of our city, whether they live near Hall High School, whether they live in Southwest, or whether they go to Central. It doesn't matter. We need to create environments, and right now it's on you to do that, to create environments where families are excited that their student is part of that student body. So I have to leave too. I have kids doing things tonight. I hope that you will do bold things for these students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service as chairman of the CAB. Teresa Gordon.
Would it be okay if I waited to go last so that other people, since I've already spoken once?
Oh, sure. It makes no difference to me. I was just trying to be fair. Laura Davenport? Oh, Danforth. I apologize. I think I did that both times. I apologize.
Okay, so I was gonna speak originally on the potential quick expansion of West Little Rock High School. It sounds like you guys are slowing down with that, but I'm gonna go ahead and speak on that just so it's on the record, because I agree with Senator Bond that I just don't trust that that's gold at this point. I'll know when you vote. So thank you for stopping the expediency of adding, West Little Rock High School really, really quickly. One thing I've learned from being at all these meetings is that running a district is expensive. We're talking about stuff we're gonna do at Hall that's really exciting, money that's gonna be poured in, that's needed, that's necessary. We're talking about the $50 million, dollars that we're putting into hopefully what will be the new Cloverdale. So I had a question again before we said we're stopping that and we're slowing down, which is why are we, and I wish Jeff Wood was here, because really he could use this maybe more than you guys, but why are we proposing a new West Little Rock High School when we can't fill the 9th grade seats? I don't understand, I don't understand being rewarded when with adding grades when we can't even fill the 9th grade seats that are there. I do not believe in if you build it, they will come. I think that is not a data-driven decision. When Dr. Pickering, LRSD administrators, and other community members have also said too that doing this quickly would be fiscally irresponsible. This wouldn't be manageable out there yet. And then this would prioritize, this is the most important, it would prioritize the needs of a certain subset of kids over others in the district, which is not equitable and not fair. Additionally, I couldn't help but notice the praise that Lee County and Dollarway received for investing in their students by providing wraparound services. How would you suggest that we prioritize that? We've been talking a lot about this, while at the same time carrying out a pet project in West Little Rock. That's not necessary. I'm really frustrated, and I'm talking to LRSD administration as well, anyone in the room. Why does everyone have to prioritize West Little Rock when there are about 1,000 open seats at Hall? We could build something together. I've been told so many times that this district has too many buildings, which is why we close schools, and not enough students. So why are we talking about expanding a physical space when Hall, when you go way out west, it's 5.1 miles. So I think we need to really talk about the crux of that. This is especially true when I hear teachers saying, yeah, at my school that's maybe under-resourced, my kids are practicing on cardboard cutouts instead of keyboards. There's dead animals in the walls. There's flea infestations, roach infestations, bats, rats, no running water in art class where you're having to paint with rainwater. I don't understand why we're not being fiscally why we're not practicing fiscal responsibility with the students that we have now and the facilities we have now. So I'll finish with this. Just because you don't think something is racist doesn't mean that it's not. Just because you don't intend for something like a policy to be racist doesn't mean that it's not. Your impact matters more than your intent. And I beg of you to think about the message, all of us in the room, that it sends to prioritize West Little Rock over students that literally are not breathing clean air in their schools that should have been prioritized decades and decades ago. So I ask you please to consider that.
Thank you. Veronica McLean. Veronica McLean. Oh, there she is. No, you're not? Okay. Oh, okay, I guess she had to leave. Oh, all right, sorry.
I have pieced together kind of throughout this meeting, this discussion, trying to kind of understand the direction that we're going. But there are some things that I've kind of been holding on to for a while, and then other statements. So this may not sound very coherent, but I feel like they're all valid points. There was a statement made at the MOU work session last week where it was said that it was positive that the community now has direction with community schools. For the community that's wanting local control, this is something for them to do. That has to be one of the most offensive things I've heard in a long time. I mean, I've heard quite a bit of offensive things lately, but I need to explain that, why that's offensive. We aren't simply looking for something to do. We are fighting for our rights to democracy, to taxation with representation. We are fighting for our children. We are fighting for our rights to free speech. Every single decision you make that is not made by a locally elected school board is stomping on our rights. I don't want to be here. I don't like coming here. So this isn't giving me something to do. Okay, I've got a lot of things to do. And I'm not trying to single you out or ridicule you, but you know, I don't want to get kicked out for having said any of that. Anyway, I want my voice to matter more than those who refuse to speak up on public record. I have the right to be heard. If they can't come here and say it on public record, then it does not matter. If they can't send an email that can be FOIA'd, then it shouldn't carry more weight than what I have to say. Anything but local control is unacceptable. No guardrails. We are not children. You seem to forget your role here. Power and greed don't look good on people. There are already interviews happening at Southwest High School. Teachers have applied for positions there. Mr. Burton is more than capable of deciding who teaches at that school. More than capable. When we were talking earlier during the legislative report, talking about equity labs, I'm trying to understand a little bit more about that. Looking up we were talking about phase 1 and phase 2, and we're apparently, are we in phase 2 or 3? What did they say? Maybe phase 2. But phase 1, and I don't know if this is the exact equity lab model that you're using, but phase 1 talks about you can't move into phase 2 until you're aware of race, equity, diversity, and inclusion. Do we feel like we're ready for phase 2? I don't think so. Not with what Dr. Danforth is bringing up. We have children that are not getting basic things that they need in their school. So, when we're talking about Hall, I think it's also important for public record that this is not about programming. This is not about distance. This is about people not wanting to go to that school with those children. And we need to stand up to that and try to figure out why that is. We need to get creative, but not pander to people that are racist. Okay?
Thank you.
Do better. Do better.
Tippy, Representative.
Thank you. I want to first say that I agree with Ally, Catherine, my Senator Will Bond. As a matter of fact, he got my adrenaline going so much while ago I may pass out while I'm up here. But I want to spend my time that I have talking about teachers in the district. Being a former teacher, this is really important to me. And one of the things I want to talk about is the work stoppage day. And I want to talk about the validity of counting that as a day. I'm not sure there were enough students there that day to count that day. I'm also upset about the reprimand that the teachers were given, the written reprimands that the teachers were getting. I think this was petty and piling on as far as demoralizing to them. And I also want to talk about the reduction of pay that they're receiving in December as we get close to Christmas. Every teacher that I have ever known spends countless hours outside their contract and outside their day. But now we want to follow the rules, and we want to reduce their pay, and we want to punish them for standing up for their students. I also want to address what we're talking about as far as these jobs for teachers and opening, the different types of schools and combining the schools and everything. Teachers are already upset and unsettled. They don't know if they're going to have a job. So I want you to really be thoughtful and transparent in what you're doing and not talk flippantly about teachers and where they might be and what we're going to do at this school or that school, because this is their lives. They have families. They're a part of the community, just like parents, students, and all the rest of us. And I also want to plead with you to please, please go with a light touch. I'm hopeful about Dr. Jay Barth. You guys all know him. He is incredible. And we are ready for local control, parents, students, teachers, and the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric McDaniel. Okay, did I already call him once? Sorry. Clark Tucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There have been a lot of impassioned speeches here today and over the last several months, and rightly so. For myself, the last couple of months, my attention has been drifting towards something a little less impassioned and more boring, but that is very important, and that is the law. And I think it's very important for the board to focus on the law as well, and the law really imposes two kinds of obligations on this board. One are affirmative obligations that this board must take. One, under the Arkansas Code, it requires this board to promulgate by rule criteria by which a district can exit level 5 intensive support. And at a minimum, there were no criteria established for 4 years. And as Mr. Pecron, I think, rightly pointed out earlier in the meeting, over the course of the last year, they have been a moving target and unclear at best. And I think this is a failure to act by this board. Another example, I think, is that this board is obligated only to have 5 years of state control. And the election of the school board has been engineered in a way where a 6-year of state control is on the table. And I think that's a violation of this board's affirmative obligation to restore local control within 5 years as established by law by the General Assembly. The other category is that the authority of this board to do certain things is also restricted by law. I'm going to quote from a case from the Arkansas Supreme Court against the State Plant Board from 2005 when it said, a statute which in effect reposes an absolute, unregulated, and undefined discretion in an administrative agency bestows arbitrary powers and is an unlawful delegation of legislative powers. So that means one of two things. Either A, the legislature delegated absolute, unregulated, and undefined discretion to y'all, which was an illegal act by the legislature, or the legislature did not delegate absolute, undefined, and unregulated authority to this board. And I get the feeling a lot of times that y'all think that you have absolute, undefined, and unregulated authority, and that is not the case under the law. And I think a couple of examples that we're talking about today are the guardrails that we're talking about with regard to litigation and with regard to the Little Rock Education Association or the bargaining agent for the teachers, or however you want to put it. I'm open to being persuaded otherwise, but I do not see authority in the law for this board to impose that kind of guideline on the Little Rock School District, really ever, but certainly not after a 5-year period. And I think if you will do as I'm suggesting and focus on your rights and obligations under the law, that you will actually see a whole lot less conflict in the community. Because the law pushes you toward what I think the community wants as well, and that is a collective obligation to focus on the education of the children of Little Rock. When you talk about a magnet school at Southwest and the Ford NGO program, you don't see people standing up here being upset because that's a local idea that focuses on education that's being supported by the state, and that's what needs to be happening. When you talk about controlling people in Little Rock, and particularly controlling adults, like the guardrails that I'm talking about, that's when you see people get real fired up. And I think, Mr. Pekron, you mentioned that you want to focus on education, but having those guardrails will do nothing. There's nothing more than that that will continue to divide the community and will detract from the attention on education, which is where it should be. And I just want to finish by quoting Senator Bond, who I thought had a great line. It may not be perfect, but it will be American. And I want to add to that, it will also be legal if you do the right thing today and restore full local control to the people of Little Rock.
Chris Danforth.
Hello, everybody. My name is Chris Danforth. I'm a resident here in Little Rock. And lately I've been thinking about history. And it's hard not to be quite frank with you. The history of Little Rock and the history of LRSD, because they are intertwined. We have a history of the city of Little Rock at best letting down and at worst attacking some of the most vulnerable citizens and children in our community. As we look at the end of this 5-year period of time, what will hopefully be the end of 5 years, you have to ask, what has happened and who did it? We don't have an answer to the first part, but the second part of who did it is y'all. Y'all are our school board. Y'all were not elected, y'all were appointed, which means that whatever happened, y'all did it to us. So when Hallie gets up here, Ms. Nolan says, we have opposed you, is because this board is doing things to us. A second thing about history is there is nothing new that's happened in these halls or in this city. And because there's nothing new, it means we can ask historians, when has this happened? And I took to a historian, his name's Clint Smith, and he wrote a little bit about this and why this is so important when we look at this, that we look at history and why it is so important to us in this moment to do the right thing. This poem is called When People Say We Have Made It Through Worse Before. When people say we have made it through worse before, all I hear is the wind slapping against the gravestones of those who did not make it, those who did not survive to see the confetti fall from the sky, those who did not live to watch the parade roll down the street. I've grown accustomed to a lifetime of aphorisms meant to assuage my fears, pithy sayings meant to convey that everything ends up fine in the end. There is no solace in rearranging language to make a different word tell the same lie. Sometimes the moral arc of the universe does not bend in a direction that will comfort us. Sometimes it bends in ways we don't expect, and there are people who fall off in the process. Please, dear reader, do not say I am hopeless. I believe there is a better future to fight for. I simply accept the possibility that I may not live to see it. I have grown weary of telling myself lies that I might one day begin to believe. We are not all left standing after the war has ended. Some of us have become ghosts by the time the dust is settled. So I'm not going to ask you all a question. I'm not going to beg this board of people who are largely not from here or live here about things that have to do with my life and my city. What I will say is the right thing to do is to return immediate democratically elected local control. 2, we have the Southwest High School zoned. That is good and fine. However, the lawsuit states that we simply need to promulgate the new zones in a race-neutral, which is a very ill-defined manner, by the fall of 2020, meaning there is no immediate action that has to happen outside of Southwest for the next school year regarding the rest of the city. So you could step back, take your hands off the steering wheel, and let us control our destiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Porter, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mike Poor, Superintendent Little Rock, and I want to just, one of the things that's interesting, in terms of the conversations is that, it's tough, even as a person that's in my 4th year as the superintendent of Little Rock, that I continue to learn new things about our district and some of its history. That's important because it helps guide decisions and guide even some of the behaviors that can occur. So when we talk about Pinnacle View and have a name, it already has a name. It's called the Pinnacle View High School for School of Innovation. It's established, it's going. Now, if and when we get to a real West high school out there, which is gonna need to happen at some point, whether it's through the desegregation case or through us building something, that will need to be thought out and given a new name. Second is, Ford NGL actually is occurring not only at Southwest Campus and also at Hall High School, but also at Parkview. Okay, so they're all 3. But those are context things that in day-to-day stuff that you don't necessarily all pick up. Pinnacle View can't be a Ford NGL campus because it simply doesn't have enough numbers to create an academy approach. We hope Central will join in the near future. Southwest staffing. Southwest staffing, one of the things that I wanted to promote is it's not just a career academy. There will be 21 AP course offerings on that campus next year. So that's not directed necessarily towards you, but sometimes even our own community doesn't pick up all the different information about the dynamic institution that Southwest High School will be. Level 5, and I know this probably won't, some of my community won't be happy, but I actually appreciate the fact that we will be engaged with the state in Level 5 next year if we don't meet our mark. Because the support and the work that we're doing with our staff, with the department, and now, and with the community, those things are making the positive gains that we're having. And even if we go to a board and there are no, barriers or anything, there is the chance we still could be in Level 5. Last year, I couldn't tell you that we're gonna, I think I even said it in this group, I don't think we'll get out of Level 5. I think we have a real shot for it this coming year. But I will tell you, if we go to Level 4, I'm gonna try to figure out as many ways to engineer support that I'm currently getting from the state, because it is a success thing, working with our staff, and that's our teachers and our administrators. Next, I wanna share that Forest Heights, and I've tried to do as much research on that as possible. When it became a magnet school K-8, there are many that said all the kids got the chance to stay. That wasn't the case. The only group of students, from what I've been able to understand, that were able to stay on that campus were 8th grade.
7th and
I was told only the 8th graders, okay? And so I tried to double check that, and I looked at it a couple ways. You may prove me wrong, Ms. Zook, but that's what I heard. Last, because I'm running out of time, is that when Forest Heights staff was, they were displaced, and there were new people that were brought in. You look at Hall High School right now, it had growth for the last 2 years, so that tells you that staff's doing some pretty good things. There's not one person on Hall staff right now that has a growth plan or someone that's been put on a plan. I don't know what that necessarily says, because I will also share, I think that's a bigger system issue for us, that we're not maybe still addressing some people that maybe are low performers that need to be evaluated out. But where it is right now is Hall had growth, and Hall doesn't have one person on a plan. If you choose to go down the route of reorganizing or reconstituting, I would suggest that you get strong legal advice, and I would tell you that I think that's going to take a little more time. The time I spent with our attorneys today from the Friday firm, there is no precedent for what I hear as the current motion on the table. Thank you.
Teresa?
So I've been Teresa Knapp Gordon, President, Little Rock Education Association. And I've been taking a lot of notes while y'all been talking. So just a little historical knowledge. Mr. Poor is correct. Forest Heights students were not allowed to stay there except for the rising 7th graders who were the 8th graders. And it was reconstituted completely, meaning the principal and all staff were reconstituted. Every staff member that was hired to go to Forest Heights STEM had to agree before they were hired that they would go to receive STEM training, whatever that meant. Whether it was during the summer, during a break, on Saturdays, they had to agree to get that training in order to be hired at Forsyth STEM. Cloverdale was reconstituted at one point. All of the staff, or 50% of the staff was replaced, and the principal. Southwest High School is a new school. All of those positions are new positions. Every time that we've opened a school or created new positions, they all had to be applied for. So the Fair and McClellan staff understand that because it's a new school with new positions, everybody has to apply to work there. And that's been the historical situation every time we've created new positions, whether it was for a new school or whether we reconfigured a school or if it was just a new position added. They had to be applied. So the other thing I want to say is day-to-day knowledge is important when making decisions about day-to-day stuff. And what has been proposed today, a lot of it is day-to-day stuff. And no offense intended, but you guys don't know day-to-day workings of Little Rock School District. Mr. Poore knows day-to-day workings. Randy Rutherford knows the day-to-day workings. Darian Smith knows the day-to-day workings. Those people can inform decision-making. I like some of the proposals y'all said, and I will give you credit for being thoughtful and slowing down and thinking about what you're doing. However, I still maintain that it's time to give it back. It's time to give it back. Level 5 is an arbitrary designation that was carried over from the former No Child Left Behind law. You have the authority to redesignate us. You could make a motion today and say, Little Rock School District is now level 4. You could do that and vote and pass it, and we're no longer level 5. It's your choice about that. I think that when you talk about reconstituting Hall, you have to consider that every time a school has been reconstituted, the principal has been replaced. Every single time historically in Little Rock School District. So if you reconstitute Hall, you have to replace the principal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the end of public comment. Are there further discussions, or are different people ready to make motions?
So would it be appropriate for me to ask a question at this point?
Anything's appropriate. This is open mic.
Okay. I would like to hear from legal on the, one of the guardrails that Mr. Petron is proposing on the litigation. If you could kind of give me some information on that.
Lori Freno, Department of Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Ms. Newton, I mean, there is nothing in law that expressly provides, in the AESAA, that expressly provides that's one of the authorities that exists under level 5. But the AESAA also provides that in a situation where you have a limited authority board, or you can limit the authority of the board that's being put in, that you can reserve to the state board, or actually to the commissioner, those things that you choose to limit, those things you choose not to give to the new board. And it is an absolute prerogative of a board of directors of a school district to manage litigation for the school district. That's who makes the decisions.
So you're saying that it would be
microphone.
Sorry, I turn it down, then I forget to pull it back up. You're saying that it would be this would be something that would be legal for us to put in a guardrail.
I would say that it probably would be fine, yes. I mean, I can't say yes, because This has never been, I mean, it's not been proposed before in case law. It's not expressly provided for in the law. But, you know, when you interpret the law, the AESAA, it does provide that whatever authorities a board of directors could have, certain of those can be held back and retained. And certainly a board of directors has the authority to manage litigation.
Okay. I just, and I know you can't answer this question, but I just don't know that it's needed, I guess is what my question is. And so, because I feel like everything we've done is appropriate. So.
Yes, I don't think that would be a legal question. I mean, I think that would be a question for the board to visit about.
So, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question? Do you have another question before, or do you want me to come back to you?
No, I'm still, the question on Hall and Southwest, I'm still kind of thinking through that one.
Okay. Ms. Chambers?
Can I make some comments?
Yeah.
Oh, are we going down the line?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go one by one. Mr. Peckrod, Ms. Chambers?
So I guess the one thing I'll say is when I make my motion, I think most of the people who were here aren't here now, but I know a lot of people think we haven't listened, and I think you need to compare where we are now to where we were 3 months ago. 3 months ago, we were in a situation where, you know, we had a initial framework that I said at the time, I don't agree with everything in this, but we need to start somewhere. And we started somewhere with a framework that talked about, you know, some schools staying under state control, some going to local control, alternative means of governance, things like that. We heard you. You didn't like that. We heard it. We backed away from it. I admit this, what I'm going to move to isn't 100% what y'all want, but we have listened. We're not agreeing on everything, but we've moved a long way, and I think that's important. The other thing I'd mention is, you know, I heard very clearly what Mr. Poore said about working with the state, continuing to want to work with the state. I hear that. I think that's important. I think that's very important. And from all the people I've come up here, the one thing I've never heard anybody say is, hey, state, pull out all your support. Leave us alone. Don't help us. Don't help Mike Poore do his job. This thing's going to be collaborative going forward, no matter what. And I think we all need to keep that in mind. And I've got a motion when it's time.
Okay, Ms. Chambers?
Given something that,
Can I interrupt you just a minute? Dr. Hill, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, just jump in if at any point in case I forget you. Thank you.
so given something that Secretary Key said earlier about we've determined there's not a need for an MOU at this point because we've, I think, appropriately incorporated the considerations that were deemed important either in the district's plan or in maybe the department's plan. Is that right?
In the combination of all the plans, you have the building level plan for each of the buildings. You've got the district plan of support of how they support the buildings, and then the division's plan of how we support the district.
So I'm trying to determine.
So the MOU part of the community part, that is being taken care of between the district.
Please.
Oh, that's being taken care of between the district and the city. That's the part we backed off of, and they're saying that the level 5 doesn't need to be restated because it in fact is in place.
So that's very helpful. So I'm trying to understand, based on all the conversation, where we currently stand on what we must do or what we should do.
Okay, we're deciding what a reconstituted, okay, we chose not to annex, we chose not to consolidate. So the only other option we had was reconstitution. And that's what we're defining now for the Little Rock School District, is what all is involved in reconstitution.
Right. So based on things that have already been incorporated.
Yes.
Today we're trying to then be deliberate, intentional about what's left that must be stated that is a definition of reconstitution.
Yes.
And it could be as simple as what?
It could be as simple as, well, as long as a district is under level 5, there are certain things within that that may or may not have anything to do with reconstitution. So we're trying to say they have level 5, they have that, they have a community advisory board, and the secretary. That structure is working, okay, and the support that Dr. Hernandez and his group is providing. What we're deciding now is what needs to be done so that when they have a local board and are no longer under level 5, we have reconstituted the district to be the best it can be based on our vote.
I'm just trying to understand from all of this what has to be put in words. What must be expressly stated that I'll give Mr. Pekron credit for trying to distill, but be relatively explicit and definitive in what it is that we will do in the affirmative, that hopefully gives confidence to the community about what will revert back to their ownership, their decision, to the district. I'm trying to understand, and my own bias is putting that as succinctly and simply as possible.
Right. Okay, Ms. Dean?
I just think I need to take a stab at answering your question / concern. We have established by action of this board a return to local control, locally elected board. The election will be held November 2020. Okay, that has been established. We're moving forward with establishing. You also designated a 9-member board. We're moving forward with the process. You don't have to take any other action on that. That action has been taken. You have, under the components of reconstitution, and your authority under over a district under level 5, you have other components that you could consider. For a moment, or for a time, there was a question about the possibility of appointing an interim board to serve until the time that the locally elected board was in place. So that is one of the many things that this board has the authority to do. The discussion of how we move forward, that's where the MOU came in. How do we move forward on some of these elements of the partnership between the district, the city, and the state? Okay, so that, I think you've dispensed with that. I think you have dispensed with the transition board. I mean, not by vote, but just by, if you want to take that up, you can, but the sense that I have is that you're not willing or interested in moving forward with that. And then what I reported on the attendance zones, that's just the Community Advisory Board recommendation to me. I presented that because it was timely that you all are here, and there may have been elements of that, and I think that's where Dr. Moore has brought up the question of, okay, I'm fulfilling the extent of my authority with the action that I've taken, and then whether y'all reconstitute these buildings or not, that's within your authority, okay? So all of these are elements of that reconstitution process. And I'm open to Lori telling me if I've missed any of that. Okay, thank you.
Is that good? Okay, Ms. Dean?
I want to reiterate what Mr. Pekron said, that we are listening, and we're making adjustments as we listen to the community, so that we're all a part of this process. However, I have My concern is that we leave the district in the best possible position to succeed going forward as we give you local control. And as I stated earlier, I have concern about Hall High and it moving forward and being as successful as possible, with it being not being zoned anymore, and then it would be a STEAM high school, magnet, excuse me, thank you. And I can't help but go back to Forest Heights and how I was in the same situation and how that moved forward with basically reconstituting or reorganizing at the school level, building level, and my understanding and the success that it's seen. And that's what this is all about. We're all, I think I can speak for my colleagues, that what we are all trying to do is ensure that we make decisions that help children get the best education as possible and move forward. And sometimes you have to do things differently to see what works and what doesn't work. And what happened with Forest Heights, it was successful. So that's why I'm leaning toward going that route with Hall High School. I think I want Little Rock School District to be as autonomous as possible, to have as much control as possible. But I also feel an obligation and a responsibility to leave the district in your hands in the best possible position. So those are my thoughts on that. But we want to be able to move forward with a continued relationship and a continued partnership, because that's the way that things will that's the best way for our community to grow and to succeed. Is there's got to be relationship, there's got to be partnership, and that's what I want most of all. Is I want there to be continued partnership for the good of our children.
Ms. McFettridge?
Thank you. I have to say that I'm extremely excited about Little Rock School District. When your mayor stepped forward and agreed to help with this district, I thought, the Lord has answered our prayers. To have a community partnership with the city, and I'm going to say this again, I maybe didn't make it clear the other night, but to also put a leader in your business community on that committee is important, to make sure that you have all three legs on your stool working together to benefit your district. I know you've got business spread out through your community and your schools helping, but I would surely like to see a leader in the business community in that group. But I'm excited I have to say, for the first time sitting on this board, to see us, I believe, moving forward together. I really am truly excited, and I appreciate each and every one of you for coming to all of these meetings, letting us know your passion and your heart for your children. It just speaks volumes to me. I don't know how a better way to put it. I love your teachers, and I couldn't support you more moving forward. I know we're not going to agree on absolutely everything, but I think we're really, really close. And again, I really do appreciate all of you being here. Yes, you're right. I am not from Little Rock, but I have studied and looked at your maps and tried to learn each and every one of your schools and its needs. I know I've got a ways to go, but I think we're all working together for the very same thing, for doing what is best for the children of Little Rock. So thank you.
Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I think I should expound upon a little bit of what I said my motion or emotion would be.
Okay. Can you pull the microphone closer? so
Yes,
we
I
hear
can.
you? Thank you.
I, you know, looking at the data, we're looking at a high school with 65% of students graduating in 4 years, 72% graduating in 5 years. It's 30-something odd students that aren't graduating that are going somewhere in the city. Looking at ACT Aspire, and again, not a perfect measure, but a measure we have 5% of students ready in science and 4% in math, and 9% or 6% in reading. That is not to say there aren't great teachers, there aren't great students, there aren't great things going on there, but to move these students forward, we need to do more. And as I said before, that can't be between 7:30 and 3:30 always, but that's with our control, so let's address that now. And I don't see a reorganization of a school as a micromanagement. I'm not saying who the principal should be, I'm not saying who the staff should be, but that principal, whomever it is, should have the opportunity to retain the best staff, hire new staff, or just train the staff they have in a new model that will really meet the needs of the students at the school and attract other students there, because we know that a more diverse school of race and socioeconomics really lifts the boats of all. And unfortunately, this, you know, the two conversations are happening at the same time, the reconstitution and the boundary discussion. And I would be still having this conversation about Hall and McClellan and Fair aside from any boundary discussion we would have, looking at what's going on and recognizing that some things aren't working. You know, you look at Fair and McClellan, a data point that hits close to home to me is looking at AP scores. So looking at Fair and McClellan, 2% of test takers on AP test received a qualifying score to get a credit for college. That is not those students' fault or those teachers' fault, but we got to change it somehow. That those students are sitting in a class that would give them college credit, and only 2% are receiving that college credit. Meanwhile, at another high school in the district, we have 60%. That is not a blame game. That's just a reality. And how are we going to set up the schools new so that both the teachers and the students have the best shot moving forward? And I think a reorganization where, again, not micromanaging whom it is, but allowing the principals to hire at those two high schools gives the district the best shot moving forward. So that's.
Ms. McAdoo?
This is really weird because my plan today was to say absolutely nothing throughout the whole meeting. Like, seriously, that was my plan. So when I've jotted down a few things that I've heard and thought throughout the day. When we talk about, well, first of all, let me say that yesterday at a Student Voice Institute, a high school student from, I don't know where, but a high school student asked the teachers in the room to remember that they were children, that although they were high schoolers, they were not adults, they were still children. And a comment that was made here talked about teachers being a part of the community. And I would ask that you do remember that I am a teacher in this district, in this community, and I am a person as well. I think that when we talk about partnerships and letting go and trust and relationships, we have to do that. We have to let go. I think that we can still work together without mandating things. I think that that's what promotes trusting relationships. And I also think that when we look at teachers or students or the people in these buildings as human capital, that we're looking at them as, we're trying to give private sector solutions to public school or public sector places. And business models and all of that don't really work when you're talking about students and teachers and education. We're not a business. And that's what I think. And I think that, and I do think that principals have the they have the power, as it is set up right now, to hire whomever they want. I feel confident if I want to apply, when I get ready to go back into the Little Rock School District, that should Southwest High School or Hall High School be a school that I want to go to, that I would be able to apply for that school, for either one of those schools. So that choice is there, that the principals already have that. I think that's all I got. I'm sure there's a lot more, but that's it.
If it comes to you, then let me know.
Let's see if Dr. Hill has any comments.
Dr. Hill, do you have any comments in particular?
Yes, I do, and I'm gonna keep it
Okay,
short.
and
'Cause I'm
could you
kind
get
of-
as close
can you
to
hear
the
me?
microphone and talk as loud as possible, because it's difficult to hear?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I have to really listen.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's the best I can have. I just I'll talk as loud as I possibly can. I just want to make sure that from the day-to-day operations of what we decide that we vote, that we know we place it in the day-to-day operations of the superintendent and his team to execute the game plan for what we agree to. I know as board members, I've worked with boards before. It's great to come in with these ideas to execute, but then we go home, and the day-to-day operations falls into the hands of Mr. Superintendent Mike Ford. And so I think if, as we come to an agreement to what it is that we're going to do with the rails, as Mr. Peckman has outlined, that we understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish and make sure that we're working towards that from a collaborative effort, as Sharice, Ms. Dean has mentioned. And I think the questions that Ms. Chambers bring up precisely are excellent questions for us to make sure that we are outlining in detail how we're going to support in a level 5 position. But the day-to-day operations belongs to Superintendent Mike Ford, and that we all need to be in agreement to support those efforts. And he needs to be in agreement with us. And that's pretty much all I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
I do
Thank you,
remember
Ms.
that.
Newton, for reminding me.
I do remember that.
Okay,
I was
go.
gonna say.
Pull your microphone up so we can hear you.
I also think that it feels like at the last hour, like I'm hearing that we want to give the district back in its best possible condition and all of that, and that's not what it feels like as a teacher in the district. It feels like what you're wanting to give back to us is what you want and not what the people want. That was what I definitely wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does anyone have a motion, or who wants to make their motion first?
I have a motion. And I took the time to write it out ahead of time because I wanted to make sure that I said everything exactly correctly. So I'm going to read what I wrote down. I hereby move that the Little Rock School District is hereby reconstituted by and following the election of a 9-member school board, the local board, during the general election of November 3rd, 2020. During such time as the Little Rock School District remains under level 5 intensive support, the local board shall exercise all day-to-day authority of the Little Rock School District, subject only to the following 3 limitations. Number 1, the local board shall not make any change in the superintendent of the Little Rock School District without the approval of the State Board of Education. 2, the local board shall not make any change in the manner of selection of the Personnel Policy Committee or its status with the Little Rock School District, nor recognize any employee bargaining agent without the approval of the State Board of Education. 3, the local board shall not institute any litigation other than routine contract litigation against vendors or contractors of the Little Rock School District without the approval of the State Board of Education. At such time as the Little Rock School District is found to have met the exit criteria for leaving level 5 intensive support, the 3 restrictions set forth above shall be lifted. Any powers exercised by the State Board of Education pursuant to the Little Rock School District status in level 5 intensive support shall be consistent with the purposes of supporting the local board in its exercise of local control over the Little Rock School District.
We have a motion. Do we have a second or discussion?
Is there any way that we might? any way we might pull those three out and vote on each one of them, each one of them individually, or would they have to be made? voted
That's
on
up
as a
to
whole?
the motion maker.
Well, as of now, I don't have a second, so.
Okay, then we will deal with each of them separately. So will you want to?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Mr. Peckron made a motion, Mr. Williamson seconded it. Let's have a roll call. Well, discussion other than she would like them to amend it to vote one at a time. Any other discussion? Ms. Chambers?
Just a question. So this would be definitive in terms of the outline of the reconstitution?
This would not be all of it necessarily, but this would be part of it.
And what does that mean?
That means other people may have other motions in addition to this motion.
I'm sorry, but when we vote today,
Yes,
that's definitive.
yes.
Yeah, and we wouldn't, 3 months from now, come back with other things,
Guardrails and
amendments to
frameworks
the.
and all of that.
Is
No.
that true?
It's certainly my idea for it to be the end.
Yeah, well, and to your point, being declarative on the intent.
Yes, that's certainly my intention.
Because all the other
Need to keep
things we
coming back.
discussed were never voted on as absolutes.
I just
We did vote on the 9-member board. And
Right.
Say again?
this is not comprehensive everything because we voted on the 9-member board and
Okay.
the election
Right,
timeline. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to leave the community feeling like we could move the goalposts,
Yes.
or leave them with a concern for that.
Okay. I have a motion and a second, and unless I have an amendment, then we will have roll call. Ms. McFetrich,
Mr. Peckron, would you please reread your motion for me?
do you have it, not have it in
You
front
should
of
have
us?
it in
Yeah,
front of you.
it's right in front,
Gave everyone a
right there.
copy.
Thank you.
Let's give her a second to read it.
Sure. Please forgive my typos.
But you spelled it right.
Madam Chair, may I ask one more question?
Sure.
So if there's no reference here to this reconstitution
That might be
discussion,
a separate motion.
a separate motion, okay,
Might be. This is Mr. Peckron's motion.
okay.
Yeah, I do, I mean, I will say, I do plan to make the motion,
Okay.
subsequent
So
to
we're
this.
building this piece by piece?
Yes.
Okay,
I
thank you.
guess he could change.
Okay?
I think this is this is supposed to be the structure, the big picture structure
Right.
of things going forward, and if other people have other motions, that's not what I was intending to do here.
It wasn't the be-all, end-all, it was just an absolute with regard to the local board and.
Well, this was intended to be going forward, talking about the powers of the board. I think what Dr. Moore is talking about is immediate things that are happening.
Right.
But my motion is directed to what's going to happen long-term with the board and what its powers are going to be.
Okay, is everybody ready to vote? Everybody said what they want to? Okay,
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. McFetrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes,
Dr. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Peckron.
Yes.
motion passes. Do we have other motions?
I will make another motion, in regard to our authority that, when classified under level 5, the state board can vote to require reorganization of a public school. I vote to require reorganization of Hall and Fair and McClellan leading into Southwest High School for the 2021 school year, so that all staff will have to reapply and new staff can apply as well. And if a teacher is not hired by the new schools, to issue a non-renewal for those not hired. Second to that, I urge the district to work with the community in building these new models to lift achievement for all students.
And did you want to add the principal and to the West High School as part of that motion?
I'm going to stick to the 2.
Okay.
For now.
Okay.
the two,
The 3.
The
three high schools.
reconstitution of the Magnet High School Hall and the reconstitution of the new high school Southwest, meaning the staffing of those will be for hire, which is what Southwest is already doing, which is the point Ms. Newton was making.
Yeah, and is there any way we might could pull Southwest out of that and have them as two separate motions?
I don't see why not, but I think just looking at it as a whole, we had the three lowest performing high schools, and we're going to reorganize them, reconstitute them in the same manner.
I'm still a little confused as to why Southwest is part of this. I think really my understanding is this is already what's being done in terms of staffing at Southwest. So my preference would be to just do it with respect to Hall.
And I don't mean to be obtuse, but I still want to make sure I understand why the district isn't able to do this on its own without mandating a reconstitution.
I think because they haven't.
Because they haven't.
Right.
Yes.
Have we talked to the superintendent?
Yes. Have we ever talked to the superintendent? Okay, do you want to divide your motion or see if it doesn't get a second and then restate it, or what do you want to do?
I guess, is there a second? If not, I'll divide it.
I hear no second.
Okay, I will go to, so I move to reorganize the staff at Hall High School.
Reconstitute or reorganize? Reconstitute would mean that everybody knows it's going to be a STEAM and a computer science and esports and medical.
Well, and I'm not even waiting until that.
No,
that was
but
the
I'm
commissioner's
saying-
decision. I think in law it says we can reorganize, and the reorganizing that I'm doing is to require all staff to reapply and issue non-renewals for those who are not hired.
Okay.
So that.
And they can apply for other jobs, others
Yes.
across the district. Okay, do I have a second for that motion? Second by Ms. Dean. Roll call. Okay. We got ahead of you, didn't we?
Trying to catch up. Okay, Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson,
No.
Ms. McFetrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Ms. Chambers,
No.
Dr. Hill,
No.
Ms. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Peckron.
Yes.
5 yeas, 3 nays.
Motion passes.
Okay, and I guess if Mr. Poor wants to come to the podium to discuss the, I'm referring to a second motion on Southwest High School. If Mr. Poor wants to come, he doesn't have to, but if you want to come to discuss the lay of the land and how that will occur.
You have a specific question, or do you just want me to
Yes,
share
so
where we're at?
given the opportunity, you're creating a new high school, what is staffing going to be looking like there? If we are to take no motion here?
So with Southwest, we've already have begun the staffing process, and so right now we are in the middle of decision-making on, we've got a community person. That's one of the first things we did, was hire a person just to do community. Second is that a secretary is kind of in the hopper. That was third. We have assistant principals that are getting posted right now at this very moment. We have department heads that have already been posted, and the department heads have been coming in for interviews this week. And so, you know, the one thing that I can share about the department head selection, like fine arts was one of them. And every time I stepped out of my office to go into the foyer, it was like a who's who of our fine arts. I mean, I was like, whoa, I don't know how Mr. Burton's gonna make this decision, because they're just awesome people. I asked him about the person that he had for foreign languages, and you know how that was shaping up. And he goes, it's very competitive, but he felt like there was someone emerging. He had someone for his English department chair. And I will share that my guess is, from those 3 that I'm aware of that are department heads, they will come from 3 different schools. We plan to post the jobs, and you know, with the decision you just made about Hall, that will make it so that there will be a lot of people that will be applying from Hall to try to get into Southwest now, because there's a potential for some of those folks not having positions. Plus, under the boundary, Hall actually loses students this year, has the potential of losing students, with either students that are currently there that are second language students that are getting newcomer center services. That could be 300 kids. They don't all have to go, but they could. That's a ballpark number. And you also have a boundary option under option 2 that's kind of an area that we added on that we hadn't previously planned that could also leave the Hall area and come to so there's some changes there that bumps up our population in Southwest to probably, Mr. Burton now is guessing, over 1,800. Initially we thought it was going to be 1,700, now we're going to be approximately 1,800. So the process of hiring would be posting those positions. What you've set up with the Hall thing, if I understand it right, is that all the faculty at Hall would have to reapply for that, but then also could reapply for any positions in the district. If they don't get hired, then those folks would not be returning to the district possibly. I hope that answered the question.
Okay. And what would happen I mean, if a Flair and McClellan teacher is not hired at Southwest?
They might go to West or Central.
If they aren't hired right now, what we would do is we kind of, you know, one of the things that I tried to look at on the legal part of this was, you know, we're going to have to make some sort of reduction in staffing like we have over the last several years. But to do a RIF, you have to get up to a 5% mark, which then for us means that you'd be cutting over 90 staff. We don't anticipate doing a reduction in force. So I want to take that out of the equation. So then what you're looking at is that you're looking at if Fair and McClellan people aren't selected, then the way that we've previously treated it is they have been displaced, meaning that when jobs open up in the district, they have kind of a first opportunity to go apply for those positions. And we have been successful in the past of getting displaced teachers positions because of the turnover that we have year to year.
So, does Mr. Burton, does the principal have total autonomy in selecting their staff, or do they do it like in cooperation with, say, Mr. Rutherford or Mr. Smith, or how is that handled?
The principals, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing department heads right now, is the principal, the department head, the assistant principals would be a part of that interview process, and they make those recommendations. I do have my hand involved in the assistant principal positions.
That answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So did you just fire Hall? All the teachers at Hall are just going to rehire? Right here in front of everyone? Could you kill the union and then fire everybody? That's fine.
I guess so now I talked about Forest Heights and what was done there at that point in time. All teachers were, you know, asked to reapply for positions for a new model. This
Right.
again is a new model. Southwest will be a new model as well. It doesn't sound like I'm gonna get a second, so I won't make the motion, but that was my thinking
Yeah.
in explaining that.
It sounds like they may already be doing that. So, for lack of a second, and you see, you know, unless you want to pursue it, it's your right.
I will.
Okay? Do we have any other motions?
Yes, ma'am. Going back to the Pinnacle View School of Innovation, I'm excited about it. I think it gives the students on the west side of town a great opportunity. It's a unique opportunity, and I'm afraid that if it's called Pinnacle View High School, the idea of a school of innovation kind of gets lost in that.
Okay.
So I would like to make the motion that we would call it West High School of Innovation as it's designated as a school of innovation, and have its own unique principal along with that.
Okay, is that the way it worked in Springdale that worked well? Because that was one of the first ones that we had.
It works extremely well, and I know there's some concern that it's not a full 100 students going there yet, but believe me, when parents know what a School of Innovation is and the opportunity that it's given to these students, I think it'll fill immediately.
Yeah.
I do. So
Okay.
that is my motion,
Okay.
to make sure that it really doesn't get lost in the middle school designation, that it really truly is West High School of Innovation
Okay.
with its own principal.
Who can do like Mr. Burton, get them excited about mascots and colors and
Yes.
all of those kind of
I mean,
things.
it's truly an opportunity, a wonderful opportunity. So
Okay.
thank you. That's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Is everybody thinking? Okay, Mr. Peckrine, second.
Can we have questions?
I have a motion and a second. Do I have more discussion? Dr. Hill?
Can we have discussion?
Yeah, a question?
This discussion? What, did I not hear Superintendent Ford, he was up talking, saying that it was already that? Did I misunderstand that?
No, he said that if, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Poor, he said that they were already calling it Pinnacle View School of Innovation with the same principle that the Pinnacle View Middle School has. Ms. McFetridge, based on her experience with School of Innovation in Springdale, motion is saying that with a high school with maybe a different name and its own principal could get the kids and the parents excited, and like they are for Southwest and the Schools of Innovation and the other parts of the state.
I understand that, but can Mr. Poor come to the podium? Because here's my concern.
Mr. Poor, you've been beckoned again.
He runs, is Mr. Poor at the podium?
Yes, he is.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Superintendent Thor, is this something that is different from what you already perceive, or is this something that needs to take place based on the clarity? Because I want to make sure as board members, we're not overstepping our boundaries. And if this is good, that's fine. But Mr. Thor, if this has already been in place and he feels like this operation in Central Arkansas may be the best approach to it, then I want to support Mr. Poor. However, if he thinks that this is best to implement, I think the superintendent should have some input in our decisions. Mr. Poor, can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hill. And with respect to Ms. McFetridge, I would say that I think we've been very intentional about trying to build a culture there. It happened as they started to build the middle school and then now the high school. It's been conversations with Springdale and Rogers, with parents and students and staff. And the plan has always been to try to advance that by 1 year at a time. We actually think we have the right principle in place right now to serve that community. And if you look at it, you know, in terms of how Pinnacle View could build out, it has more or less a little over 900 students that are in the 6 through 9, and then you have the potential of another 400. So it's 1,300 total students, which again kind of frames, you know, what a principal would do at a high school. So, and Mr. Pickering's been a high school principal before at Bryant. He's a very, very skilled person, and I think that the School of Innovation tag, we got to it late last year, Dr. McFetridge. I think that was our selling point, because by the time we were able to, you know, kind of create the model and then put it out there, I think that's a part of why our enrollment's low. He's been working diligently with his community over the last several months. He interacts with the State Department on this. He interacts with staff and community. He's building that model so that I think people will get what School of Innovation is, similar to what it's like in Springdale. So I, again, say this respectfully, I don't think that name change is necessary right now. I do think when we get to a place where we have a traditional high school, more traditional high school, larger high school campus, then that has to be taken into consideration at that point and probably modified, Maybe the School of Innovation becomes a school within inside of a school, or I don't know what will happen later on, but I don't think the name change is needed at this point, again, with respect.
So, you don't think that, I mean, of the people that are out there that may or may not choose that school, that it seems to me like if you gave it a different name, they would understand that it's different, not just Pinnacle View, sort of half, whatever. I guess that's my point, the perception by the community, the buy-in of the community, like y'all were able to do, which you did a fantastic job at Southwest. So I guess that's, they not got to name the school, they got to pick their mascot, they got to pick their colors, you got the kids on board, which got the parents on board. So I guess I sort of leaning toward what Ms. McFetridge was saying.
Maybe I'm hearing something differently. I'm hearing him saying that they will do that, just not at this time.
Well,
And
it's
I
going
add to
into
it that I think that we are
second
doing
grade.
components of what you're saying at this very moment of building up the culture, and the students are actually getting to choose how the new School of Innovation model is looking. We've had positive survey results. I think we're gonna get greater buy-in every year that this thing progresses, because I think it's gonna be a dynamic place. And we do have good models to follow in Springdale and Rogers. So I really believe that the model that we're creating, a name change doesn't generate it. It's what's happening with what you talk to with your community. And so, again, Mr. Pickering, Dr. Pickering, has been very intentional about talking to his community about this very thing and helping build what the next steps are gonna be in terms of the School of Innovation. So I feel like we're gonna be in a good place next year in terms of having a stronger freshman class, and that we'll continue to build on that.
Did he do mascot and school colors and all of that, those things that kids find attractive?
I
At the
don't
ninth
know if
grade?
that has been his point of emphasis at this point, but I don't think that he's adverse to saying, here's new colors or whatever, and he may have even done that. I'm just not aware of that.
Yeah.
Just to be honest with you.
I didn't know, because when you get out of 8th grade, you want to feel like you're in high school.
Well, yeah, and that's why we have the campus is separate. For those of you that aren't familiar with the campus, it is separate. They are in their own building. The 9th and 10th graders next year are in their own building. They have their own staff. So, it is they eat lunch in their own area. So everything is geared towards them having that identity that they are high school, and they're feeling empowered because they're helping develop the next phases of the school.
So his pushback at the CAB meeting had to do with it being 9-12 traditional, not it being one grade at a time and being a high school with all the things that go with that.
Well, I don't want to speak for Dr. Pickering, but I think he had two things. One is he was worried about, how quick you could do a traditional high school with all the bells and whistles of that. Second is that if you go expand from a 9-10 and then all of a sudden you go 9-12, there's two issues. One is the programming at the 11th and 12th grade for students, it becomes much wider and diverse, and he's trying to build the model with everybody. And so he doesn't want to fall off that. He wants to allow them to continue to build the next step.
Well, my motion didn't include that.
I know, I'm just trying to address Ms. Zook's question. And then, so he was looking at that, and then also the financial end of just saying, if you go this route, what he would need in terms of staffing, and he provided that for us. On just teachers alone, it'd be another $1 million that we'd have to invest, and
That was if it was a 9-12.
If it was 9-12.
Right, and we're not doing that. We've already decided that.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood your question then.
No, I was asking when he was what I perceived to be sort of negative at the CAB meeting, that about the idea, was he negative about the 9-12, or was he negative about making it a one grade at a time and getting the kids excited and selling it, quote, to the parents?
I think he was very positive about building it one step at a time, and
Okay.
that's what he's really energized by, and he feels like his community is energized by that too.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else, Dr. Hill, that you wanted to ask Mr. Poore?
No, I wanted to understand the difference between what she had motioned and what he had said. I didn't have clarity on that.
So basically, the only difference between the motion and what you're saying is the motion would give it a name different from Pinnacle View and would give its own principal, as opposed to keeping this same principal and not giving it another name unless it became a traditional high school. Am I summing you up correctly?
I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, that's what I needed.
Yes, you have something?
Do you see at some point the middle school being part of the School of Innovation? I mean, 612 School of Innovation.
That's something that we have not explored yet. I know that was the Springdale model that they kind of built both ways.
Well, and they felt like if we can grab a child at 6th grade, we have less of a chance of losing them to another outside school, let's say, at a later date. So getting them in the School of Innovation model early on is beneficial. And I guess my point is, I thought, why would you wait to change the name until you've already got 4 grades, you're already down the road? Why then change it to possibly West High School? That was my feeling.
Sure.
That was my feeling.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask just to clarify?
Hold on just a minute. Mr.
Yeah,
Williams?
just to clarify, and make sure you all know, Pinnacle View High School has their own LEA number now. So there's separation between, so for the purposes of accountability and all the things that associated with having an LEA number, the high school has 6001081, the middle school is 6001076. So there is separation. It's not treated as a 6 through 9. It'll be a 6 through 10. It is separate from a legal
So it's 6
and
through
accountability
8.
standpoint. It's
Right.
6 through 8 middle school and a 9+ being added high school.
So at this point, I'll withdraw my motion if I can.
Oh, okay, you didn't want to take a vote?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Did we have a second? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We did have a second.
Mr. Pickering, about
So
second.
then we'll go ahead and take the vote.
Okay.
See where-
Okay,
Dr.
so
Moore?
just to clarify, under the option 2 that Commissioner approved, we'll have 3 attendance high schools, attendance zones for Central, Southwest, and a small for Pinnacle View in the west. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's not a small, it's a zone, but everything with Pinnacle View is subject to its capacity limitations.
Right.
So when I talked about that west zone, that's really applicable to some future date that the full high school, but students that are going have the option of staying
Okay.
and going from 8th grade to 9th grade, subject to the space limitations.
And as it stands moving forward, I mean, students in anywhere in the city will have the option to go to Magnet at Central, Parkview, Hall, Southwest.
Correct.
And I guess, west, because it's a school of innovation.
After the preference
Right.
give granted to those students that come through, and I've talked to Mr. Porlott about how this would work, but after that preference, then it would be opened up for students of that grade who live in other parts of the city that would like to attend that.
Right.
Can I say something?
Okay, Mr. D. Mr. D. I was looking at him and calling your name. Hold on a minute.
I have a question for Mr. Porter. Would there be an additional cost with what she has put into a motion?
To be honest, it'd be minimal at this point in terms of the cost. There'd probably be a little bit because there's letterhead or whatever, but because we don't have teams and those type of things, it's not as big a change. But there'd be a little bit of cost.
The cost of a principal.
Well, if that's a part of the
If
motion.
that's part of,
that would be
and that, I wrote that, I want to make sure, I wrote that down as part of the motion, okay.
Yeah, that'd be an extra cost, because then you're talking about a principal for probably less than 200 kids next year.
Thank you.
Mr. Williamson?
Thank you. I'm 1,000% supportive of the West High School. I personally wanted to see the community and the district kind of step up and function more like, a typical district. And I think what we're doing here is complete overreach. I think this is way out of what we should be doing. So, I mean, I'm gonna vote against this one as well, so.
Okay.
I just wanted to add a comment as well. I love what you said, Ms. McFetrich, about Springdale and the success that they've had there. I'd like to think this could be input for you to consider, not a mandate.
I'm okay with that.
That we have voted on.
I agree with that.
It may not be a high financial expense, but I think it's an emotional expense that there's not good reason for us to tell you.
Right.
That's up to you to decide. At least that's how I will vote.
We ready for a vote?
I just want to say one thing. I think this is important in order to get the school out there moving in the right direction, but I also just want to add that, following up on what I said earlier, I think we have a responsibility, a very short-term, at this point, responsibility with respect to the district, and today is the last day that I expect to be talking about anything like this at all. I think next month we have a discussion on exit criteria, hopefully. But other than that, this is the last time I'm talking about anything like this.
Okay. Roll call?
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
No.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Chambers?
No.
Dr. Hill?
Dr. Hill?
Dr. Hill?
Is he muted?
Ms. Newton?
No.
Mr. Peckron?
Yes.
Dr. Hill, are you there? Okay, I'm counting him as a no vote.
Oh, I said yes.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
You voted yes?
Yes.
4 yeas, 4 nays. Madam Chair, would you like to vote?
Yes.
Is that yes, you'd like to vote, or is that your vote?
Yes,
I
I
think I
vote yes, and yes, I'd like to vote.
Okay. That's 5 yeas, 4 nays.
Are there any other motions? Is there any new business? Is there any new business to come before? Are there any additional public comment? Okay, go for it.
So I'm stepping out of my role as LREA president and into my role as Teresa Knapp Gordon, parent of a student in Little Rock School District. And I want to talk about testing for just a minute. Testing in Little Rock School District and across the state is out of control. We are doing entirely too much testing. 17 out of 35 weeks of school are dedicated to testing, and that only includes ACT, Aspire, and MAP. That does not include ELPA, ACT, PSAT, NAEP, civics exams, semester exams, AP exams, or end-of-course exams. It is ridiculous. My child goes and takes the Renaissance Star Test. She blows it off. She hates that test because it adjusts and it gets harder the better they read. You can't tell me that's an accurate measure of her reading ability. And I saw that up on the screen earlier as an assessment piece used in schools that are in academic distress. ACT Aspire scores are flat. Fewer than half of Arkansas students are meeting grade level expectations. Scores continue to demonstrate that poverty levels affect scores negatively. Arkansas is the only state using ACT Aspire. The 3-year rolling average has now pretty much been based on Arkansas scores alone because Alabama discontinued in 2017 and South Carolina discontinued in 2015. Therefore, the baseline is Arkansas. So we're measuring our students against ourselves, which makes no sense. The scores are no longer accurate, and they shouldn't be used to base decisions impacting people's lives on. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes, ma'am.
name is Catherine Liu. Ooh, I am not sure where to start. I listened to you all tell me that you had been listening, that things had changed over the last 3 months, that you supported the Little Rock School District, that you were excited about our future, and you wanted a light touch. And then you passed 3 guardrails for how we move forward, for how we have local control. You voted to blow up Hall High School, as it is known. You just totally threw these teachers out. And these kids that are going there, they are on the right track. You threw that away. And then you get involved with changing Pinnacle View. There are 67 students at this school right now. You have changed the name of the school. It's a neighborhood school. It's the perfect name. You didn't like it. You don't know anything about it. You threw that out because colors and a mascot are important. That's a light touch. That is micromanagement to the nth degree. Mr. Poor has our confidence. He knows what he's doing. You basically just told him, Mr. Poor, we are your bosses and we don't think you know what you're doing, and we're going to take control of your day-to-day activities. I'm disgusted.
Do we hear me move to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded. Meeting adjourned till in the morning.